tryna pull me back, right? My junk get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eyes to chicks, if she smash, she gone. If the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need, if you need to fill the bars. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug, if you're getting rough. I'ma take you for pain.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea, as long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Vladimir. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
when I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
coverage of the 24 hours of Spa, and we bring up a replay because just as we were about to come back from break, Builders has a big moment coming into La Source, manages to hold on, thankfully. It did cost a fair bit of time, and now up in the 29th position as well as we pass the U1 black car. As we said before, that car is now out of the race, unfortunately. Excuse me for those guys. We come back live here for coverage in 24 hours of Spa, as we said, and by rsvmotors.de. We are watching the 2 cars for the team stream, and the 2 drivers in the car at the moment. There's builders, and also in the 013 car, Tony Burkhoff, who is cruising around at the moment. Lap time's not too bad considering how heavily damaged both of these cars are. They're both doing a very, very good job. My name is Jay Kennedy. Alongside me is Ryan Jones, who's just waiting for his lunch to cook, so he's just stepped away for a moment, but he'll be back in just a minute. In regards to our battles at the moment, we're about 2 minutes 9 seconds behind the Offical Racing. Of course, we did lose a bit of time on that lap there due to that big spin, big slide I should say. Pressure below the car that is chasing us to put us a lap down in regards to battle of position. So we are also going to have driver swaps at the next pit stop, as schedule for who is driving which stints has changed dramatically throughout the race, as we've had to adjust on the fly who's doing what due to damage and incidents and things like that. So the drivers have done a good job to make sure that they continue on without too many dramas. In regards to on-track battles, we saw not that long ago the car of Sim Speed Esports put Mad Sim Racing car a lap down. That has changed now because they are now back on the lead lap due to a pit stop. Or the Sim Esports car, that is still continuing. In regards to the battle, we do have a legitimate battle for position. These 2 cars here, this is 20th and 21st, Efford and Launches, both nose to tail, and that is a positional change. So the Skidmark Racing car is no longer in 21st, as it says on the windscreen. They're back in the 20th, and now back in the 21st. Right, on cue, around they go. Fat Rabbit Event Solutions continues on, and they still stick in the 20th spot.
You know, as a professional, I made the decision. I got myself some lunch / breakfast that I could easily chuck in the microwave. Takes 2.5 minutes to cook, and boom, sorted. But it took me 4 times that amount to get the damn plastic off of it afterwards. Whoever designed that needs to be shot.
Oh, that's funny. It's always the worst when you end up wasting more time just because you can't get the plastic film off the top of the lunch. Always painful. Just saw there, I don't know if you saw the spin there, but we just saw for the 20th and 21st place battle, the Skidmark Racing did get ahead. From that spin though, they've lost 44 seconds after one little spin, so they've dropped way back down the field. And also another side note, we are not alone in regards to needing to come through for a drive-through penalty. The 24 car, the Metro New York PCA Team Blue car, has just been in for a drive-through as well. Also got Inglorious Bastards, who are up in 11th position. They've been stopped in the pits for 8.5 minutes. There's something not going right for those guys at the moment.
Yeah. Getting to that stage of the race, well, especially as you mentioned, it's awkward hours of the morning over in Europe. Everyone is just exhausted, aren't they?
You always find too in these situations, these races, when it's not when the sun goes down in real life, but if you can see the sun coming up, it's a psychological thing that your body just goes, oh, I can't do this anymore. Your body reacts in such strange ways when you have been up all night and the sun starts to rise. It's a very, very bizarre thing that your body does. It's just natural. The second the sun rises, your body will behave in a way that goes, no, I don't like this. something to do with the melatonin release in your body that reacts funny. Science talk with Jay. I only know this because I used to work night shift for like 5 years.
So, hour 15 minutes away from sunup in sim and in real life as well in 6 days time. On board with Sverkov, currently 31st.
I
Still,
was about to say that it's soon to be 30th, but sadly we're not going to get that spot for free. Because this car is back out there. You ready for this one? This will be the longest pit stop time you've ever seen.
credit to them for sticking at it, but that is more than I would stand in the pits.
I wouldn't put up with that. No way. As I said before, this car was up as high as 11th. It's currently still 11th, about to go to 12th. So they've been stopped for around 10 minutes. That Rabbit just coming in after their little scary moment with the Skidmark Racing car. AOD Racing BMW also in the pits as well. In regards to our cars for pit stops, currently on our 17th revolution with this set of tyres for the 013. And we're about 11 laps. Oh, that was a little wiggle there. 11 laps plus however many we did before the drive-thru. Was that 13 laps for the 21 car?
Yeah. Good math, Jay.
Look, it's...
I'm glad you've passed grade 2.
Thank you. Harrison's
Sup?
taught me well.
Yeah.
He's in grade 3, so it's okay.
Running the 29th and 31st. Three laps between our two cars here in this race. They started at opposite ends of the field, but they've both had similar stories, haven't they? It's just hard luck so far.
Yeah, they've both been involved in big moments. All bar one that I have seen was from someone else making contact with us, so we haven't really caused too much of an issue. There was one incident that we've had in the 21 car that, I mean, getting taken out on the Kemmel Straight, getting taken out through the final sector. We've had all sorts of dramas throughout. I mean, that big incident we saw at on as well. We've had a lot of hard luck throughout this race, which is sad to see, but the nature of a 24-hour race, unfortunately. We've made it to the second half, which is more than about a quarter or a third of the teams can say. So we've got to look at the positives. And as I said at the start, the aim of everyone in this race is to finish. If you finish the race, you've done well. Because not many actually finish these races.
Just take myself off mute. The attrition rate in this race is not actually as high. We've lost probably 10 cars, 15 cars. There's still quite a lot running halfway through this one, which is surprising to me.
So,
surprised. Like, it's good.
39th back to 52nd roll out. But from then up, the car in 36 look like they're out. That's the Obsidian Edge Red. They look like they might be out. Good luck GT3 drivers. We're not sure on the status of that car. It may be out. Glorious Bastard Spa, they may be out after we saw them in the pits before. But then you look at the likes of the Ragnarok Racing. We thought they were done. but they've continued on. It was great to see. They've come back out after a 72-minute pit stop as well, as a team Year 1 Black, as we thought we were going to gain an easy spot. Hasn't turned into an easy spot. We're a full lap behind them at the moment. But yeah, we've lost maybe just on a quarter of the field, which over 12 hours to lose a quarter, I think that's not a bad rate. Usually if you look at these races, if you have over half the cars finish the race, you've had a pretty positive split, and at the moment it looks like that's what we're on track for.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one pans out, won't we? Still plenty of time to go, and every chance of a top 20 or even better for our cars if we can keep in it with attrition. But top 30 to go, and on target for that right now. As I mentioned earlier, as the sun rises, damage will be revealed, and that might dissuade some.
Have a look in the background of these shots. Look at what you can just start to see now. A little bit of light. Just a tiny, tiny little bit of light starting to appear. We'll see it as we come down the back straight, but about an hour before sunrise is about when you start to see the sun slowly creep on through. We'll see just a sliver in just above the trees there. Not much, but it's starting to come up.
The other thing with sunrise is the blinding sun in some of the corners as well.
And on top of that too, not just the blinding sun, but the rays of temperature of the track that changes the car behaviour. We get a bit of a look here as we come down the back straight here. We run up to Schwalmtal. You'll be able to see possibly the sky a little bit more purple than black at the moment there.
Right now, it's 19 degrees track temperature. It's stone cold.
Interesting little pack that we find ourselves in here. Oh, big wiggle. A little bit of a miss-shift there. Very strange little miss-shift happened there, but good idea backing out of that as well to make sure that we can try and overtake on the run up through Eau Rouge Radion. That was an overtake, and fastest car on track last lap. That's always a positive sign, considering how much damage there is on the car. To be the fastest car on track is huge, huge moment.
Yeah.
A few drivers in the pits, back in the field as well. Our 21 car struggling a little bit for pace. Last lap by was around about 3 seconds off the pace, so I was starting to see a little bit of struggle straight kicking on now. How's your lunch?
Pretty good. I'm actually just... I wasn't looking at my lunch, I was looking at COVID test sites. Following on from our discussion through the break.
So this here is battle between two cars fighting for position 28 and 29. The only issue for our car, the 21 car, and 29 is that
2 minutes behind.
We have to go a lap down.
Lose the... What is it? Lose the battle, win the war?
Still a long way to go. And of course, course, you look at the starting position of this car, the 60 car, definitely has more pace than its current position shows. So, losing this spot is probably, or losing this lap, sorry I should say, is probably something that will just naturally happen, as there's a little bit of a wide run there for...
He just completely sidestepped him. Left nothing to chance.
Sun's starting to rise off in the distance. Actually, bring the camera the right direction. There we go. You start to see it rising a little.
Can you find it, Jay?
Yeah, it's over this way.
Do you know your east from your west?
I do, but it's just changed camera on me. Let's go this way. Yes.
It's either the sun or a fire.
Well, I don't think there's bushfires on iRacing as of yet, so pretty sure it's the sun rising. New bushfire model, new to iRacing.
Could you imagine?
I mean, it adds some realism to the Australian tracks, would it not?
Yeah.
Just smoke
Australian
haze over the
track
track.
temps go through the roof.
Come across the top of Mount Panorama and you just see all these fires off on the side of the track, campfires everywhere.
Humidity level slider goes from 0 to 100, and then past 100 is just smoke haze.
We don't do fog, we do smoke. Eleven and a half hours to go. The iRacing Spa 24, the second half of the race. This next 6 hours, 7 hours is probably the toughest. Because you sort of feel like you're in no man's land, don't you? You're not close to the end, you're just past the second half. And then you look at the clock and go, geez, I've still got so long to go.
It sucks, doesn't it?
It's tough.
That's why I don't do endurance racing. I hate it. As a driver.
I've never been great at endurance racing as a driver, I'll be honest. Those
You
eyes
mean-
are getting droopy up. Move away, move away, move away.
Give me a short, sharp 5-minute race as a driver any day of the week.
And you'd still put it in the fence.
Yeah, exactly. But as a spectator, being able to watch the strategy and the tactics unfold over the course of 24 hours is amazing. And for the drivers that can do it at such a higher level as well is really, really cool.
Yeah, the longest I could really do endurance race, I think 4 hours or 5 hours is probably the limit of my length of race. I think I did alright in a 6 hour race once. Myself and Rich McLeod beat Reese and one of his teammates over back in the old Australian Endurance Championship. A long time ago. Myself and Reese first broke away from the team that we were on together.
Are you proud of yourself for beating a disabled man?
He should be proud of himself for beating a has-been, getting beaten by a has-been and a never was. I'm not very good though, you do know that. And I beat Reese at his car.
Oh, you teamed up with the world's fastest sim racing driver.
The world's biggest has-been. This was also 6 odd years ago, so
Well, he was the world's
long.
fastest driver back then, wasn't he?
Well, I think he still had 6,500, 7,000 I rating at that point. Whoa, that's a bit deep.
That's twice in about 5 laps he's done that.
Yeah. And that made the eyes go open wide up then too. So he's awake now. Definitely awake.
Just missed the braking point that time. He's falling asleep on the straights and just forgetting about braking.
100%. So definitely struggling. So hopefully we'll see him continue on and don't have too many more dramas.
At least at the end of the straights here at Spa, have plenty of runoff. And they're not met with immediate fence.
Yeah, I mean the only areas that really have got fence close by are Eau Rouge Radion, and then No Name Corner you've got the fence fairly close. No Name, or Jackie X as it's now known. No Name Corner now has a name. Jackie Corner, and maybe at Puon as well. The fence is fairly close there. But the rest of the track, you're right. There's a fair bit of runoff through a lot of the track, which is great for incidents. Gives you a chance to recover, and I prefer tracks that have grass / sand trap runoffs to having tarmac runoffs. I don't find tarmac runoffs penalise drivers that much.
Can we go on board here and have a look at the fence? I would not call this close at Puon.
Oh, we've already seen 3 or 4 cars upside down from hitting that fence.
But is it close?
Close enough that you can't stop if you've had an incident.
I suppose that's fair.
If you've been spun and you're going sideways or backwards, you're not stopping the car in time.
True. A gravel trap would stop that though.
Potentially, yes. Hey, it's 5 a.m. Sunrise is officially an hour and 4 minutes away.
Cocktail hour.
And they always say it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
12 hours early.
It doesn't say whether it's 5 a.m. or p.m. when you say it's 5 o'clock somewhere, do you?
Exactly.
Well, it just implied that you're meaning p.m.
The onboard shot. Gustas as you rise up the hill now. You can see it there actually. And look, you can see it starting to get quite light over towards the right hand side of the racetrack. Oh, it forgot to shift then. I heard that bounce off the limiter. Another sign of drowsiness.
You can see the sun rising. Definitely a lot more orange glow in the sky now. You can actually see, almost see the white line on the track without lights around. So, I mean, you still need the lights on to make it visible, but the fact you can see the track, or some parts of the track without the headlights, shows that there is a little bit of natural light feeding out onto the circuit.
Is Spa one of the races where the majority of the race takes place at night?
No, due to the time of the year, it's usually mostly under sunlight. So sun sets around about 9 p.m, rises around 6 a.m. They get around about an hour of twilight either side. So you've only really got 7 hours of nighttime racing.
Is it Nürburgring then that has the...
Nürburgring has a lot more night than this race. But yeah, I mean, even still, there's probably just as much. Oh, that's a big wiggle on the brakes. Hold on to that quite well.
Puon's a corner that's tricky to get right.
Hits me a lot, Puon.
Especially if you try to trail brake. Because you end up with quite a lot of steering angle through there. The more angle you put into the steering, the less you can afford to brake. So, especially as you get tired, it's very easy to misjudge that.
100% right. Yeah, very, very easy to misjudge it. Also slightly downhill as well, so it sort of messes with your mind a little bit on when you can brake too. And the fact it's double apex also, I don't know what it is about double apex corners, but they also seem to throw you a little bit of a curveball because you don't know which corner you're actually wanting to brake for and facilitate the the corner too, if that makes sense. You don't know whether you're trying
Well-
to get the first part right or whether you're wanting to get the speed through the second part or whether you take it for both. It's sort of a difficult situation to try and work out sometimes.
I don't want to speak for everyone here, but
You're speaking to
Drivers.
people that have got more talent than me, obviously.
drivers with a sense of what they're doing
Wow.
generally will know what they want to do in that corner. If it's leading onto a large straight, you're going to want to sacrifice the entry, set yourself up for the exit. If it's leading into another set of corners, then you might want to sacrifice the exit and get a very good run through the entry, or maybe find a happy medium and just keep your mid-corner speed up so you cannot be overtaken.
Every time we look at the sky, you can see there's even more and more light starting to appear, even in the west sky now. The glow from the sun starting to
I'm
appear in the
starting
west.
to doubt my 6 a.m. sunrise.
Oh, when the actual sun itself is up, it's 6 a.m., but first light is usually an hour before sunrise when you're not close to the tropics, which you are. You're further to the tropic than I am, so you don't get as much twilight as we do.
Yes, I don't live in the dregs.
Wow. Because I don't understand how daylight savings works, so...
Yes, we don't artificially change time.
But I mean, time is artificial anyway, is it not?
Exactly.
So
Time
what-
doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, time
is a
exists, but...
Time is a construct. We're not going into this.
Philosophy on Sim Speed TV.
Yeah, welcome to today's philosophy lesson. Does time really exist? Villius Gildus would be wishing he had a little less time in the car. How's that for a segue?
He's ready to park his car in the pits because he's wanting to get to sleep before the sun comes up, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's worse when he's coming up through Eau Rouge, that run down the straight. You can see how much he wants to have a little snooze.
As we start to see the light, we can start to figure out where the sun is going to be really affecting these drivers as well. I haven't actually worked out where that is yet.
What's that? Where the sun rises?
Yeah.
The east.
Thanks. Need that.
So you notice if you're running on the run up to Blanchimont, you're running east in that direction now. So the front straight, the run to the source is north. Or pretty close to north.
You don't want to be blinded by the sun coming through some of these corners,
I think,
especially with lapped cars in front.
yeah, I think the positive with this track with Spa is that the sunrise is in a good direction, that a lot of the crucial corners, you're either the sun beside you or the sun behind you. So you really only see it at no name, which you're actually probably protected from the trees and the cut in the dirt there where the track is dropped down, and the run up to Blanchimont. But by the time you get to Blanchimont, you've sort of already cleared it. So I don't think the sun will be too bad. We'll get a bit of a view here.
And the
Right.
trees actually block a bit of it as well. Some of the
forest.
rays of the sun.
The forest will protect them a little bit from the early sun. You can really see the purple now. The orange glow through the trees, so looking east right about now. Oh, that's right. There's one X.
And a few of those, you won't be too far away from 20 extra now, about 120 in total, which is when you'll never see a penalty.
one full lap behind the car ahead, the Offical Racing. Good news for the Good Luck GT3 car, which we saw had issues earlier. They are back out on track. Only took 53 minutes to repair their damage after that big one before.
Oh, is that all?
013 car not far off doing their drive-through. Last time we checked, they're on 95, and then we've just checked again, which, what's that, an hour odd later, and then out to 99. So, next incident point for the 013 car. Result in the drive-through. Hearing also that the cars are behaving quite well, even though they're so heavily damaged. I think that surprises both you and I.
Yeah. It's a good sign. Very good sign. Clearly paying their mechanics well at RSV Motors. They've definitely tweaked the engines a bit. They're down a touch on straight line speed, which isn't fantastic given the lengths of some of these straights. You know, the Kemmel Straight, leading up to the final chicane as well. You want to have that top speed available to you, but in the end it is an endurance race. It's not the end of the world. As long as the wheels are fine and you've got cornering stability, which it looks like they do, they should be okay. And Cabildas just got wiped out.
No way. No. One positive, I guess, is where he is on the track.
Well, someone should have backed out of that.
Yeah. We'll bring it in the pits, no surprise. We'll pick up a replay and work out what happened exactly, try and dissect.
Oh, he's just been hit in the pits by that same driver.
Is that
so we've now got even.
We've now got even.
Yes. We've now got even more damage after being hit in the pit lane by this same car. Now, up the inside, and substantial. Yeah, I mean. There's the contact on the exit.
The second hit into the wall, the back end into the wall has probably been the worst, and then...
Yes, then go to pit entry as well.
Yeah, we'll stay on this. Oh. Okay, that's
Nim.
That's
Where art thou?
Quite poor from that have already caused an incident. I mean, this car was in the lead. They've had all sorts of dramas, but that's just not necessary when you're coming up in a car that is damaged. I mean, the car's probably struggling at that point. Oh, that's just... Both drivers had a little bit of an impact in that one, but even still, Alan didn't need to try and make an overtake. Could have just gave a little tap in the rear instead of trying to drive past and cause both cars extra damage.
Currently, only 5 minutes of optionals.
I don't get it. I don't get it. These guys are just in another world. They're doing amazing in regards to damage limitations.
It's incredible.
Quarter past 5 in Sim. See the sun really starting to come up now. We'll be at full sunlight at the top of this hour. 15 minutes or so, we'll have a little break. recharge our own batteries. And we can see how bad damage is in the cars. It looks like we might have got away with that last one somehow. I don't understand if that's right. They've only got 5 minutes of damage. My concern is that they've got 5 minutes of damage. There may be some damage that's unfixable.
Yeah.
Because they will reach a point where the damage becomes no longer fixable.
Radomir Sverkov continues on the racetrack and will probably end up about only a lap behind the 21 car now, our 013 machine.
We finally got that position over the year 1 car that we said we were going to get earlier. It's not the way we were expecting to get it.
Sacrifices were made. Your dog found that funny too.
Dog's back under control. She's stopped barking for a second now.
Barking or
Or not.
laughing?
No, she's barking. Someone probably tried to walk past the house.
God
Doesn't-
forbid.
She doesn't like people walking past our house.
I know. Imagine having a footpath in your house. At least you could never get robbed
Well,
without
hopefully.
knowing
Hopefully.
about it.
Oh, don't worry. She sleeps well, so she probably wouldn't wake up if we were robbed in the middle of the night.
Thanks for the hot tip.
Give away all the secrets. The only issue is I don't sleep, so
So about 3 p.m. when you're asleep for your nana nap,
one no, yeah.
and your wife is taking your dog for a walk. That's the perfect time.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We're currently looking at about how many laps has it been since this car pitted? So this car, the 013 pitted 3 laps ago. Looks like fuel only for that last stop too, so no tyres in the last pit stop. The other car, 21 car, still sitting in the pits. And as we said, we heard 5 minutes or so of damage repairs. We're not far off that now, I don't think. Anna's actually
And if
stopped
you're
for
looking
us.
to rob Jay's house, his address is
Thanks.
5 E. No, I don't know. I don't know it.
It's 17 Wallaby Way, Sydney.
Is it?
The address I'll find now.
Oh.
E. Sherman, 17 Wallaby Way, Sydney. Is that right?
I think so. It sounds about
I
right.
think that's right.
Yeah. What is the address in Nima?
You know what's funny? We
42 Wallaby Way.
Oh, 42. Sorry. Just seeing the Osmerican Jackaroos out of the pits. That's the car that we were battling with earlier, but they've got a few laps on us due to damage. Interesting that we've had our conversation. Is talking about all sorts of weird stuff. We haven't talked food other than you going to cook your lunch, which normally happens in every single endurance broadcast that we ever do. Food becomes a topic of conversation. We haven't really discussed food. It's strange. Sperry and Reese only took them 40 minutes before they were starting to talk about food.
Yeah, well,
Surprised you haven't talked about how much you want KFC or something.
Oh, no Haynes. No David Haynes. When's Haynes you getting on the broadcast?
Yeah, you'll be getting on in about 4 hours, 5 hours time.
I can talk to you about how much I'm enjoying going to Sydney and Melbourne and Perth and Townsville. And Adelaide and the Bend. We're talking about that, Jay?
That's alright. You can talk about that later on if you want. 7.5 minutes in the pits for the number 21, and back out on circuit we go.
That's what we like to see.
Yep. Back out on track, and guess what? Both cars in the same shot right now. And on the same lap. We've got to fight for position between our two cars.
Well, this should be interesting.
At least we don't have to go and flick around and try and find where both cars are. They're right in front of each other. This will
Change
give
of
us
driver as well, finally.
Yes, yes. There he is. Gustas.
Looks fit. More awake?
Yes,
A bit.
a little bit. Only a little bit though.
Making it very easy on his first flying lap.
I mean, the car probably is fairly decently damaged, so it may not be a bad move to get the car fixed. We'll see how whether the wheel is straight. And slight right hand down, maybe. Might be okay. Hard to tell.
Sverkov just went and passed the Gear 1 black car, who's just dove to the pit lane. Yep, I think Anastas is just working his way into this.
Yeah, confirming that Ilias, who just got out of the car, he's off for a little snooze. Probably best he does that now rather than behind the wheel, because he wasn't too far off it before, was he?
One of those instances where he'll put his head on the pillow and
He'll either fall straight to sleep or won't be able to sleep at all.
yeah.
No in between. You probably, if it's anything like me, won't be able to sleep until it's about 10 minutes before he needs to wake up, and then he'll finally fall asleep.
Yeah. And then straight away he'll be woken up, ready for his next turn. So Sverkov out ahead of Anastas now. It's pulled away quite a bit. Radomir much more comfortable. Been in the car for quite some time. Since lap 245, he's now on 286. Anastas, meanwhile, was last in the car on lap 212. So he spent 70 laps watching.
Next car ahead of us, both cars now, considering they are nose to tail, 16 seconds separating them, is 4 laps up the road. So a little bit to gain, a little bit of time to be able to gain positions. As you said too, the Team Year 1 Black came out of the pits and then came straight back in the next lap. So they are still struggling after that hit with our 21 car not that long ago.
What a shame.
I think I'm feeling a little bit dirty about that one. I mean, the move definitely wasn't. Whoa, that car moved there. That was a fat rabbit car. The move wasn't on for one, and then the hit in the pit lane was a little bit messy. So a little bit devastated that happened, but that's what does happen in these sort of races, unfortunately. Of the
top place car.
Yeah.
Can't believe Radomir there.
Cut away for something for a second because there's been an incident out on the track. This car, when I can find it again. Why is my this car?
Shiny.
Very shiny. So I had a moment there coming down the hill, and then I had another moment here. I reckon he's had a slowdown and he couldn't quite clear it. And that's what's happened there.
Big incident.
Oh, the timing was showing it as a big incident. But actually, it looks like he may have had a secondary incident because he lost 11 seconds on that lap and lost a spot. So there was some sort of incident there for him.
I'll take your word for it.
You're going to have to, aren't you? Because you're not going to see it, so...
If only we had a better director. What does Sponty get back on?
Yeah, you'll be back soon.
Give us Sponty. Radomir is about to make another move on Nick Backer here, the Fat Rabbit Event Solutions Racing Team. That's a name and a half. Losing a spot. On track. And the Styrian Racer car up there as well.
That Styrian Racer car, I'm impressed with those guys. They're 68 laps down. They've had all sorts of issues. They've been stopped multiple times for multiple minutes and they're still going on. Great to see. That's the sort of stuff you like to see in these endurance races. Now, next position ahead of us is the Alpha Canis Racing car, which of course we've been battling with a fair bit throughout this race. We saw Joshua Lowe, it was before in that car, was it not?
Yep. Now Wesley Whitbeck.
Yep, they're just coming out of the pits.
Coming out.
So they've just had a lengthy pit stop.
They are though, 5 laps ahead.
Well, now it's only 3 laps. Showing on the live timing, so that's a good sign because they are gaining, but we're a fair bit behind. But the fact that we're gaining time ever so slowly is a positive. Radomir's lap times are not amazing pace, but they're not slow. And the other car with Anestis is pushing on a relatively good pace. A little bit off the pace, but we're still not 100% sure how bad the damage is in that car. But as long as it stays in a straight line and keeps moving in the right direction, that's a real good sign.
Yep, you just got to keep yourself in the game. And that's what these two R3 Motorsport cars are doing at the moment. .45 seconds off, hitting 11 hours to go in this race. Took the hours off one by one. Eventually you shall reach the final hour, which pretty much becomes a sprint to the end. Okay, if you had to pick between the 013 and the 21 finish ahead,
Which one's going to finish ahead of each other in the inter-team battle? I'm going to say the 21. So So we just took down below 11 hours to go. I'm going to say the 21, just because 013 has more pace, but it also seems to have a lot more bad luck. So that might be the way it goes. I mean, hopefully they both finish relatively well, and hopefully we'll see them be up as close as maybe a top 20. But at the moment they've both reached what their aim was in regards to recovery mode, which was top 30. I think as they are right now, they'll reassess that, probably hope for a top 20 from here.
I reckon they'll 1-3. I'll spite you.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. One of us will be right. That's a positive. The only thing is, it's usually not me. That sun rising now is well and truly starting to rise. This guy looking rather beautiful. Of course, the camera changed on me right on cue. Here's where the sun's going to rise from, over there. Getting close.
They're closer.
The car just ahead of us here is not full position. That is what car is that? I'm just going past that number. It's a number.
That's Adam Fox, the Metro NYPCA Team Blue car, and he's gonna fight for the spot.
That's the car that I thought was in an incident before, but you didn't believe me.
They almost made contact. Metro NYPCA.
Don't ask me what that stands for.
Metro New York Philosophical
Policeman's Club?
Policeman
Police
Club
Car
Academy.
Police Car Association?
Police car racing.
I don't know.
In blue. Ernest is pace from Anastas. 2:22.8 that time.
Yeah, not bad.
Pretty good.
Isn't that last time what?
Now, is that his fastest lap, the 19.8, or the team's fastest lap?
19.8 is the team or the car's fastest lap. We can get a comparison from the last few laps between the two cars. If this works. Let's see if this works. This is going to do it.
Doesn't look like it's working, Jay.
It is. It's great. There we go. Look at that. Just like magic. It took a lot longer than I wanted.
So he's bringing his times down. Doing a very good job of working his way into the stint, as we saw from the very outset, isn't he? 25.0, 24.0, 22.8. Wonder what this lap will bring.
23 flat. No, 22.6. Let's try that.
21.9.
No, we're both wrong. 23.7. But, even better than that. 1:08.7 last lap. Only two cars faster than that on track at the moment. Good pace.
So it is.
Alright, time for you to step aside and go and have a little rest. I'm going to step aside too, and full commentary will resume shortly. Thanks for jumping in.
No worries.
We'll chat to you again soon, and I'll step aside as well, and we'll go back to onboard. Full commentary will return in a little while. Stick with us here on Sim Speed. This is the Motorsport Motorsport team stream of the iRacing Spa 24 hours. We'll follow the two cars, the 013 and the 21, throughout their adventure of the Spa 24.
It's a PR, I'ma get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. That bitch need someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is light, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my side tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, running to the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Sim Speed's broadcast of the rsvmotors.de iRacing Spa 24 hour. It's been a interesting and long event. As you can see, our number 013 car is looking a little bit second hand. It's missing a boot lid. It's been in and out of the pits a few times, but we're still going. Currently sitting in 34th position in that car. And yeah, good to see the guys still cracking on and getting done. They're starting to look a little bit tired in their rigs there. We do have a live feed of the drivers in their cars, which we will give to you guys throughout the remainder of the broadcast. Under 10 hours to go, which we're on that home stretch run to the finish line, and hopefully both of these guys can make it. Looking at the number 21 car, Gustas, he's doing a fantastic job. He was reasonably new to sim racing, but yeah, absolutely nailing it today. We saw him do some really awesome stints throughout the night, and yeah, that 21 car, although it has been in the fence a few times, it's looking in pretty good shape. Joining me in the commentary box for a couple of hours, Brad Wingard. Welcome.
Hey Fonty, thanks for having me. It's good to be here. This is my first endurance style commentary, so I'm very excited, and the first time with the two of us working together, so I'm very excited for that as well. So like you said, we've got just under 10 hours to go. Both cars are still running, which is really good. A lot of the time in these sort of races, people think, oh well, we've crashed it, let's pack up and enjoy the rest of the weekend. But these guys, a lot of them are new to sim racing, but a lot of them aren't new to racing in general. Some of them have real world experience, and they've got that mentality of keep going until the car completely gives up, and we love to see it because we don't see it very often in sim racing. And yeah, they're giving it a red hot go, and it's great to see them both still trundling along.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is good to see them still out there and having a run, even if their cars do look a little bit second hand. It's kind of like a bit of an experience, you know, and I think pushing on, and especially for the new guys who are just kind of fresh to sim racing, it's kind of it teaches you a lot, that first endurance race. So yeah, welcome. I feel honoured to be presenting with you for your first endurance race. This isn't the normal style endurance stuff that we do. We don't often cover just kind of team stuff and broadly cover what's going on with the rest of the race, but thanks to the guys at RSV Motors, they have come on board and we're working together this round, and it's been fantastic to have them part of it. So yeah, we'll be certainly looking forward to seeing how we go through through towards the end. At least it's the daylight now.
Yeah, it's not quite like Daytona where the full track is, or the majority of the track is lit. It's only really the pit complex that we have any lights, so you get to see them for about 40 seconds of the nearly 2.5-minute lap. But thankfully, the natural lights come through, so we can see, even though the cars are a bit busted up than they were several hours ago, the liveries that these cars have on they look really nice and crisp, and they really work with the shape of the BMW M4 that they are driving.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it is fantastic that iRacing have bought another BMW product, the GT3 car, to the iRacing service, and the guys here at RSV Motors Motorsport have taken advantage of that, and certainly done a pretty cool paint scheme for this event, which you guys can see at the lower part of the screen there. So so all out we're a few laps behind, unfortunately. So considering we've been in the pits for at least 5 or 6 times between both cars, the 21 car currently sitting in 29th position, 31 laps down off the lead lap, and the other RSV Motorsports car, the 013 car, with Martinez Lopez in it, is 41 laps down. So look, I think there will be still a lot more people drop out as we're coming to this closing stages of the event. So if these guys just cut laps, keep it on the black stuff, I reckon they're going to just be fine. You could even get inside the top 20, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you think, they're 41 and 31 laps down, that's pretty much race over. But with 9 hours and 40 minutes to go, the leader, for all we know, God forbid, as we see a crash right in front of one of our cars, the leader can crash out very easily in 9.5 hours. That's a good, 100 laps or so on some very, very quick maths. So that's more than those 41 and 31 laps that these guys are down. So anything can happen in motorsport, we know that, and 9.5 hours is a long time for things to go wrong. And not that we wish that on anyone, but that is motorsport, unfortunately. So these guys are a long way from finishing, and I think a long way from tapping out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. To finish first you have to finish. So, just keep it on the black stuff and bring it home. Not having that rear boot lid on the 013 car is not going to be helping that rear downforce at all. Still getting some okay top speed coming out of it. Down the front straight, we're probably about 4 kilometers an hour down on top speed compared to where it should be in that particular car. So I don't know if they've got more optional repairs in the pits. I'm pretty sure they would, but I'm guessing they just wanted to go out there and cut laps, which is absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, they're running consistently, which is good and very difficult considering damage. It makes it quite hard to be consistent, but lap times are there or thereabouts, so they have been for all of Martinez's stint. He has been in the car for quite a while. Actually, no, I take that back, I apologise. He's not long gotten in the car, that was his last stint. It seems the drivers are doing
double stints.
Yeah. With I think they were trying to triple stint overnight, but I think during the day, especially with the BMW, the front tyre degradation is quite high on these cars. So I think they're doing 2 driver stints with changing tyres at each stop, especially with the body damage that they do have. It's affecting their mileage with the fuel and with the tyres. So I think single stinting tyres, double stinting drivers is what they're doing, which I think is still a pretty solid strategy around Spa.
Yeah, you're certainly right. I think the yeah, traditionally you'd try and run kind of 2 stints on a set of tyres, but if you do have that front aero damage, and this track is so aero dependent, you are going to wear out those fronts a little bit more. And we were watching one of our cars during the night session, and they were struggling with front end grip, which you don't kind of often see. So yeah, the smart move to switch some tyres out each time they do. But yeah, I thought some of these newer guys who drove through the night did a fantastic job, and although you know the start of the race in the daytime they were a little bit new to it, maybe a bit nervous, saw a couple of them make some mistakes, but they really clawed back and showed their talent throughout the night and put in some solid laps. So just looking at the overall results for the race for, well, the gap between first, second and third is pretty close. We've got the NSA yellow car, the Ferrari, leading the race, 16 seconds back, Send It Esports. They are driving in the Lamborghini, and then in third, 4 seconds back from him, is also another Lamborghini. So nice and close at the top three. It'll be interesting to see who can do it there, or do we see someone else really come through and take it away from these guys. So next person down, Evil Nature, the 30 car. They were fast earlier on, and yeah, we saw them in the race lead at one stage. So yeah, I do have confidence that those guys could certainly get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, this is the great thing about endurance racing is, yeah, Evil Nature is a lap down, but we don't know what their fuel strategy is. We won't know what their fuel strategy is until probably the last half an hour, maybe 15. There's a 21-second gap, 22-second gap for between the podium sitters at the moment, but that could be 0.3 of a second if you cross the line in 9.5 hours. So it's still close, especially for a 24-hour race. 21 seconds over 14.5 hours is not much at all.
No, it's not.
That's why we like endurance racing, because spread out, and then suddenly with 10 minutes to go they're separated by 8 seconds, and it's exciting. It's still anyone's race to win, which might sound a bit strange, but yeah, with so much time left and so many, another predicted 240 laps or something, it's a long time for the cars to be circulating, and a lot of corners for these guys to be running around. So who knows? I'm excited.
Yep, that's exactly right. There's so far we've done 355 laps, so a little bit of tail happy moment there for Anastas coming out of turn number 1. So tell me, Brad, how did you get into iRacing, and how did you get involved with Sim Speed?
So I am, friends with Bo Albert and Jay and Ryan, and we all play games together. So when the Stock Car Racing Asia Pacific series came up, I asked Jay if he needed anyone for commentating. He said not for that, but we're doing VRS GT Sprint. How do you feel about that? And I said, I'm nervous, but I'll give it a shot. And thankfully, we all know how confident, how strong of a commentator Reese Gardner is, and he took me under his wing, and I've loved it. So when this opportunity came up, I thought this is very different to sprint racing, so let's give it a shot, and here we are. It's great fun. I love it.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, Reese is a good man, and yes, Reese has done a lot for Sim Speed and previously Fiats Online, and yeah, he's an amazing person that we have, and you're certainly right to have guidance from someone like him. Is probably the best way that you could have been introduced into the world of broadcasting and commentating on sim racing. So yeah, I always like to find out how people kind of got into it and the story behind that. You're an active racer yourself?
Yeah, I was meant to be racing today in this race in the Drop Bear Motorsport car, but unfortunately I had a motorbike accident during the week and fractured my collarbone, so Unfortunately, no racing for me for a couple of weeks, but I can still commentate, so that's something. I can still be involved, just not to the capacity that I was hoping.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that you had an accident, mate. At least you're alright, though. Just a bit battered and bruised. And, yeah, like you said, you can still get involved with the racing. So, thanks for coming on and joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, so just looking at all of our retirees, we've got how many in total? There's about 16 cars that are out of the race from the 52 that we started with. 16 of those cars are out of the race, given up for the end of the day. Our boys at RSV Motorsport have not given up, however, and doing a fantastic job just riding on board here with Anestus. He is doing a fantastic job, really, in the groove of things, and just look how relaxed he is in that in his webcam feed. He's certainly pretty focused, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks very calm and collected at the moment. I'm sure the fatigue is very much setting in at this point. I'm not sure what their rest cycle is like at the moment, but he was there at the start of the race and he's had a bit of a break. I think he had a 4-hour break between his stints. So he's had some time off, but I don't think he's taken a massive break from the sim. So I'm sure the fatigue's setting in, but he's driving really solidly. His lap times are very consistent, which is always good at this phase of the race, especially when the car's this damaged. And he's got the lap car of who is that? That is Team Wolfpack of Hartnoff in front of him. So just trying to make his way past. There are a few cars that have been in the pits quite a while in front of him. So I'm sure that his team has been feeding that information to him, like push while you can. We can make up a couple of spots with these guys in the pits. I'm not sure he's pushing too much as he comes too wide into Blanchimont. It's a bit brave. Oh, geez, that was close on accident. Just enough for him, thankfully, but slowly making his way, like we said before, pushing on, which is what we like to see, and they'll slowly be making those positions up over the next couple of hours as more teams have issues.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's amazing. We had that car we had up in 8th position, started in 24th, we got up to 8th, and then just got touched in the rear from a lapped car and kind of ended the race from that point for those guys. So yeah, a little bit disappointing, but yeah, I still think, oh, there we go, we just moved up another spot, so up to 28th now, so we could easily get inside the top 20 as long as we keep it on the black stuff. This Porsche doesn't want to give up, although they're not racing for position on track, so he doesn't want to give up any track area, does he?
No, he doesn't, and this is the hard part about these sort of races is you'll get cars that are a lap down, but they might be faster than you and they're trying to get their laps back as well as you, but then you're trying to get past them to get your laps back, and
You gotta work
sometimes
together.
it's, yeah, exactly, and sometimes it's like, well, I'm a higher lap than you, but you're faster. Do I yield? Are you going to slow me down? And sometimes, and that's is done now, is just yield that position. Maybe sit in the tow if they're not too slow and save some extra fuel to save the stop later in the race. But still circulating. There's been no real incident there. Just a little bit of time lost, but nothing too major. It's down 4 spots on starting position, which given all the dramas that happened overnight is not too bad. So it's a good run so far through this stint.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. They yeah, you've got to really utilise that car. Although that Porsche's behind us in overall position, they're in 33rd. Team Wolfpack car, they were really fast early on in the race, so I think Anestus needs to just sit in behind. He could really utilise that Porsche in front and save a bit of fuel, and really cut down on that pit stop time. He's in the groove, so yeah, just hang on the back there and you'll find yourself making your way up. The next car in front of us for them is 2 laps in front. So yeah, we've got a little bit of time to make up to the 27th position car, but that's all right. It will be done.
It's 2 laps sounds like a lot, especially at a track like Spa. It's 7 kilometers, so it's not exactly a Simmons Plains or Adelaide Street Circuit where it's a 90-second lap and you're through. It's the good part of nearly 5 minutes as third place car comes up to pass now. But when they're stationary, passes, but very unfortunate for those drivers, but you got to take the positions where you can in these sort of races, and I think that's beneficial when others aren't, as sad as it might be.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right. And yeah, a little bit of a heartbreak story for these guys. For our other car there, the 013 car, Martinez Lepe, currently in the car. They had a blinder of a start, got up to 2nd position at the start of the race, and then yeah, after the first stint, yeah, it all came crashing down for them, and we were in the wall. So unfortunately, that started 5th position has taken us all the way back to 34th. But yeah, as long as they're out there having fun, and looks like they are having plenty of fun, although they are looking very tired. And as to see, it looks like he's about to fall asleep actually in that rig.
Yeah, they the seats, a lot of seats don't recline, but they are reasonably comfortable, so taking a nap while you're driving can be very tempting. It's currently, sorry, let me check, it's 4:24 AM in the UK at the moment, so it's not exactly bright, sunny 1:30 that it is here on the east coast of Australia, but the eyes start to get very heavy after coming off a very difficult night stint for these guys. But he's still putting in really consistent lap times, all things considered, so yeah, I'm sure he'll have someone in the booth with him letting him know what he's doing. A lot of these guys are relatively new to sim racing, even if they have some real life racing experience, which is definitely helpful, but in the real world you have more things to keep you awake because you're at the track. Like there's sounds and the vibrations, and all your pit crew are there. There's probably, I don't know, 50 teams of 40 people minimum, but for sim racing, you know, you're in your living room or your sim racing room or whatever on your own, and the lighting starts to get dimmer and dimmer. It's not as hard as real world racing, but there's factors in there that start to make it quite difficult to get through those early hours as the sun slowly starts to rise in the backyard.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. There are some elements of sim racing, especially during sim racing, are harder. The concentration it takes to do fast laps in these GT cars, they're a bit of a handful to drive. They are very fast and have plenty of grip, but yeah, if you make a kind of small little mistake and lose the rear, it's quite hard to catch them sometimes. So plenty of runoff areas at this track, which helps it be a little bit more forgiving than some of the other circuits that we have on the iRacing service. I do apologise for the network little hiccups that we're having here. I'm not too sure what's going on, but hopefully it settles down pretty soon. I'm actually broadcasting from managed isolation within New Zealand. I arrived here a couple of days ago, and quickly built my computer up, and we're off hotel internet, so can't tell you exactly what's wrong, but it's been pretty good up until this point, so let's hope that it clears itself up and does the job.
I touched wood next to my system.
Thank
so
you.
Hopefully nothing goes wrong, but in saying that, I know that Jay has been very much looking forward to your return. Having someone to work alongside with behind the scenes, he's been looking forward to that a lot, and I know this is our first time working together, but I'm very grateful to have you back because it means we can still keep the show going. Because of course, Jay will be organising the Belle Isle Sprint for the Supercars Online on again. Double header this weekend, round 2. So he's run away to do that after broadcasting all night. So we thank him for that, and we thank you for being here to take over. Because without you, the show wouldn't be able to continue.
Yeah, well, it's been a pretty big marathon. Yesterday, I didn't sleep from yesterday 8 AM and I just fell asleep today. So it was yeah, almost 33 hours or something I was awake for. Which when you're broadcasting from, I started at 3 AM or before 3 AM, 2 AM, right up until 11 o'clock when Jay came and gave me a break. So yeah, I was certainly feeling it, needed a little bit of a rest. I've had an hour's sleep, so that'll see me through for the rest of this race. And yes, certainly go and check out V8 Scops. I was talking about it with one of the other commentators earlier. If you haven't seen V8 Scops, that is one series that you need to go and check out. It creates such awesome racing, the best sim races in the Aussie NZ community, head to head at one of the most difficult street circuits in the world, Belle Isle, round 9 of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, and it's certainly going to be a cracker.
But of course, as soon as that is done, come back here and watch the end of this
Of course,
race,
you know what? Have both of them open.
Or even better, exactly.
Exactly
You can,
right.
you can split your audio as well, so Scops comes through one ear and we come through your other ear, and you'll be perfectly set up for your entertainment for the night.
Yeah.
Because we'll be broadcasting right through till just after 10:45 tonight, Australian Eastern Standard.
Yeah, I think till about 1:45 AM my time. So, yep, few hours to go ahead. We love sim racing. We love motorsport. We're here to do it, and we'll continue to do it. So, just hopefully these boys keep it on the black stuff and continue to have a good run. Just Martin is approaching up behind that Mercedes very, very quickly there.
Yeah, that Mercedes is looking a little bit worse for wear. The sim racers, Huppenheim, sorry. They were in the pits for quite a while. A couple of laps ago, we passed them not too long ago. They are the car behind our number 013 car. They are about 23 laps behind us, so they're still running as well, which is good to see. When you're that far down, it is very, very easy to throw in the towel, but a lot of drivers still continuing to press on, and we love to see it because, you know, we aren't playing for cheap stations, and it is very easy to throw in the towel, but a lot of cars still circulating. A lot of the teams that, like, both of our cars were battling early in the race that have fallen down with or behind us are still circulating as well, which we like to see that as well, because you don't like, as much as we like a nice easy win, it's also really good to have those long slog out fights with people, and if you keep running then it makes it more interesting for everyone, I think.
Yeah, exactly right. And kind of, if you're wanting to improve your iRacing career or just your career in motorsport in general, you know, keep on going when the tough gets tough. You know, they keep on going. So it's yeah, great to see all of these guys still going out there, and we could still see a real mix-up. It's such a shame that we don't have. Oh, here we go. Oh, that was a bit of hair-raising stuff there from Martinez.
Yeah, that was a very, very weird mistake there.
Yes, certainly very weird, but just looking at the front, so the gap suddenly went from, I think these guys have just come out of the pits actually. There was a 2-second gap between second and third, and now the gap is 1 minute 38, so yes, they have just done a pit stop. That's the MAD Sim Racing car. So a bit more time for him to hunt down, but that Centre Esports car needs to make a pit stop at some point. So I'm sure that gap will be brought right back up close together again.
Gustas just made another pass on someone in the pits. He's now up to 27th position. That was the Fat Rabbit Event Solutions Racing team. They've been in the pits for about half an hour. I don't know if they'll be going back out. Hopefully they do, but that car is smoking in the pit lane, and it has been for quite a while.
Oh yeah, if it's smoking, it's not a good sign. Generally, day's done when the motor's smoking, so thankfully our guys haven't had that happen. We'll still continue to push. Yeah, touch wood. Yeah, plenty of wood around to touch. There we go. The big flash on the headlights. Going to make another move on a Porsche.
I think that's still the same Porsche from a...
It is. Yeah, it is. It is too, yes. He's wanting him to hurry up. Either that or he's found some pace.
Yes, that he's unless this has been consistently running in the high 21s, low 22s. Last lap was a low 24, so that's a big drop off in pace. So maybe that Porsche is struggling, or I think Gustas is very much in his right to give him a flash, like, hey, you're starting to slow me down, can I get past? Because you can fuel save as much as you want, but when you're dropping 2 seconds a lap, that's when you start to want to give the car in front a bit of a high rate. See what happens going into the bus stop here.
Oh, he's looking. He's letting him know that he's there. Oh, he's been given plenty of room. Good on you guys. Race fair, race clean, that's what we like to see. What's the lap time from him? Because of my internet, it's not giving me accurate lap times at the moment.
23.8 last.
23.8. Okay, not too bad. So, considering the damage, not too bad at all. Fastest lap for that for the 21 car is a 19.8.
It'll be pretty much bang on 3 seconds off the pace while following a lap car with damage. That's honestly not too bad at this stage of the race, especially when you account for fatigue and the damage and all that sort of stuff. They're still running consistent lap times, which is good. The track is nice and cool at 19 degrees. It will start to warm up, of course, with about 40 cars still running, you said. And as the sun starts to come up as well, the temperature will start to rise.
Yeah, we'll just take a quick look at that temperature.
This is good.
See what it is. Sorry, unfortunately I don't have it in Celsius. So yeah, still reasonably cool out there actually. 65 degrees Fahrenheit. That's shown. What is that in Celsius?
19 degrees Celsius.
There we go. So yeah, certainly starting to warm up. I've actually been to this event in real life and in 2018 and watched my good friend actually win the SPA 24 hour, which was pretty cool. Such an amazing circuit to go to. It's, yeah, probably the highest rated circuit for me. It's the presentation of the place is just amazing, and I think I walked 28 kilometers in the day that I was there, just around the place.
I remember when David Haynes, who will be on in a couple of hours to commentate, we went to the Bathurst 12 hour just before COVID-19 really hit these groups on Australia last January.
Yep.
We walked a half a marathon on the Friday before the race because we were just walking through the pits and up the mountain and down the mountain, and I feel like this would be the same. Like, you know, the Eau Rouge Radion is a big climb that's like 31 stories in the space of 6 seconds.
Yep.
But yeah, being at Bathurst is just, the driving it in a sim and watching it on TV doesn't do it justice, and I feel like this would be exactly the same thing. Like, you get a scale for it, but not a true scale, and then you go there and you're like, oh my god, that's so much bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah, I never got the opportunity to actually walk around the track, but I think the dipper at Mount Panorama is steeper than what Eau is on this track. But yeah, you're exactly right. When you go to those iconic venues that you've seen on TV for years and years and years, known about, go and check it out for the first time and see how cool, how awesome the track is in real life. It does make you appreciate it. We're certainly very lucky that we're able to drive it virtually, thanks to iRacing and their awesome technology and the way that they can do things.
Yeah, I think a lot of people take sim racing in general on multiple platforms for advantage. Like, we think, oh yeah, X game costs so much one time off, or Y game is a subscription. But people don't realize how fortunate we are to be living in a time where you can spend, $400 on a wheel and pedals and $100 on a game and race at multiple racetracks around the world, where 10, 15 years ago to do that accurately, it would probably cost you probably $100,000. It's such a privilege to be able to do this, even though, we're the ones that pay for it, but without the people behind the scenes, it wouldn't be possible, and I think a lot of people forget that.
Yeah, I think you've hit it on the head with that one there, Brad. I was fortunate enough that I was lucky enough to go kart racing and Formula racing from a young age, and I know the money that that my dad spent on going karting. We were on a budget, but yeah, what iRacing offers, I've loved motorsport all my life, and when I had to stop racing because it was costing too much money, and I found the iRacing platform, just kind of it really kind of filled that space that I'd been racing all my life, and then all of a sudden you weren't able to race, and to be able to go and jump on and do it virtually, and it costs you a one-time cost, and you can go out there and race with some of the world's best and beat them with a $15,000 simulator setup, and a guy with a $400 setup can easily come and clean you out. So that's what I like about it, and iRacing have really done it properly. They don't they may be a little bit behind when it comes to some features, compared to some of the other platforms, but to me, no other platform compares. There's nothing that is competitive, that is realistic like iRacing, and whenever iRacing do something, they do it once, they do it right, and it's always the best, so we've seen NASCAR obviously invest a huge amount into it with their E-Series, and we've seen a lot of other series jump right behind it and pump it up, and I feel in the last couple of years as people are really starting to recognise it as a sport. And Jake Sperry was telling me earlier that it's an Olympic sport now, which it certainly has beaten real life motorsport to that achievement, which is always gives you a nice tick in the book.
Yeah, it's ever evolving discipline, ever growing, and it's still in its infancy compared to like League of Legends or Rocket League or World of Warcraft, but the rate that sim racing is growing on all platforms is exciting, because we spoke about it in Discord a while ago about how, say, when a set of Corsa Competizione came out, it meant that people had to really step up their game with their GT content to try and match them or look for alternatives. Or when R-Factor 2 held 24 hours last year because of COVID, meant that iRacing had to really step it up for like Spa 24 hours. And even though it's a platforms, it means that everyone has to try their hardest to be the best, and we as customers benefit from that. And it's really exciting that as they try and grow, we all grow, and esports, well, like sim racing as an esports grows, and it benefits everyone. That's
Yep, that's you've hit it on the head there, Brad, and yeah, it's amazing how everyone's mentality has changed about it. Just, you know, used to be a computer game. Well, it's not just that computer game anymore. It is competitive. It is real. It is, you know, exhilarating fun. And if you've been considering jumping on and giving iRacing a go, I can promise you that it'll be the best thing you ever do. I've never seen anybody who hasn't enjoyed it, who hasn't tried to continue on and make a career out of it, and I've seen some people really be successful out of it, and yeah, there's some huge success stories when it comes to what people have done, you know, certainly from our end of the world, like to Josh Rogers. He was, when I first saw him come along, was about 2014, and just this young wee kid who had some serious talent behind him. And he raced in V8 Scops, and before you know it, he's been picked up by some of the world's biggest teams, and now he's a paid sim racer. So the opportunities are endless, and with where the sport is going and the future of it, why not jump into it right now when the time is hot?
The future of sim racing is very exciting, and I am so thrilled to be able to ride that ride with everyone else. Even though, you know, we all want to be the best, it's still just as enjoyable to be along for the ride.
Yeah, so that's good to hear. Now we'll get back to the racing as such. 27th position for our 21 car. Nasta's still at the wheel, doing a fantastic job. Still looking calm as ever. Hasn't put a foot wrong. Cutting out good lap times as well.
Yeah, he's been driving very, very consistently the last couple of laps. The Porsche that was in front of him has gotten past that BMW of Matthijs Stoker.
Here we go. Who's going to be made? Whoa. Yep.
Yeah, just enough space left. That was really well done. Even though that BMW is further up the road than us, the awareness was very good sportsmanship through the com to let us through. Didn't lose too much time behind him, which is good for us. He didn't lose too much with us passing, which is good for them. I think Anastas is probably due for a pit stop pretty soon. Probably in the next 2 or 3 laps, I think.
Yes, I think you're right. I don't have the live time. It's not quite showing right on my end, but he's been out in the car for a little bit of time. Will we see a driver swap? We don't see anybody getting ready at this stage. But it doesn't take long to jump in the seat. Need to see the boss man Radomir jump in and cut some laps. I know he did a stint just before. Be good to have a interview and a chat with him about how the race has been. He performed really, really well in qualifying and did great in that first stint. It was, yeah, the one who got the car up to second position. He has really, really good speed overall. So yeah, hopefully we'll see him back in the car soon, and we can have a chat with him after his stint is finished. Or if you can hear me now, jump on Radomir and we can have a chat. Here we go. Right on cue. Car comes into the pit lane. He's staying in. He's doing another stint.
Very nice pit entry as well. A lot of drivers have been pushing the limits of pit entry that I've seen, but nice
getting
and
a quick
smooth.
drink. Looking. Here we go. We'll just give a quick. Hopefully this is the right thing. Side by side. No, hold on. Just change that up. He's getting his quick drink ready. Texting his missus on his phone. It's generally what you do in the pit lane, especially if you're doing another stint. Time to quickly, if you see him jump out. There he goes. He's getting ready to jump out. Go to the toilet.
Flash and dash in a different
Yeah,
sense.
I've done it myself many a times. He's looking ready to go. He's going to get some damage fixed at the time. Either that or he's just texting on his phone, telling the boys how good he went. There we go. No, staying in the car. No toilet break.
That's a solid effort. He's been in since 285 he got in the car. We're on 337 at the moment. So that's 52 laps, which is a double stint. That's not too bad.
Oh, he is. Here we go. He's jumping out. He's jumping out. Quick toilet break. Get some repairs done on that car, and yeah, we'll see who jumps in. Hopefully he's back in the car again.
Goes up on the jacks for some tyres. The car behind us, the Empire Racing blue car, is our closest rival. They are 2 laps down. Coming out of Jackie X corner now towards Puan. So a lap and a half, 2.5 laps. Plenty of time for a bathroom break, especially if there's some damage. The 013 car is coming through Stavelot now on the run to Blanchimont. Still a while for them. I think this is lap 20 of their stint for Martinez. A lot of damage to the back of that car, unfortunately. After starting in 5th, they are a long way from where I'm sure they'd like to be, but still some solid lap times. Both cars doing low 22s in the early morning, which is really good. The sun beams down on the top of the car there. But yeah, Martinez is probably 7 or 8 laps away from a stop. With the number 21 still in the box. So they'll probably pass them this time by, and then in a couple up, 21 car will get passed again.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. They're just getting a few more of those optional repairs done. Trying to help us get a bit more straight line speed out of it. Giving them a break after 52 laps. It's going out and stretch the legs. And yeah, we'll see them back in a few minutes, I would think. Gloves are on. Absolutely fantastic that we have this technology that we can get live images as they happen, all the way from Europe to New Zealand in less than a second, which is so cool with how the internet has evolved. Imagine trying to do this on the old dial-up internet back in the day. Would have been impossible. Here we go, jumping back in the car. I really want to grab one of these guys for an interview at some stage, so Martinez should jump on in and have a chat with us after this is finished. Or one of the guys there, tell him to stay on board and have a chat with us after he's finished his stint.
Still in the pit lane for the number 21 car as Martinez is coming up to Blanchimont now on their lap 328, so they're about 7 laps behind, sorry. Ever catching. Hopefully Anestis will be in the car soon. He's about to jump back in the seat, I believe.
Martinez doing a fantastic job here on this damaged BMW, which is Rouge, hitting his points bang on every lap. Currently sitting in P34. That battle for right up the front. Just take a quick look at the other drivers in this race. battle for the lead is still very much alive. So the Mad Racing car in third position, 9-second gap between himself and second place, which is the NSA yellow car. Then the Centre Esports car, which is leading the race, they're going to be due in for a pit stop soon, so we will see that gap really start to close up.
I see that the number 30, as they come into the pits now, I was about to say that Evil Nature Porsche has just gained their lap back, but that would probably be why. Slightly out of sequence with the pits. They have only just gone out. I wonder what's happened to them.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. When I had to, sometimes I have to restart the overlay software, which holds all the information for previous stuff. But we do have live timing running. If you guys are interested in checking that out, I will get you the link, or the link is in the description of the YouTube video, I believe. I could be wrong. Let me just double check that actually. So have you ever had the opportunity yourself, mate, to do any real life racing stuff?
Only hire carts, unfortunately. I was hoping to take my motorbike to Lakeside Raceway in just north of Brisbane, but unfortunately it's not exactly cheap to go to a track day for a motorbike, let alone when the motorbike is broken. So it's still on my bucket list, but no actual car racing outside of hire carts yet.
Oh, that's right. Hire kart racing is pretty cool. I've just finished up running a big hire kart centre in the UK before returning to New Zealand to set up life here again. So I know all about that industry, and yeah, it is very competitive and a lot of fun and easy on your wallet as well. So we're going to have a driver swap here. Actually, it looks like we've got another one of our very solid drivers jumping in. Some of the stints he cut early on in the race were just fantastic. The flow that he had, the speed that he had was unbelievable. And we'll get that information to you once it is all up there. If you guys do want to check out that live timing link, simspeed.tv/RSV live. That's simspeed.tv/RSV live. We'll give you all of the whole race, all the information on what's happened with every driver, all their lap times, how long their stints were, so please do go and check that out.
We do have Anastas back in the car again. Quite a slow stop for them, 9 minutes, so they lost about 3.5 laps in that stop, probably trying to get some damage repaired, making the most of that at home to go to the bathroom as the leader comes through now. And I guess that's a good thing about sim racing, is the race is usually runnable unless you pass scrubbing or the engine doesn't exist anymore. But when things do go wrong, it means you can take your time, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, because we might not have the G-forces that a real race car does, but sitting in a race seat for hours is extremely painful if you're doing it wrong, and especially through the lower back and the legs, they start to cramp, so being able to stand up and stretch them without rushing back to the seat is not always a bad thing.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'll just inform. So Anastas has left the car. We now have Mantis back in the car. It just hasn't changed the name on the Zoom feed. Just going to get the driver images all linked up right so we can show that information. But yeah, this guy's seriously good behind the wheel. We saw some really fast lap times punched up by him, so let's hope we see that again.
So, it's right now rolling us up. It says Ernestus is back in the 21.
Yeah. Don't think he's. I think he's just stayed on his profile. To be fair.
Okay.
I think that's what's happened. Maybe they've forgotten about that. But yeah, certainly it does show on the overlay software as being Ernestus, but the face on the Zoom feed that we've got says another story. Anyway, back to the racing, and this race for the lead is still very much on. And if you do have a look at that live timing feed that I just told you guys about, 24 laps have been completed for that lead car number 18 in the stint. So yeah, we're going to see them come in very, very soon. They'll be starting to run quite low on fuel, I would say, in that Lamborghini.
Yeah, the changed to about 120 litres for most of the cars. I think the Ferrari is at 110, but it has a lower fuel burn. I might be wrong, don't quote me on that.
I think you're
But
right.
It's about the same fuel distance, so flat out these cars will do 25.5 laps on a tank of fuel, so obviously stop after 25, but most of these guys will be lifting, coasting, changing fuel modes, drafting to save some fuel, because if you get that 26th lap over the course of the race, you save a monumental amount of time. So that extra lap, a little bit of fuel saving, works wonders for your race strategy. So flat out, that Sim Speed Esports car will be in about 7 laps. With some fuel saving, it's probably about 8 laps until they come in, and then we'll see that gap that sits at a minute 37 at the moment will shrink right down once that pit stop is completed, as it comes in the lane now.
There we go, right on cue, he's in the lane, so this is going to be interesting to see where these front 3 cars come out. There's a minute 38 separating first and second at that stage when he came into the pit lane. What's it going to be when he comes out of the pit lane? I reckon they're going to be side by side.
It's really hard to tell around Spa, because usually you'd use like the Grand Prix layout, which is normally like a normal Grand Prix pit, but with the endurance pits, the lane transition is nearly 50 seconds just to transit the lane, let alone stopping for fuels, and it depends if they're taking tyres or not, if they're just doing front tyres or both, they're doing a driver change. So the pit stops here can range from a minute to 2.5 minutes. So it could be extremely close, or it could swing the other way, which I guess we'll find out in the next minute, really.
Just managed to make his way to his pit booth now. Very long pit lane, as you were just saying, and yeah, it seems like an eternity that when you drive down there. Very cool that we can simulate all that sort of stuff, and yeah, strategy is such a big part of this endurance racing. You're always trying to reverse engineer right to the end. If you make a stop, then you know, couple of hours into the race, that could change your whole game plan. And because we don't have safety cars in the official iRacing endurance events, but we do in hosted events or league events when you know, leagues get together and host these events for the community, and the option and the ability to have live safety cars, live shooting certainly happens, and that's really awesome to see and be a part of.
Yeah, it really adds to the immersion factor.
He's still in the lead, 20 seconds.
That was it.
13 seconds, I'm being corrected. So the gap is closing even more. We might make it down to 10. So he's in 10-second gap between first and second now. It is, and then another 4 seconds back to third.
It's
So
gotten closer since
it
we
has.
over, yeah.
Our closest battle on track for position, 19th and 18th. Skidmark Racing. Trap Engineering Race Department in 19th. Those guys separated by 1.2 seconds. So there is the Ferrari of Skidmark Racing. Trap Engineering right there. They're racing for 18th position on track. Closest battle that we have. And then the next closest battle is for 25th position. Offical Racing. Trying to hunt down Blue by You. 9.5 seconds separating those two cars. Oh, Skidmark Racing, here we go. It's all on. They've made the move, it's done. That battle, that fight was finished very easy. Looks like Skidmark Racing are actually struggling for pace.
Like I say, that didn't last very long, but I think Skidmark Racing got caught up behind that BMW of RLH Esports Black, which one of our cars was passing before, following that Porsche there. Up in 11th, so they're a lot higher than the guys that have just passed him, but running very conservatively at this point of the race. It's a slightly damaged car, but pace is still there or thereabouts. It's just some of the cars around it, I think. Not all bad.
Taking a look back at our cars, says Ernestus is in the car, but it's actually Mantis who's in the car. First lap out, done a pretty good job. He's pushing pretty hard. Car's looking in better shape than it was certainly before they came into the pits, so maybe a little bit more straight line speed now, and we really could see him make up some time on that car in front. The W2W Racing red car, Justin Thompson, they are just dropped back to 24th. Looks like they're out of the race, so we are going to make up another position there, and we do just have a couple of laps until that will actually officially happen. Our 013 Martinez still punching out laps there, doing a fantastic job, and looking pretty relaxed in the sim now.
Yeah, they both seem very in control and focused, but they're not straining too much, looking at telemetry, relatives, all that sort of stuff. So I know the race hasn't gone the way that they've wanted, but they both seem so in control and on top of everything, which is very, very good to see at this really difficult part of the race. The reason why the number 21 had such a slow stop was partially repairs, but at this time of the race, people, like we said, are getting fatigued and they are starting to struggle. And there's a mix up with sleep schedules, and one of the drivers wasn't quite ready, so that's part of the reason why they had the slow stop that they did. But at the same time, that's also kind of worth it when you get to this point of the race, because fatigue does become such a big factor. If your car has repairs, then let the driver sleep for an extra 5 minutes before getting ready. So a little bit of a sleep schedule delay for that car, but nothing too major or worried about. The drivers are awake, that need to be awake now, and in the car as they are needed. So slower stop last through the one.
Yeah, certainly right. Do apologise for these little networking hiccups that we're having at this current stage. Do seem to come in waves. Hopefully we should have a clear run from this point onwards though, and we can see clear laps being cut by the boys here at RSV Motorsport. And yeah, certainly go and check out what RSV Motors do. They sell some pretty cool high-end supercars, any sort of cars they sell, so go and check them out, rsvmotors.de. and for us English speaking lads, you have to do the Google Translate because it is in German, But yeah, pretty cool what they do, and big thanks to them for jumping on board and being part of us for this and giving us the opportunity to broadcast their team and see how they go. And it's been fantastic to see how these guys go, and some of them being pretty fresh to sim racing. Just seeing them evolve and improve over this race has been incredible.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure everyone has touched on it overnight, but it is very, very different to what is usually done here at Sim Speed, and it's been a very cool experience from what a lot of the guys are saying, to be able to do this sort of broadcast where we follow just one car or one team rather than broadcasting the entire race. And it's been a different learning curve, I think, because it's a different approach to commentating the most exciting battle or who picks when, and of course we try and cover that because there's not just the two RSV motorsport cars in this race, but to be so vocal with just two cars is very different, and it's been a really cool experience to listen to and to now be a part of, and it's been very good to have these guys on board and do this sort of commentary, so we thank them for coming to us and asking.
Yep, exactly right. And we still need to have a chat with Radomir, the Managing Director, CEO of the company, who is one of our drivers and has been out there many a times today and done some stints. So we will have a chat with him before the end of the race. Though I'm sure by the end of the race they'll be just wanting to curl up in their bed and go to sleep. I know that I'll be looking forward to going to my bed at the end of the event, and I just hope that we can manage to get these two cars inside the top 20 or even further up than that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and from what I've seen on the entry list, a lot of these teams are based in Europe, so a lot of them are probably very, very tired right now. There's one Australian car in this split, which is the 449 car, the Ferrari. There's a couple of Americans and Central American teams, but most of them are centered around Scandinavia, Benelux, UK, Iberia. So a lot of those guys will be feeling the fatigue, and a lot of the other guys will be going into the night. So they'll really be feeling it by that point, whereas the Australian cars, we said it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon for us, so they've hopefully had some European teammates, which is the beauty of sim racing. You can have an American, a European, and an Australian, and you can all drive during the day and sleep during the night. It works, but if like these guys are all centered in like Germany and Lithuania and all that Central and Eastern European countries, which makes it really difficult for these longer events when you start to get fatigued and you look at the clock and like, oh, we still have 8.5 hours to go and it's 5 o'clock in the morning, but that's why they do it. They've done a lot of some endurance racing in real life, so they're more than prepared for it, but it still becomes a struggle in those early hours of the morning.
It becomes more realistic, like the real thing, when you're in that one time zone and all together. And I think it's really cool that these guys have done it where they're all actually in the same building, in the same room, and racing together, being a part of this together. Probably got bunk beds out the back that they're all sharing to have a rest in. But yeah, fantastic that they've done a setup like this and made it possible for us all to communicate and see them all in the same area.
That ties into what we were talking about earlier about the growth of esports. Obviously, Coanda Esports, probably the biggest team in iRacing. I think you could comfortably say one of the most successful. They obviously have their house in Germany with Josh Rogers, in case you didn't know. And when they ran the R-Factor Le Mans 24-hour virtual last year, they were all in the same room, it just created that atmosphere, which I think made that event so much better than if they just hosted like a normal 24-hour race where they were all in their individual houses and could wake up when it was convenient, and they had all their race control and their engineers there, and then we have the Arches House, which is the first time that's ever happened in Australia. So a lot of those guys will be driving, say, the Scops Bathurst 1000 in October, or late September, and that'll create a similar atmosphere. And then these guys are doing the same thing here, and it makes it feel so much more realistic compared to just playing a game and then going and doing some house chores or doing the shopping or having a beer with your family, which, don't get me wrong, is great, but the atmosphere that doing it in the same house creates just a really the feel of being at the event itself, and it's a really special feeling that not a lot of people get to experience.
Yep, certainly right there. We've had the awesome opportunity to be part of some live events, and I hadn't, funny story for you actually, is myself and Jay have been business partners here at Sim Speed for 6 years now. We were business partners for 3 years and had never met in real life up until a live sim racing event where I flew in from the UK and drove to Jay's house, and we met for the first time in person, which was pretty surreal, and then drove across from Melbourne to Sydney in a rental car, packed up with all of Jay's sim equipment, my sim equipment, and we went and did a live sim event at Sydney Motorsport Park, which was a cool experience to be a part of. And then also with the same crowd at PAX only a couple of months later. So these live events are where it's at for sim racing, and it's so cool when you've got all feeds of everybody in their sim rigs, and we can bring those pictures live and instant to the world.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing about like sim racing is everyone can do it as long as you have like the passion and, pardon the pun, the drive to do it. Anyone from any walk of life can do it, and then you get to those live events, it's like, oh, I've been racing with you for 4 years, it's so good to finally meet in person. You don't get that from your normal community sport where you see everyone 2 or 3 times a week and you play on the weekends. But this one is, I wouldn't have met, like Sam Blacklock or David Haynes or Mike Korolev that helps run Scott. Even though he lives 2.5 kilometers down the road, we had to drive 1,000 kilometers and meet in Bathurst because that's where everyone was, and that's the beauty of events like this. And I know a lot of people that I used to race on when I was on Forza and console before making the switch to iRacing. They used to go to Silverstone and Nürburgring and Spa 24 hours, even though they came from the UK and France and Germany and Italy, and they would all meet in these areas and be like, yeah, we play video games together, but we meet up in real life like we've known each other since we were children. And
well, that's generally what the Bathurst 12 hour has become now, isn't it? Is that central meeting spot for all the sim races. I know I haven't been there myself and been part of it, but it is growing every year. And funny you should say about Mike Korolev. Mike Korolev and Simon Black, they were the people who I got into iRacing with, and we've been doing V8 Scops and running V8 Scops with them for many years now, and I was talking to those guys every single day, would consider them good friends of mine, and yet I still haven't met them in person, but it's like you know them forever, and it is quite surreal when you do meet them for the first time, and it kind of it's a good time when you have a bit of a party up, and I certainly plan to go to the next Bathurst 12 hour. Hopefully COVID restrictions are all over by that stage.
Yeah, we hope so.
As I sit here in a managed isolation facility, flying back from the UK after 5 years to set up life in New Zealand, it's going to be great to be back on this side of the world again, working on the Aussie NZ iRacing community as I was beforehand. It was a little bit hard doing it in the opposite time zone sometimes, and I was quite often up throughout the night doing stuff, especially when I wanted to go racing as well.
I think that's one of the beauties of having you back, is you can work with us again, and I know I'm excited for you to be back on this side of the world across the pond. The RSV Motorsport number 013 has just made it past 4 position. The Ragnarok Sim Racing car has been in the pits for 17 minutes. A very long time. So that car has now moved up to 31st position. Will be 1 lap down on the Team Year 1 Black Mercedes, which is still circulating. They were the pole sitters, who are unfortunately down in 30th position. But the gap is still quite a lot. The Year 1 black car is coming into La Source, while the RSV Motorsport 013 is just coming out of Poulan. So it's about a lap and a half between those 2 cars. So we'll see how that one plays out. The 21 car is back in 28th after their long stop. Empire Sim Racing Blue, the car in front. It's a lap in front, but they've just come in the pits, but I think that is a scheduled stop. Looks like a scheduled stop, so we'll see how that one. But both cars still running, slowly making up positions, but
I think the Empire Blue car has actually stopped for some time. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't see the ticker increasing, but that could just be something on my end.
Yeah, I'm seeing them in the pits for about 90 seconds now, so I think it's a scheduled stop.
Okay, yeah.
But I might be
right.
wrong.
No, you're probably right. It's probably me that's wrong. I know the W2W car is sitting there and has been for some laps. Justin Thompson. Oh, as I say that,
yeah.
boom, there we go. They're out on track again.
Is
Empire
like
Blue Racing. They're back
the
out on track.
positive reverse
That's
commentator's
it.
curse?
That is actually. Couldn't be more positive, mate. That car, actually, the last time I saw it was looking a little bit second-hand. Yeah, I think they need to go trade that in at RSV Motors and get a new one.
What was that website again? rsvmotors.de?
Yep, that's it. Jump on in there, go trade that Porsche and get a new one. Because that one's got a few scratches on it.
I'm sure it'll buff out. Bit of gaffer tape could solve that, no worries.
Yeah, bit of 100 mile an hour tape we call it.
Yeah.
Fixes anything. Don't know about a Porsche though, but it's cost too much money on them.
Yeah, I'd be worried about scratching the paint when I peeled it off. But I guess if you've got a $400,000 Porsche GT3 race car, I don't think a couple $100 for some paint is really going to worry you that.
That's right. Well, you just get it wrapped.
That's true, yeah. That's a cheaper option, I think.
It is. A lot of race cars are wrapped these days. I actually have a certification in wrapping when I did a course on it. And, have wrapped a few cars myself. It's very, very difficult. It takes a long time to do it properly. I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I've done some pretty good work on some cars over the years. It's amazing how you can get a sticker to go over a car now and you don't even know that it's a sticker.
Yeah, some of the cars in the Bathurst 12 hour, they look phenomenal, and yeah, you think, like, imagine painting that by hand, how difficult that would be. You can understand why people use the stickers, but even that, like you said, is a task in itself. And like the McLaren Formula One cars going from their traditional, their current orange and blue to the Golf light blue and orange is a mammoth task in itself, and all of that is just, with heavy quotations, just sticker kits. Like, obviously there'd be full body stickers, but it takes a long time to do that. But I think, thankfully, for a lot of people, we're past the days where it has to be hand painted and like less. I don't know what the right wording is, but it's
This genuine.
yeah. Still, it's a mammoth task, but it's still a lot easier than it was a couple of years ago, like 10, 15 years ago even, with my limited knowledge.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right there. You can't beat a good bit of quality car painting though, and you can always tell the difference, and especially for, you know, a classic race car. I think paint's got to be the way to go. But in this day and age with space frame race cars, you've got to go for the most efficient method.
The good thing about wraps is that if you change your mind, you can take it off and put a new one on rather than having to strip the paint and then start again.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. And I think, yeah, New Zealand dollars for good quality wrap, you pay about $50 a metre. So generally to wrap a car, it's going to cost you sort of 500 or 600 New Zealand dollars. So 300 odd pounds or euros, you could wrap your car if you knew what you were doing. Getting back to the racing though. The 013. He's done a fantastic job this stint. We haven't seen him put a foot wrong. You've done very well, Martinez. Please do come and have a chat with us when you finish.
I came into the pits on lap 332, which was 19 laps ago. I believe that's correct. Yeah, 20 laps at the end of this one. So 8 more laps. I think that'll be another double done for him. Yes, so he started on lap 305. So yeah, on lap 350-ish, I think it was 348, we might see him in. After a very good job. His lap times have been very consistent, all within like 3/4 of a second at most without lap traffic, so that's really good to see, especially for a car as damaged as it is.
Yep, you're certainly right, mate. Well done, buddy. You've done a fantastic job. I'm interested to see who's going to get into the car next. Or are they going to leave it up, try and get a new boot lid? Maybe they've been down to panel beaters, got it fixed, and chuck it back on the car. It's probably a good 10-15 minutes of optional repairs on that car, I reckon. They should just let the optional repairs go all the way, get it fixed up, and then try and charge home.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a 3-lap lead to the Ragnarok Sim Racing car behind, which is ever increasing because I believe that car is still in the pits. I'll just double check that. They are still in the pits. They've been for 25 minutes, so there is some activity there, so they might be leaving soon. I'll keep an eye on them. They do have a big enough lead if, as I say that, they leave the pits. But funny as a pain in the tyres, I was worried the car was crashing, but they do have nearly a 4-lap lead, so if they do want to sit and take some damage, they do have the wiggle room to do that. The Year 1 black car, the Mercedes, is nearly 2 minutes up the road with a lot of damage. They are lapping a bit slower, so they might try and stay out to get that position, but at this point, for the long run, with just over 8 hours to go, I think staying in the pits longer and getting that damage repair might be more beneficial.
Yeah, I reckon you got to try and get the best race car you can. These guys have been running now for 16 odd hours, so they're pretty in the groove of things. We're not seeing them put a foot wrong. There's plenty of grip down on the circuit, and yeah, what do you got to lose? You may as well go out there and give yourself the best opportunity, the best race car to go in and punch out some fast laps.
Yeah, exactly right. And even with the excluding, sorry, the fast laps, the extra fuel burn and tire burn with the damaged aero is going to be probably more than they were hoping for. It's not going to flow as, like, cut through the air as well, and the tires are going to have to compensate for the damaged aero. So it is almost worth taking that extra bit of lane time to get those fixed to benefit the tires and the fuel burn later in the race, especially as those pit stops start to become more and more prevalent and more and more important as the race goes on. But yeah, I think it's worth it, but I'm not there to tell them what to do. I'm here to commentate on the wonderful job that they're doing, so we'll see what happens. But
well, I was just gonna say with that, you know, seeing as though we are, you know, pros at this stuff, these guys, hey, if you're listening in, take the advice. Nah, man, you're kidding. But yes, I would certainly be doing that. Come in there and try and get yourself a fresh car. But they're going pretty good now. I just think that we've got a little bit more speed in that car there. And saying that, we might just take a 5-minute break from giving you guys some commentary. I will leave you guys with a feed on board with Martinez. He's doing a fantastic job, 12 laps into his stint, and we'll turn it up and let him concentrate away there and show you how to drive around Spa-Francorchamps.
Lose a peon, I'ma get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. That bitch needs someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just like she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is late, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my slide tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and chicks. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, run into the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
My name is Stephen Corpenos. I'm a senior web developer here at iRacing, and I work on the beta UI. It's funny because iRacing has been around for 10 years, but we want to keep delivering the best possible user experience to our customers, and we've found that the old UI isn't exactly what we're trying to deliver in 2018. We want to use new features and provide the best possible experience when using the sim. One of the projects that I've been working on is some custom heat racing configuration for hosted races. We've been listening to our customers. Everyone's been asking for custom heat races. Maybe you want to tweak a few things with the preset iRacing configurations. Well, now you can using the beta UI. So once you're at the homepage of the beta UI, you just go to create a race. Then from there you go to your set race options. And you'll notice here under event types, you can actually choose heat racing. First, I'm going to show you how to create a new format from scratch. You can choose the number of entrants. And as you can see, when I made that change, the change was actually reflected on the right side in the graph. Also, you can use the estimated duration at the bottom of the graph when you're changing the length to see what the total duration of your event will be. In addition, you can customize every aspect of the session information, practice, qualifying, heat races, consolations, and of course, the final feature race. Because the beta UI allows us to develop features that are robust and complex, this feature will be exclusively available on the beta UI. Once you've made all of the changes, you can hit save. Say you forgot what you selected. You can always preview it using the preview format button. We are very excited to release the brand new heat racing configuration feature that will be available in Season 3 of iRacing.
Hello everybody, we are back after our short little break there, and just had a quick chat to the main man who's organised this for us, Gustas Grinbergas Gus. I think that's how you say it. Sorry, Gustas, if I got that wrong. So just organising to have a little chat with one of the drivers. Apparently we've been given the inside word that there's going to be a driver change in the 13 car. So Martinez is going to jump out, so we're going to have a chat with him when he's finished his stint. But yep, looks to be doing a fantastic job out there. Currently running in 31st position for the 13 car, and the 21 car in 27th position.
Make that 30th because the year
There we
one
go.
black car has just come out of the pits behind the number 13 RSV Motorsport car, so that is a move for position.
Nice, there we go. So it could be a nice little battle on actually between those two guys. There's the year one car just behind them. A little bit of damage on that rear wing of that car, so they're certainly going to be struggling in a straight line.
Good thing this isn't a straight line speed track, he says with all of the sarcasm.
Yeah, that's right. I think you're full noise, full throttle, probably 80% of the time, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a fair chunk of the lap around here. It is a very, very twisty second sector, but even then, like, Poo on his fourth gear after, you know, your initial braking, maybe fifth. Stavilo is probably the slowest corner in all of sector 2. The left-hander that the 13 car is going through, sorry, the right-hander, the 13 car is going through right now, so it is a very quick lap, and of course the run up to Blanchimont and then up to La Source, and then from La Source all the way to Lacombe is pretty much flat out in a normal, like a well-run car, so top speed is very, very important here. It is a very, very fast track, so top end speed is very important, and when you don't have that you tend to struggle a bit.
Yeah, well, I reckon we're down about 6 kilometres an hour in that 13 car at the moment. So, something's happened the last lap for our 21 car. They have, it was a 2-minute 40 lap time. So I'm just going to go back and have a quick look and see what's actually happened. Sure if it was before this.
See what happened? They had a spin coming through No Name or Jackie X Corner now, I believe it's called. Yeah, a little bit too up on the curve. Just round she went.
Round she went. So it was. Did we sustain any damage from that? Was it before this point? After. I think it was after.
Yeah, there was no contact with the wall or anything. It was a self spin, so that was good. But not ideal.
Okay, unfortunately we have missed that, but thankfully the car's still in good condition. Continuing on, 27th position for that car. He's getting a bit of pressure put on him from behind.
Yeah, the car behind is Michael Ward. They are in 18th position, so they're much better than zero. Lap times are in the mid 2-minute 20, so there is a definite pace advantage there. So, yeah, the 21 car is just pulled over, given absolutely no trouble. So.
Yeah, fastest car on track actually at the moment is the 5th place position. Work in progress racing. The only car to be in the 2-minute 19s. so they still do have a good chance. They're 1 lap, 2 laps off the lead, so it'd be pretty tough to come back from here, but they could easily get top 3 at least.
Yeah, absolutely. That the Evil Nature car is ebbing and flowing between being on the lead lap and not being on the lead lap. So if they have even a minor inconvenience, that puts that work in progress car right back in contention. Same with the NSR Sim Performance car. They are about 19 seconds up the road from the Evil Nature car. So one of them has an incident, and that's, you know, obviously a decent shunt, or there's a bit of contact between the 2 cars in front of the NSR yellow car. Yeah, that brings that working back into contention without really having to push. So plenty of racing left, and lots of unfortunate circumstances for all of the teams, including both RSV Motorsport cars, but they've had their fair share of bad luck, so hopefully they don't have any more for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I think considering they have obviously found the wall a couple of times and been caught up in other people's accidents, they've done a pretty good job, and certainly in the last few hours we've seen some really solid stints from all of these guys who have jumped in. A couple of accidents here and there, but they're not giving up, and just talking to the team manager, they'll be happy with a top 30 result. I was hoping for a top 20 result for them, but we'll see how the rest of the field goes. There is still just under 8 hours to go now, so we could still see a few more cars chuck in the towel, and that could work into our advantage.
Yeah, I always forget how long these races are. Like, you think, oh yeah, 24 hours, that's pretty quick. But when you're sitting in the simulator, running numbers, or driving, or just spotting, like casual spotting,
or commentating, or directing.
Yeah, or commentating, yeah. You think, oh yeah, we have 8 hours to go. That's 2/3 of the race is now done. But then you look back and think, that was a long time ago. Like, 24 hours is both a long time and not that long of a time, depending on what you're doing. And when you sit down to do these races, you remember how much time there really is in a 24-hour time span. So the guys are plugging away really well. Their lap times are pretty consistent. There was that small spin for the couple of laps ago, but they're still going. They didn't sustain any extra damage, and the cars are still pointing in the right direction. So the tenacity and the integrity to keep going after everything that was thrown at them during the night is very commendable, and I'm sure a lot of them wanted to just make it to the end. Some of them wanted to win, but it's very easy for those guys that wanted to win to be like, well, we're not going to win, let's just
Give
stop
up.
the race. And I know I'm very guilty of that, and I know a lot of people are guilty of that, but the tenacity that these guys have shown to keep going and put the laps in and slowly pull those positions back is really, really, really good to see.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And yeah, never give up. Keep it going, and yeah, for these new guys who've just started in sim racing, that's what you got to do, is just keep these things going, because the next endurance event that they're on, you can guarantee that there's going to be an improvement, especially from the new guys. So
and it's not even just the driving for long periods of time that takes it out on you, or that you can learn from. It's all the little intricacies of, okay, where can I lift to save fuel? How much of a draft do I get? How much fuel do I need to get that extra lap? And all those little things they'll be learning this race that they might not be in contention with, that they can then use at the Charlotte 4-hour next weekend, or in the Bath major endurance event after this one, if these guys run that, or Petit Le Mans in a little later in the year, which will be a multi-class race, but obviously the GT3 cars will be in it. So they can take everything that they learn here and use that for their next one, and take everything that they learn from the next one and use it in the one after. And that's the good thing about it, is they might not be fighting for a win or a podium, but you learn more from your losses than you do from your wins. So it's always good to keep running and learn what they can and can't do in these sort of races.
Just had the 21 car, the RSV Motors 21 car, come in for a scheduled stop, and we've seen our driver do a sim rig swap, which has now put his name in correctly, so Mantis is now showing as his name as being Mantis, which is great to see. A little bit of a team error there. That's what happens when you've got 4 sim rigs set up. I guess you could easily make that mistake, wouldn't you?
Yeah, especially at the silly hours that they're driving through in the morning. Makes it very easy to make those little mistakes.
Yeah, so 7 hours 52 minutes left to go in this race, and yeah, this is the part of the race where you kind of mellows out. Really, people are just in a groove. You're not seeing too many mistakes happen, but I'm sure that we will see some exciting stuff unfold. Closest battle that we have on track. It's not that close, to be honest with you. 23 seconds is the closest battle, and that is for 14th position. The gap right at the front has stretched out a little bit. Send It Sim Racing looks like they've opened a gap, but that's maybe to do with their stops. They're going to come in for a stop now, so that gap is going to close right up.
Yeah, that's what we break, is the ebb and flow of pit stops. Usually in endurance races like Le Mans, Sebring, where you have like multi-class racing, this is all the single GT3 class. So you don't have as much of an ebb and flow with traffic. Like there's a little bit because you have lap cars and damaged cars and all that. But the ebb and flow of pit stops, it means that we don't really know who's winning until, well, pretty much the white flag, or the checkered flag, sorry, because all it takes is, 2-3 litres less and you suddenly have to fuel save an entire half lap of fuel. Yeah, so the gap at the moment is 2 minutes and 5 seconds from Sim Speed Esports down to Mad Sim Racing. Senate going into Poulton, and Mad Sim Racing is on their way up to Blanchimont. So we'll see how. But in saying that, the Mad Sim Racing has come out of the pits in the last 10 laps, whereas Sim Speed Esports is due for a pit stop very soon, I believe. So that'll obviously change that gap as well.
Yep, you're exactly right. Our drivers in the 013 car looks like they're about to get ready to make a stop. We've got Martin getting ready to jump in the car. By the looks of it, he sat in the sim rig, he's just jumped out. Maybe he's forgotten his gloves. Quick bathroom break before jumping in. I'm going to have a chat with Martinez once he finishes, and he's going to do another lap. So he's going to stretch 25 laps out of the tank on this one. Good job.
I think even with a damaged car, 25 is the minimum that you'd be looking for around here. Hopefully you want to be aiming for more. Like 26 would realistically be your goal, because you'll get that extra lap, which means you'll drop the entire pit stop by the end of the race. which if you lift and coast properly, then the time loss is negligible over the course of the race to save that massive pit stop that we have around here. But hopefully the guys will be getting towards the 26 lap mark, but I guess we'll find out in another minute or so when they bring it around. Last pit stop was lap 331.
Yeah, wow.
Yes, yeah, so this would have to be their last lap because they're on lap 26 of this stint. So unless they manage to get a 27th lap, which would be very commendable, I think they'll be in at the end of this lap.
Yes, I think you're right. We've got Martin Skirpin. He's getting ready to take over. Martinez in the 013 car as they complete this final lap in the stint.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello, Nick. Welcome to the comms box. You are live.
Yeah, beautiful. I will jump on to the caffeine stream. Sorry, you might have caught me ever so slightly.
I thought I might have caught you by surprise there, mate. But yep, get yourself ready when you can. We're just about to have a pit stop by the 013 car and driver change. We're going to grab Martinez for an interview when he comes in for his stop. Martin Skirpin has taken over the reins in that car. Martinez has done a fantastic double stint here. He's looking pretty tired, and I'm sure we'll be able to tell in the interview when we chat with him, see how he feels. He's done some great stints through the night. Oh, he's taken the headset off already. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to us.
I imagine he'd be quite tired. He was going pretty hard at the wheel about almost 12 hours ago, so 3 in the morning Eastern Standard Time there.
Let him come in and stop the car first, taking it very cautiously around there.
Don't blame him. The like I was saying on the GT Sprint broadcast last night, the hairpin for the pit lane at Spa is very notorious for displaying some interesting characteristics and physics. It has caught a lot of drivers off guard in the past. With if you catch that wall, it just freaks out a little bit and flips the car, but round that hairpin safely, as we see as he pulls into his box for the stop.
Would almost give you depth perception there. Spa-Francorchamps being such a wide course there, yeah, could definitely catch you off guard there with the big BMW M4 as it comes around there.
I'm just wondering if we I have pulled Martinez into the box. There we go. We're seeing him put his headset on. We're just gonna grab him here, see if we can have a quick chat with him. Mate, have you got us there? Martinez, have you got us? No, it doesn't seem to have us at this stage. Hold on, we'll try pull the other one in. Hello, hello, can anybody hear me?
Hello guys.
There we go. Oh. Martinez, can you hear me?
Maybe not.
Possibly not. He's looking like he's can hear something going on. I heard something. Unfortunately, I don't think that we can get them. If you can hear me, guys, please sing out. I don't think so. Oh, that's unfortunate. When they're ready, we will grab them for a chat and find out how his stint went, because he did a fantastic job out there on the track. He's looking a bit tired, but yeah, great couple of stints there, mate. You can.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Oh, yep. There we go. Gustas, are you joining us?
Yes, do you hear me?
I can.
am speaking from Gustas' phone.
Okay, I see. Is this Martinez?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. Martin.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Very good. Good job. You're just going into the car now.
Yes. I just left the car
Yeah.
and gave it to Martin. Also,
Yeah.
it's we have two teammates with the same name, so.
Okay. Okay. So both Martins. Okay. And how did you find it? I thought you did a fantastic job out there in those stints and throughout the night. You've been very clean and consistent. Haven't really made too many mistakes and been keeping the car on the black stuff on the track. How have you been finding the race so far? And is this your first 24-hour event?
No, it's my second 24 hours event. It was quite hard after that crash on a pit stop when I just came off the pit stop and just a guy with MGT crossed me. But then just when you keep the pace, I got like about I don't know 4 positions I think. But yeah, it's good. You just need to keep the pace and that's it.
And so how many stints have you done in the car now? Because I know you've done quite a few double stints through the night. And
I think 4. Yeah, maybe 4 or 5 stunts right now.
Okay. And so and you're gonna get in the car again before the race ends?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Are you going to go back out in the car again, get another 1 or 2 stints before the end of the race?
Yes. I will have about 2 stunts. Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah. No, I just wanted to have a quick chat with you, and yeah, I thought you did very well out there and kept the car in good shape and cut out some good laps. So thanks for jumping in and having an interview with us.
Thank you.
And good luck for the rest of the race.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there we go, guys. Have a quick chat with Martin. He goes by the name of Martin, not Martinez. So, I'm going to hand over the commentary reins to my good mate, Nick. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. So affectionately known. Thank you there, Fonty. I know that almost talking about the drivers and stuff doing such long stints. I think 12 hours ago you were online as well, so I'm not too sure how many hours straight you've done.
Oh, I had a break. I had a break.
Oh, you did have a break.
I had to. I had to because it was 28 hours that I'd been awake for, and so yeah, I had Jay thankfully come and take over for a couple of hours and give me a bit of a break. Which, yes, I'm very thankful of that, but yep.
I dare say you saw that Belgian countryside in your sleep there flying past.
I did. I had an hour's sleep sitting in managed isolation in New Zealand since I've just flown back in, so I had a quick opportunity for the first time in 3 days to actually get outside and get some fresh air. Very strict on things with COVID in this country, so you literally can't even open your door at your hotel. So after being stuck inside for 3 days, I couldn't wait to smell some fresh air. I did that, an hour's sleep, and then yeah, back on it, and we're here for the rest of the night.
That's absolutely correct. A bit of that crisp New Zealand air, I think, was almost... It's beautiful even during in summer in Queenstown. It's here and always love. Like to see it as probably much as you did when you stepped off the plane. You would have been big sigh of relief would have come across you there.
Yeah, well, it's been 5 years since I've been living permanently in New Zealand, so yeah, time to settle down, and it's good to be, I was just saying to Brad before, it'll be good to be back working on Sim Speed full time and back on the same time zone. It was quite difficult at times being in the opposite time zone to what the Aussie and Z iRacing community, and yeah, to be able to assist Jay and everybody here at Sim Speed again from the ground level will be great. So I've been looking forward to getting involved there, and yeah, jump straight back into it with forecasting a 24-hour race. I had to build the computer when I arrived in New Zealand in the bathroom, in the bath. That's what I used for a workbench, and yeah, managed to get it all together.
Yeah, you could have had the bubbles and the rubber ducky fly past as well. Probably not that safe.
No, well, yeah, I wouldn't want to get that in the old graphics card. I was worried about it breaking on the way back. Wasn't worried about anything else. But yeah, just the graphics card, all the gear, all my computer gear was the only thing I brought back in my suitcase. So I don't know what I'm going to do for clothes when I run out and manage isolation. But anyway.
That's right. We'll get you some nice New Zealand wool and mittens and stuff. It's be absolutely freezing there at the moment. It wasn't actually such a bad day here in Melbourne. I was quite thankful to get a bit of a break today from this morning. Slept in and then jumped out on the bike for a little bit. Sorry, we just see just up out on screen there car 013. Just letting a few drivers pass as well.
Yep.
A little bit of damage there across the front.
Yeah, Martin just jumped in the car, so he's probably going to take him a few laps to get into the groove of things. Martin Skirpin, he's done 2 stints, maybe 3 so far this race, so great to have him back in the chair with us.
Yeah, it's actually just casting my eyes just over that over the timing screen at the moment. It's not normally you see cars get back up onto that lead lap there, but when we actually finished up at the early hours of this morning there was only 2 cars. I think it was Evil Nature and I remember what the other one was. I think it might have been
Nature. They're 5th, I think, aren't they? 4th.
Yeah, currently slipped down the order and now a lap down there as well, so it's great to see 3 cars up on the up onto that lead lap there as well. We're just seeing also that time difference there between car 64 and car 18 of Sim Speed Esports and Mad Sim Racing as well. Only a 10th between them as well, so it's starting to heat up at the front a little bit. Obviously, they're not going to be able to sustain that pace. Well, not that I think they will anyways, but yeah, they'll definitely have to just settle back into that groove a little bit.
That's what's really important about. We'll bring Brad into the conversation here. How hard is it, Brad, to get back into the groove of things when you've been out of the car for a few hours?
It can be a bit of a mountain climb. Oh, there's a Lamborghini spinning in front of the 21 car's just been involved in a minor incident with the.
That was actually that's the car in second. Yeah, the Lamborghini there of Mad Sim Racing Power Headset. So we're currently in second place there. Last lap, only a 10th down from Sim Speed Esports, but that's actually costed about 5 seconds or so. But probably more importantly, potentially not really tracking that straight there. We might be able to.
Yeah, we can actually a replay now.
Just catching a replay of that now. Sorry there, Brad, to jump over the top of you.
No, that's okay. Incidents take precedence. I know that. Yeah, the Mad Sim Racing did that all on their own. They were coming up to the bus stop. They got parked, and then just into the braking zone. I think they just overcooked it, or it might have been a bit of that Lambo Audi snap oversteer that we see so often in that car. And yeah, all on its own. The 21 car just had nowhere to go, and then the Ferrari behind also getting involved. But all 3 cars seem to be. They are pointing in the same direction right now, so we'll see how badly the lap time are affected for all 3 of those cars when they cross the line in about a minute and a half from now. But yeah, the getting back into the car after having a few hours off, especially when the car's in the shape that it is really difficult because the track temperature is probably 4 degrees warmer than it was when they were last in the car. Martin was last in the car, so that also makes a big difference. Like 4 degrees isn't a massive difference, especially at the low temperatures that they're at the moment, but it's still a very, like, you can see more and the track's a bit warmer, the car's a bit more damaged than last time, so it does make a big difference. But the good thing is they're in no massive rush. They're not having to put in purple sector times to keep their lead or whatever. So that makes it a bit easier to get back into the flow of things. But it's still a bit of a struggle. But there's plenty of laps to turn, so plenty of opportunity to get back up to speed. But we'll see how that goes as the 21 car of Mantis comes back up to the line now, who was involved in that incident last lap. Is diving into the pits, so it was a very, very short stint. I don't know how much damage there was, but
Yeah, he's probably sustained a bit of damage that just ticked it across that. Maybe he's got a meat wolf flag, potentially, or they just deciding to, hey, let's just get the car repaired and try and have a good crack at this.
I've actually just...
Sorry, you go.
Oh, sorry, yeah, just in the background, you can just kind of pick it out there in that rear view mirror as well there. So that is the car of Mad Sim Racing Power Headsetter, also in the pits as well. So that is potentially a critical move now to see how long they're going to stay in the pits for the actual overall lead of the race now. So we did see, I think last time they crossed the line there, it was a 17-second gap there between Speed Esports and Mad Sim Racing. This is going to be absolutely crucial to see how long that Lamborghini, as well as our RSV car 21, are going to sit in the pits there. This could absolutely blow open this race as we know it. It is 7 hours to go, or 7.5 hours to go, so obviously anything could happen in between there. We've just seen car 21 there also back out on circuit, so that might have been a penalty or something there. I'm not too sure. Yeah, not too sure what's going on there, but potentially a lot of incident points or something like that has actually caused them to cop a black flag and to pull out another drive-through. Not going to affect him too much there as well. Empire Racing Blue there about 2 laps in front there, and Team Wolfpack there another 4 behind.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, I'm going to step aside from commentary. Obviously, we'll be in the background. I'm going to leave you guys to it. And you lovely people who are watching the stream will hear my voice very soon when these guys decide that they've had enough.
We're like the Duracell bunnies here at Sim Speed.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way.
I'm just keeping an eye on that Mad Sim Racing Lamborghini. It's been in the pits for quite a while now. They were only out on track. Baptiste, who was still in the car, they got in the car on lap 387. They're on lap 400, well, just the start of 405. Came in on lap 404, so they've only done 27 laps, or 17 laps even in that car, so not quite a full stop. So I think they might have sustained more damage than I initially thought, at least, in that spin with the contact. So they're about 8 or 9 laps short of their normal pit stops, so I think they've just decided to bring it in, get the damage fixed, take the full service, and then go out for a full stint rather than going around with a damaged car, which is obviously going to affect their fuel burn and their tyre life. So we'll see how they go, but very unfortunate bit of contact for them after being so close to the lead of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. There to be almost so close yet so far. They're all right on that rear bumper as they cross the start-finish line. Only a handful of laps to go there, so it's going to bring, it's going to overlap NSR Yellow Sim Performance .de, as well as that will bring Evil Nature past him as well. So it is not completely over though, as we've seen, but as we've seen with RSV Motorsport as well, we've seen incidents before cost as much as 15 minutes, and I think they actually brought them around the 8th position all the way down to around 30th or so. So obviously 15 minutes is a long time now. Hopefully, for the sake of Mad Sim Racing, it's not too long there, but you can see that they've just dropped down on the on that leaderboard now into 3rd place. So we'll see Evil Nature of that car 64 come through as well.
It might be a 24-hour race, but this is still a game of seconds, and the longer you spend on pit lane has very substantial consequences to where you finish the race. And like you said, there is still just under 7.5 hours to go. A lot can happen in 7.5 hours, but it does become ever increasingly difficult, to maintain that position, to get those positions back even the longer the race goes on. But it's not over until that checkered flag comes out, so it's really good to see, like I said before, as many people continuing on with this race as there are, but it does become difficult, especially when you've been racing through the night, both in sim and at home, like these guys have, and a lot of these guys on the server have been, to keep the focus up, keep the determination to keep running, because the eyelids do get very heavy and the car gets very sketchy, and that white flag, or that throwing in of the towel becomes more and more convincing as the race goes on.
Yeah, and you can imagine for Mad Sim Racing, very much like RSV as well, like 10 minutes would feel like hours. It almost feels like when you're microwaving popcorn and it takes 3 minutes, it's the longest 3 minutes of your life there. So I do definitely feel for Baptiste Segway, still sitting in that Lamborghini at the moment in the pits there. So we'll see, I think Evil Nature will just come through now there. So that's just popped him down into 4th place at the moment. That is giving car 13 of Work in Progress Racing as well. So we just see that car 30 of Evil Nature there. So they've been moved up a position there into a podium, a very potential podium there as well. Looking very straight there. We've seen so many of these GT3 cars with a lot of front and rear damage just from super minor mistakes and stuff as we've seen around the track.
Yeah, tracks like Spa, and especially like Paul Ricard is the biggest example I can think of, get a lot of slack for having as much runoff as they do, which I kind of agree with that. But also, this is the 21st century. Driver safety is becoming more and more prominent the longer motorsport goes on. So that is, in my opinion, the most important thing. I'm like, the entertainment and the risk factor comes second and third to safety. But even a track like Spa that has as much runoff as it does it, like the exit of Pouon, for example, or up here at Stavolo that the 21 car is just going through, it's still so easy to get that wrong because these cars are carrying as much corner speed as they are. If you touch a curb wrong, or you lose the rear end around a fast corner, you can be in that fence before you know it. And just because the fence has moved back an extra 10 foot, it doesn't make the contact any much better. You're still going to be damaged, and it just means that the driver has a higher likelihood of walking away, or the damage slightly less severe, but it's still potentially race ruining regardless of how close that wall is. So
yeah, absolutely. We even
Sorry.
saw. Yeah, no, that's right. We even saw in that contact of that incident just before. It was almost. It was at the bus stop, so thankfully one of the slowest parts of the corner, and it was only like the most minor of minor bumps there. But these GT3 cars are quite highly strung there, especially when it comes to the suspension and the aero there. So unfortunately, even a small bump at maybe, I think it might have been like 15 kilometers or 20 kilometers an hour or something, when it was impacted, can definitely cause a lot of damage to these quite fragile and quite highly strung purpose-built race cars.
There are definitely more fragile cars out there, like any Formula car, but yeah, these GT3 cars are very prone to engine damage, and even our car, the number 013 car, which has had its fair share of bumps, it's a little bit knocked about. You can see, especially in the rear wing, but even that small little kink on the right hand side is vastly impacting its top line speed. On a fresh car should do about 360 k's an hour by the braking zone of Lacombe that it's at now, and we're topping out at 341. So that's a massive difference for what seems like not much damage. So Of course, that also comes down to corner exit, which is again affected by the aero, but they are very, very fragile cars for what what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just on board there with Apex Tech Racing, sitting quite well there in that top 10. I think that might be either lead. Oh, sorry, Martin Skimpton in. I've got my 013 and 13 mixed up there. So Martin Skimpton there might have had a minor mistake there on that last lap. A little bit off the pace there from his fastest, but doing reasonably well. His fastest time well up there as well, being up into that 19s almost would be close to being a pole position time there. I think I was just looking at some of the qualifying times there in comparison, so really goes to show how much just lap after lap, how much you can hone it down there. He's doing a really good job there at the moment. Mercedes just off behind, so you see that Mercedes as well carrying damage. Big warp there on that rear wing, as well as quite a lot of damage there on that front bonnet section as well.
Which is probably the last place you would like for a Mercedes to be crumpled, because that's where the engine is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Damage like that on a Lamborghini, probably not as big of a deal, but when the engine's directly under where the damage is, it would worry me a little bit. I don't know about you, but you'd be worried about the integrity of the engine and the front suspension, because that's what makes the car turn.
Yeah, there's not really much of a straight panel left on that Merc, I don't think, but anyways, not really making many moves there on Martin Scrimpton there. They seem to be holding that gap between themselves, so Ferrari just off as well there. So we're just having a look at car 21, so sitting in 27th place there is also Mantis Sakasoulis. So we saw Mantis doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, doing a few stints throughout the night as well. So he's definitely pitched in, and when we're talking about a team effort there, he's definitely a team player.
Yeah, this is his 5th stint in the car. He was last in about 5 hours ago. He also started the race, so he's been around for most of it. He did a single at the start and then had a few hours off, and he was back overnight, and now he's back in the car again. So he's driving very well, considering it's now about 7:30, I believe, in the UK. So I think he'd be +1 BST. So he's driving well. His lap times are quite consistent when there's no traffic involved, which is always important in these sort of races. And he's been keeping the car clean. So the only issue he had was that spin with the Lamborghini, but there was not really anywhere he could go. So he got the car stopped enough, which was good. He did have that unfortunate penalty, but he's faster than the Empire Racing blue car that is 2 minutes up the road. So depending on when they need a pit stop, this could be a very close battle.
Absolutely there. So I just took a big big gulp of coffee there. Got a Lamborghini there just in behind. Might actually just see there Tyler Anderson of Sended Esports. So I think that might be the second. Sorry, that's the other team there of Sended Esports. So Sended Esports 1 having that lead there at the moment. This is their team 2 of Tyler Anderson. So he is a few laps up there by about 6 or 7 laps there up on car 21. we have a look there. Actually on the same lap there of Racing Ace Motorsports as well. So potentially looking down the line of getting a another position there. We'll have to kind of step on a little bit. About 3 laps adrift as well. So Trap Engineering, as we saw, Trap Engineering was well up in that top 5 a little bit earlier on, but dare say a few incidents and a few unfortunate turns of events have brought them down the order a little bit. Trap Engineering sitting there in 17th place. What a damaged Lamborghini there as well. Looking at so many cars there, I don't think there's really a straight one out there, but both sides of that, oh sorry, just appears to be just that right hand side of Standard Esports 2 with a lot there as well. We just see a little bit of lap traffic as well up ahead. Mantis flashed the lights there. I think that was to Stack Racing there that are in 37th position. So once they get up close enough, they'll be able to get around both themselves and Send It Esports 2.
That is something that both the number 21 and the 013 cars have done really well this race, is their traffic management is they haven't been aggressive, they haven't defended positions they shouldn't be, they aren't really sending it. They've been really patient and really good for cars, sorry, that are faster than and slower than them, regardless on if they're a lap up or a lap down. There was a Porsche early on, I think it was with the 013 car that was further down the order but was faster, that the RSV car led them through and just sat behind them and fuel saved. And it, it's very easy when you're like, oh yeah, I'm a lap up on you, let me through, I don't care. But the guys were very, very patient and they left the space, let the car by, because they were doing similar lap times. The Porsche was slightly faster, so they let them through and used it as an opportunity to save some fuel and gain some positions. So very well run by both cars in the traffic, as well as when they're on their own and just trying to cut the laps down. So they've been doing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. There you can actually see just so much of the size difference there between the BMW there and the Lamborghini. So you see that Lamborghini choosing to stay behind there. It has been running a little bit wide there on a few of those corners there. So not really risking it there in 16th place and not putting up too risky of a maneuver there. There's actually quite a lot of cars, as you can see there, on the start finish straight. So they're just chipping away another lap there. I think that's RSV car 21 there, 377 laps. So absolutely just chipping it away there at the moment there. They've got Luca Klein there, steering racer there, car 6 in position 36. So quite a lot of these cars around that mid to 30 mark there as well as Thomas Rayner of Firebolt a little bit further up the road as well. So good chance there of car 21 RSV giving them a chance to potentially unlap themselves.
Yeah, this is a very, very busy part of the racetrack. There is probably the good majority of the cars are between Puon and the Camel Straight at this point in time. Especially through Jackie X Corner, there's about 12 or 13 cars going through there at the moment. Around the outside's not usually the way to do it, but it works. Both cars getting through, which is good. But yeah, this middle section is extremely busy at the moment. So a lot of cars showing really good patience to get through or let cars through, but a lot of time to be lost or gained very easily at the moment. There is a car, it's quite a way up the field. We are 2, 3, 5 laps behind them. The RLH Esports black car towed into the pits 43 minutes ago. So
yeah, wow.
that I tried searching for it, but that's a long way back. I'm assuming must have had a crash because They've been in the pits for a very long time. So this is what we're talking about. It's very easy to, get into a rhythm around here in these longer races, but it's very easy for it to go away, to lose a big chunk of time. So I think they were in 11th last time I checked, but clearly that is not the case because this car's been in the pits for a long time, and I've tried searching for the incident, but it's not coming up. But it must have been a big one to be towed for such a long stretch of time.
Absolutely. We'll talk about incidents and time in the pits there as well. So Mad Sim Racing Power Headset is back out on circuit. So they were in the pits for around 14 minutes there. So that's brought them down into 5th position. So not forgetting that they were almost pretty much neck and neck with the leader. Only a few laps to go, but that's actually put them 6 laps down there as well. So actually quite a bit of a gap there now between 4th place of Work in Progress Racing. They are on the same lap though as Firebolt Racing Orange there, who are on that same lap as well. And then Apex Tech 7 laps from leader, and Dero Sim Sports as well. So even though that they're holding that top 5 position, they're actually going to be, they've actually got quite a lot of cars there like knocking on their door there, so that if they any more mistakes, this could actually bring them all the way down there to anywhere up to 8th or 9th position. So very unfortunate there. Baptist C guy there behind the wheel, choosing to stay out there. If we actually have a look there, I think he 387 of 406, so completing just on about 30 laps there.
Yeah, it doesn't take much for your results to go down the drain in races like this, as we see. That wasn't, at first glance, there wasn't a massive accident. There was a bit of a spin and a little bit of contact from cars behind, but it resulted in a 15-minute pit stop nearly. So the tide changes so quickly in these sort of things, and we don't wish it upon anyone, but that could very easily happen to Send It Esports 1 or Empire Racing Blue, or pretty much anyone from first to last at this point in the race. So it's never really over until the cars are pretty much in park for May. So it's too early to say, okay, let's pack it in. We're in, like, the 21 cars in 27th position, so they could easily throw in the towel if they wanted. But then you see RLH Esports Black, who are still in the pits after 47 minutes. And who knows? Oh no, they're not. Apparently my timing is just delayed. They're back on track, but that can easily happen again, and before you know it, they're behind you and you've gained an extra spot. So as who was that? Was that RLH Black spinning? Was. So they're having a very dangerous rejoin as well. So again, small incidents add up to big time losses in races like this. So we still have just over 7 hours to go and a lot of laps to run yet. So we'll see what happens in the next 200 laps, and then we'll have about 20 laps to go.
Yeah, I believe, is this a replay here? Is it plenty of RLH there? So, sorry, just on live pitches at the moment. Quinton Murdoch of AOD there trying to get round our car 13 of RSV at the moment there. And it's also Martin Scrimpton behind the wheel at RSV, as well as we're just seeing Shabiel there. He did a lot of the night driving as well for Metro NY PCA Team Blue. So very unfortunate for them. I think being dealt a pretty bad, hard set of cards there as well in position 33. So they were right up there in that top 10 position at the moment. You can just see how much damage it is to that Team Blue Porsche there. On board now with Martin Scrimpton there. nice and tight coming through that chicane there as well. So AOD Racing doing really well there, maintaining that top 10 position at the moment. That is definitely would be a definite spot to be. I think a lot of teams would be really wanting to try and eye a top 10 off, which would be a great Palmas there for a 24-hour event. Really
Yeah.
you move too fast here at the moment.
I was going to say a top 10 result in any race is pretty good, but a top 10 event around Spa for 24 hours is probably up there in things people like to do. Obviously, you'd like a win, but I wouldn't complain about a top 10 in a competitive field as that BMW gets past now. The patience shown by the faster cars this race has been very top tier, and they all should feel very happy with themselves. That 825 could have easily sent that into the bus stop or the source or any of the preceding corners, but decided to wait for the draft and make a nice safe pass up the inside of Lacombe, and has now pulled a nice safe gap in a couple of corners. So the lap cars behind are lapping about the same pace, marginally quicker, but again, also showing that same pace, which is, as I was talking about earlier, whether they're a lap down or laps up, all the cars are showing a lot of patience when passing cars that are slower than them, and it makes it a lot easier to call these sort of races when you don't have people blindly sending another car from 6/10ths back into a corner that they probably shouldn't be going for, but provides great racing and close racing, and it's been very enjoyable to watch for the last, well, nearly 17 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. There is. We're just on looking with here is with Mantis Sakalosakis. There, I probably read his name, I think, so much there. I think I might have messed it up again there, but currently sitting in 27th position. But great to see actually for both car 21 and car 013 as well. So having some more of their moments. So with Mantis himself there, only a few months into it. Martin Scrimpton as well there in car 013, a couple of months also to the service as well. So it really goes to show just in relation to the RSV motor group there, everyone just kind of getting together and doing a bit of a team event, and it has a real range of, not everyone has to be absolute experts and years into sim racing. We can have like a really diverse team of talents and experiences as well there.
Yeah, this is like I was saying to Fonty earlier, it's amazing how sim racing can bring people from all sorts of life together to achieve their common goals, and the age spread in this team isn't gigantic, but it's still, I mean, it's 20 years difference between youngest and oldest across two cars, but the experience in one form or another is there with the team, and some of them have lots of real world experience but not much sim experience, and some of them have a lot of sim experience but not real world experience, but they all come together because they love racing, and they obviously love this track because some of them have driven here in real life, and they all of them are driving exceptionally and rarely putting a foot wrong. I think I've seen one incident that they've been involved in that was their own driver error. Other has been other driver error, and it's just been very consistent and very precise. And they've been doing a very, very good job. It's a pleasure to watch and commentate on, because even though the results haven't fallen the way they've wanted to, they are putting in a very stellar effort for for what is quite a few of them, they're only their first or second endurance race on the platform.
Yeah, and you're exactly right there. It's definitely being really clear about the goals that you want to have there with RSV as well. So you're absolutely right there. Really diverse range of ages there. So we've got people as young as 18 all the way up to 38 years of age. 38, hopefully not seen as that old. I'm not too far off 38 myself there, but you're exactly right. So that having that common goal to be in it and to enjoy it and to experience, and then you kind of bank on that experience from there, and then kind of work out what you want to do next. So maybe I think the first time that I've really done a 24-hour event was really just to see what it felt like and to understand how the mechanics and stuff work, and it was so much fun. I had an awesome ball on that, and then obviously be great next time around to maybe try and aim for.
Oh no.
Have we just had something? Oh, sorry, you're right there. We've just had a car 21 there have a pretty big moment there. Oh, trying to have a 3-point turn. Little bit stuck there. We might have to go to a replay of that if we do get the chance there. So it does look like Mantis Sakasulas there will have to come into the pits there.
Yeah, thankfully it wasn't a huge impact, just a little bit loose over the exit curb of, it's not Lacombe, but I can't remember the corner name. But yeah, nose first into the inside wall before the hairpin of Ravage. Hopefully not a massive contact, but again, this car is front engine, and contact like that could cause an internal effect. We're not sure, but hopefully not too bad. But thankfully, there was a nice big cap to the cars behind for that 3-point turn, because we were on the racing line for the 3-point turn, but still pointing the same direction. I think the wheel appears relatively straight, but we will see if they come in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping it on the racing surface there, so it does look a little bit twitchy on some of the high-speed sections there, sitting at around 232 k's an hour as well, so you don't want the thing to twitch around too much at that speed. You can definitely pin it off, but that rear left not looking too great there, but we've actually got Mantis Sakalasaurus staying out there, so choosing to press on. Seems to feel that he can actually deal with how the car's feeling there at the moment. So we are live pictures of car 013 there at the moment. It's getting overtaken by one of the cars a little bit further up there.
Yeah, that very, very bright chrome martini paint is not something you can exactly miss. It's almost blindingly reflective, but looks good nonetheless, don't get me wrong. They are in 22nd position, but not putting up too much of a fight, just giving them a nice little tow up the Camel straight into the braking zone full of combs. So they go through nice and cleanly and easily. Next car behind, if I can do that, Lee Tucker, who is in 6th position, just a lap behind the Mad Sim Racing Lamborghini that was in the pits for what seemed like forever from their point of view, I'm sure, but still lots of racing to go. We have just ticked over the 17-hour mark of this one, so 7 hours to go. We're nearly in the end game, and the track is slowly but surely warming up. We're at 23 degrees centigrade, so I think that's about 68 Fahrenheit, I think, give or take.
We're actually just in that grid behind Lee Tucker as well there. So Empire Racing Blue sitting in behind there. So they're going to be coming through as well as Colin Cameron there of Evil Nature. So currently sitting there in 3rd place. They'll be wanting to keep a really clean nose there as well. You can see no damage to speak of on Collins' Porsche as well, so he just has to be careful dissecting through. Up in a second position there, copping a little bit of rear damage there from one of the other cars as well there. So into second place there, they've just shuffled ahead of NSR Yellow Sim Performance. So NSR Yellow not too far up really. They're only about half well, they're now half a lap behind NSR Yellow with Speed Esports here in the background as well. So that is going to put NSR Yellow down another lap. They will end up going 2 laps down. Just getting some great live pictures there of Evil Nature. So Evil Nature sliding up into second position there at the moment. Bit of traffic around there at the moment, so a bit tedious getting through there. There's a lot of other fast cars as well. So the car that's sitting in 6th place there, Apex Tech, just catching up again with the RSV. Car 013. Currently in 30th position there. 44 laps down as Martin Scrimpton did have a stop there on lap 366, so about 10 laps ago as well. So has been in the seat for approximately 20 minutes or so.
I think that was his drive through I think that was a drive through from the contact with the Lamborghini, because he was in the car on lap 358 and then came in about 8 laps later. So
through that bus stop as well for Martin Scrimpton there. So 375 laps completed onto the 376er as well. Just in front there, that Good Luck Racing there of the Chrome Martini. So they're well and truly clear there at the moment. So we've got we're actually seeing that first place car there, or that second place car there of Evil Nature actually slotting in behind Apex Tech. I think that might have been, and Trap Engineering as well. So I do know the Trap Engineering crew are super fast. Unfortunately, they've had a bit of bad luck there as well. So Trap Engineering are going to put a move there on Apex Tech and try and undo a lap on themselves. Definitely be thinking what could have been with the pace that they've been showing.
yeah, absolutely. It's always a sinking feeling being the fastest car on track, but then being a couple of laps down or many laps down because of an engine blowout or a bit of damage. And it's always a matter of what could have been. But I think that's kind of standard with these sort of races, unfortunately. But, that is the case, that there is a lot of what could have been moments involved. But I think we could probably name about 15 cars today that it's been what it could have been. Both of the RSV cars and the Team Year One, Team Year One car, who qualified first and is now 29th and just coming out of a spin at Bruxelles corner. So, it's a mixed bag of results for a lot of people today, but we keep on keeping on, and hopefully a lot of those cars will be able to global result come the checkered flag in just under 7 hours.
Actually just catching off screen as well. So Evil Nature just trying to get through some lap traffic there. Being so careful there, allowing plenty of room there because we've seen so many cars spin through that bus stop section. But Evil Nature choosing to jump into the pits there, so they are sitting in second place there at the moment. Might just stick with them for the moment and see, I dare say, obviously starting 43rd position there as well. So we've seen Colin Cameron, not too many laps to really speak of. So 395 to 419. So that's, 26 laps. Quite a short stint there. So whether or not they're actually going to change it into their other driver there, Runa Bottlesfin, and actually for Evil Nature as well. Yeah, so we just had our RSV car jump into the lane there as well. Pretty amazing too with Evil Nature, just having a look through the laps there, getting by on just 2 drivers alone. So absolute stellar effort there between them. A 24-hour race between 2 people is something definitely not to turn your nose up out of. You just see our man Mantis there from RSV, so he's going to swap out there. By the looks of it, the headphones are off. So Vilius Kitabelis there, so our Lithuanian kart driver there, so he's going to jump back in there.
He was last in the car just before Anastas did his triple stint. I think that was a triple stint from lap 285 to 362. So he was last in quite a while ago. That was about 4 or 5 hours. So I'm sure he's been a bit keen to get back in the car and show what he can do. But his pace before was quite good. That was obviously before some of the incidents. Even after the incidents, his consistency was right there with the rest of the drivers. So
Yeah,
he's jumping in the car now and will no doubt be very keen to get up to speed in that BMW.
yeah, hopefully not feeling a bit too dejected. You could definitely say that the pressure's off a little bit. So he was unfortunately involved in that incident at about 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning there, where they were sitting around that 7th, 8th placer and unfortunately having that contact. So pressure's off now, really just banking on that experience. We're actually going to cut over to car 013. Coming through not too far behind there, so they're only about 9 laps or so. Martin Scrimpton there from RSV Motorsports, so currently sitting there and actually making quite a bit of ground there on Trap Engineering, so doing a really good effort there. We know that Trap Engineering are definitely not slow there at all there. Trap Engineering being all the way up there, up into that top 5, unfortunately, due to some incidents there. That has brought them down. A little bit more lap traffic as well. That's a BMW there of in 19th place there. So Skidmark Racing sitting pretty consistent there. Victor Lane from Skidmark Racing there for car 77. Yeah, so it does look like our car 21 RSV Motorsports there, so choosing to take this opportunity there to get a bit of damage fixed. We are seeing there, so they've still got about 4 laps or so ahead of Team Wolfpack there, so car 109 there just behind. Empire Racing Blue there, a few laps in front there, but still definitely an opportunity there to not too many laps there between all the way up into that top I think top 22 positions or so there, so still anyone's game there at the moment. We've seen so many incidents there which can cost 10 or 15 minutes, then it can definitely make it all the way back to as many laps there as we've just seen. Villiers there back out on track there. I think car 30 is just behind him, so that is Evil Nature there sitting in 3rd place. We did get a good chance to have a bit of a look at Evil Nature before then they're going to slot through in front there. Villiers just getting a little bit ahead into those tyres.
Yeah, that's you were saying about how, a lot of cars getting small bits of damage that are costing them 10 or so minutes, but even just a normal stop around here takes nearly an entire lap worth of time. Like the 21 car just came out, got a little bit of damage repair, and they were in there for 4 minutes and 18 seconds. So that's 20 seconds short of 2 full laps that they've pit stop and some normal pit stop and some repairs. Some of the other cars are still doing, you know, 2 minute 10 to 3 minute 10 pit stops, depending on tire and fuel, because the lane is so big that you lose almost the entire lap. You lose about half a lap just in the lane transition, let alone the fuel and tires. So you get like the smallest little bit of knock, like 20 seconds of repairs at any other track doesn't make a massive difference, but here it's a difference between going down a lap or not. And the motivation when you see that -1 lap to the car in front is like, well, what's the point? Like, that's so far, like, that's a big gap to make up. But it's also really not. It's a very strange conundrum to be in at a track like Spa, where the pit lane is so big, whereas say Le Mans or Nürburgring 24 hours, they have a pretty normal 90-second stop for fuel, tires, and transit. And even though those laps are massive, the pit lane itself is such a small percentage of that. So it's a very different mind game to get yourself around with the pit cycles at a track like this for this event. So it can play on some drivers' mind when you're down a lap or 2 laps, but a lot of people don't realize that, well, that's pretty much just a pit stop with a little bit of damage. So it's very easy to gain and very, very easy to lose that amount of time during a pit stop.
Absolutely. We're actually just looking at. Oh, sorry, just catching a bit loose there off camera as well there. But so Colin there in that third position, Evil Nature car, you're actually stopped for possibly tires and fuel. So took, including the transit and stuff, added it almost 2 minutes there onto his lap time to kind of get that service done there. So you're absolutely right there. Even if you came in for a repair that only took a few moments to fix, it's actually even to get to the pit box and back out again can actually be quite dire there and quite costly in time.
The race is calming down a lot. There is still a lot of cars in a very small section of this rather long racetrack. I see probably 15 cars between Stavilo and the bus stop chicane, so pretty much on almost the back straightaway, I guess you could call it. It's not exactly straight, but it's a very fast section of track. Run up to Blanchimont is deceiving for a left-hand corner. It is very quick, and there is a lot of runoff that you're not really allowed to use, but very busy part of the racetrack at the moment, so there is enough gap between the cars, thankfully, that no one's having any real heart palpitations, but two of our cars are relatively close together, one entering the bus stop and one entering La Source. So most of the cars are around there at the moment, but a very relatively quiet stage of the race at the moment. Everyone's just running their laps, getting their stints done and getting ready for that last half hour, which is when it really, really starts to come together for a lot of these cars. It might be on an alternate strategy, but with the field beginning to spread out, it becomes a little bit harder for tracking purposes on who is running what strategy, because there are multiple ways you can attack this race.
Yeah, absolutely there. So we're just just focusing on a few of these cars here. So we've got car 21 coming through that hairpin there of Riviage there, and then through Puon as well. So it's got actually a big train of cars sitting in behind there, which will be gaining on him pretty quickly there. Getting a little pretty straight now. Some of those repairs that we've had earlier as well. You can see the Sended Esports car, Sended Esports 1 there. Coming through, getting an overtake done as well. So currently, if we do have a look there, so they've actually have put a lap up on NSR yellow now. So Send It Esports 1 lap clear, having just a little bit of buffer there between themselves and NSR yellow, as well as Evil Nature Work in Progress Racing there, sitting in 4th place, about 3 laps down. So definitely close to be able to capitalize on any mistakes from those front there. So we've got still 6 3/4 of an hour to go there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We do still have, I think, 37 cars running, if I'm correct. Yeah. So that's quite a few cars. That's 180 meters per car for this track. So it's still quite congested out there for this late in the race. So that 1 lap advantage is very helpful at the moment, but like we said earlier, if Senate Esports goes for a move that they probably shouldn't, or they get blocked by a lap car, or a lap car tries to get past, that lead diminishes very quickly. We saw that happen with the Mad Sim Racing Lamborghini about half an hour ago, and their race just gets completely flipped on its head, going from, a second off of first place to 5 laps down in the space of essentially 2 corners, or one selection of corners, and it's always changing. The track's now up to 24 degrees, so it's constantly getting hotter. There's more marbles, there's more rubber on the road. Driver fatigue is really starting to set in now. We are nearly 3/4 distance. We will be at 3/4 distance in 40 minutes. So a lot of these drivers are probably starting to feel it, especially teams like Senate Esport 1, who are all from the UK and Ireland, and both RSV cars obviously situated in Germany and Lithuania and that Central Eastern European section. So their night stint has been a night stint. It's not like they have someone over here who's been able to drive since 5 o'clock this morning when it was getting late for them. They're all running on the same clock, most from the same house. So like I was saying to Fonty earlier, it adds to that atmosphere, and the whole event becomes so much better when you're in the same place. But it does start to really take its toll in these later stages of the race before that adrenaline of the finish starts to kick in.
It's actually having a good look at Senate Esports 1 as well there, so choosing to go with 4 drivers. So we did see some of the other teams, I think that was Evil Nature there, choosing to just go with 2. So you're absolutely right. Not only is it sharing that load there between the drivers and being able to be in different time zones to be able to deal with fatigue, but also sharing between a lot of drivers and knowing when to rest your faster operators as well there, as we just see Sended Esports up there up on Empire Racing Blue. So Empire Blue there of Daniel Hall, currently there in 26th position. But it is absolutely in Send It Esports hand 1, so they're a lap on the rest of the field there at the moment. They've got a really straight car there. There's not a scratch on that Lamborghini to speak of as well. So definitely for Chris Mogridge as well, is doing an absolute stellar job. So he did the second stint there from around lap 50 or so onwards. He has done one, he's done two. This will be his third stint as well, so absolutely dialed in there at the moment. Also choosing, very much keeping there, all using round numbers as well with their stints there. So I think they try and do about 50 laps each. So currently on lap 427, so it'd be pretty safe to say he's about halfway through his stint there at the moment. Whether or not he stops for tyres and grabs a bit more fuel again there, but I dare say he will be planning to a little bit more there, potentially handing it off there to Luke Ashton-Jones when he hits around that, I think, 450 lap mark.
Don't you love it when drivers make it easier for us to follow their stints by running through round numbers? It's not necessary, but we appreciate it because it makes our math a lot easier. It is quite surprising that they're not trying to take it to that lap 26 because it is relatively easy to fuel safe for that 26th lap around here, especially into corners like La Source, Lacombe. Big lift through Blanchon is always beneficial, but makes our job a little bit easier. My 25 times table are a lot stronger than my 26 times table, but that's the 013 is now in the lane. Is that stint done? That'll be a second stint for Martin. I think we're having some technical difficulties with the broadcast. I don't know if they're coming through on your end or just mine, but
Yep, we're back.
yes, cool, awesome. So Martin came in on lap 58, he got in the car, and we're now on lap 384. Sorry, 358 and 384. I think that's 26 laps, if my math is correct, it is. So they're going for that 26th lap, which is good. They did also serve that penalty on lap 366 with the contact with the Lamborghini, so that was probably would have saved them a bit of fuel, but cost them quite a lot of time.
Actually about 10 seconds adrift in that last lap as well there for lap 383, so possibly a bit of mistake there that we might have accidentally missed there off camera, so might have used that as a good excuse to come in and get a bit of fuel and tyres there to be able to get another 40 laps or so, between 60 to 80, or so another possible 20 or 30 laps. So up on the jacks there for car 013, just looking at live pictures there at the moment of Vilius Cabildas. So Cabildas there.
I don't think they were off pace last lap in the 013 because the timing for the lap is the Grand Prix start finish, and obviously the pit entry is at the exit of the bus stop chicane, so they are on the limiter for quite a while until they get to the line. So looking back at previous drivers in laps, there's 233 for Martinez before he came in, and 227 for Radomir before he came in on lap 304. So pretty consistently about 10-second delta between the pit in lap and a normal flying lap. So just a standard stop, thankfully, which is good. That's less worrying than just losing 10 seconds for the sake of losing 10 seconds.
Yeah, we've actually just had so car 013 back out from the landing there at the moment with Radomir there behind the wheel. So we have had a driver swap, so it's actually quite a short stint there by Martin Scrimpton. Great work by Radomir to get out there and get that work done. Radomir Scrimpton, Radomir Servikov, probably one of our most experienced drivers there on our RSV lineup there at the moment. So 3 years into sim racing. Also 8 years of real life and racing there, as well as we've got, I think that's the car Team Blue there, MY Team Blue. So, reversing, that was a bit sketchy there. Choosing to reverse across the circuit, thankfully getting it done safely there. We're actually going to cut to a bit of a replay there. And oh, sorry, cutting back to live pictures there. So, unfortunately, the rear just stepping away ever so slightly there, as we've seen Schwalmtal Banjo Padje there has been doing quite a lot of, I imagine he would be absolutely fatigued there. And car 24 of NY Team Blue. We have a look at his laps there between himself there, Adam Fox. We've actually had quite a few different drivers there. So Schwalmtal there having 1, 2, I think. Did 1 lap on his own there and then jumped back out there, but he's on his, I think, 3rd or 4th stint there. So he's definitely done a lot of work there for Metro NY PCA Team Blue.
Yes, he, I think, has one of the highest lap counts in the field at 123. Dalton Kilroy also in the work in progress racing car with a 155. I take that back. Colin Cameron and Runar Bortolfsson from Evil Nature, the 2-car team. 252 for Colin and 177 laps for Runar. So they are just insane numbers at the moment. Especially, you know, a 2-car team, you kind of expect their lap numbers to be high, but 252 laps around Spa is a sensational effort, and the fact that they're running where they are is even more commendable, really.
Also looking, I dare say they might have had a few repairs and whatnot, but just seeing how straight that Porsche GT3 is there of Evil Nature as well is, like, really goes to show, I think, between these two, really showing how to get a great result in 24-hour endurance racing is done there. It really is. It's not so much about getting those laps down, even though that, I dare say, if we do have a look at some of the laps that these two guys have been doing, makes such a difference. All around that, nothing really much slower there than a 223. I think we've had maybe 1 or 2 224s there, but Colin Cameron, absolute stellar effort there. Even without that 3rd position that they're currently in. So we have Radomir Servikov there. Definitely quite experienced there from RSV Racing, or RSV Motorsports there, so choosing to take over. Might be able to hammer that pace just a little bit more there. So car 013. 3 laps adrift from Team... sorry, 2 laps adrift there from Team Year 1 Black there. Did qualify there on pole there, as well as Team Wolfpack. So a few laps in front as well. We've got Ragnarok Sim Racing there on the same lap there as car 013. So that'll be something taken into consideration.
Yeah, it's a weird, they're 2 minutes 6 behind. They are just coming out of the cone. So pace for the Ragnarok Sim Racing car is near about ours, about a second slower than Radomir was in the last lap. So Radomir also slightly heavier car. They last pitted on lap 362, so another 2 laps, I think, 3 laps maybe, in that Ragnarok Sim Racing car will be in the pits, which will be very helpful for the RSV number 013 to get back ahead by a lap, but I'm sure they will be trying to get to the Ragnarok car before a pit stop to maximise that advantage of the slightly stagnated pit strategy.
Have you had much of a chance there, Brad, to you sound quite experienced, I'm guessing that you've done quite a lot Spa yourself, and including in these GT3 cars?
Yeah, I was actually supposed to be driving today, but I fractured my collarbone in a motorbike accident, so I'm obviously not doing that. But yeah,
wow. Absolute trooper there to come on there today.
Pain meds do wonderful things, don't they? But yeah, so I probably turned a good chunk of laps in the couple of days leading up to the accident to prepare for my own race. But yeah, the one thing I did notice is the tire degradation in the BMW especially is kind of atrocious once the car heats up. So a lot of drivers were aiming for double stints, of course, all of iRacing, but a lot of them have decided against it because the GT3 and GTE cars got an upgrade a little while ago, so the double stinting during the day became a lot harder to do, especially at a track like Spa, which is very fast and has a lot of load on the front tires through a lot of the corners, like Brussels and Pouan, Blanchimont. Up Radion especially is very sketchy on cold tires, so the pit strategy compared to this time last year was vastly different. Because we were aiming to double stint quite comfortably last year, and this year it was aiming for maybe just changing the fronts or all 4 tires at every stop. So yeah, very different race to last year, but a lot of these guys have been doing a lot, like many hours of practice, many more than I did, but
Yeah,
probably
absolutely.
shows as well. But yeah, it's a very different race to last year, with both the tire degradation and the new 4-wheel off track that we have at Spa, which has made the racing a lot better, in my opinion, a lot more realistic to the real world racing lanes, which we very much appreciate and thank iRacing for updating those off tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on there. It also gives RSV Motors the chance to use the new BMW, some of that new content as well. It's great seeing those Porsches out. I think as well as the Lamborghini, actually. We're quite lucky here. Oh, sorry, I've just caught off camera there. We've just had Speed Esports 1 there come through on a lap car. I didn't think that lap car was actually going to pull it up in time there as well. So we're just looking at car 013 there, with the team driving Miss Daisy just in front of them. A very unique team name compared to some of the others.
It's always...
Oh, sorry.
You go, after you.
Oh, that's right. We're just catching a replay there of that incident there at the bus stop there. So very lucky there for Speed Esports, keeping it nice and tight there, making sure that even if that lap car did spin out, that they would give themselves plenty of room to get around.
Yeah, it almost looked like it spooked the Lamborghini, not the Lamborghini, the BMW going into the chicane, because they went very wide on approach to that corner, and thankfully they ended up on the track properly, but the yeah, it was a little bit of a hair-raising moment, but not too bad in the end.
Such a amazing looking car, those the Hurricanes. This laps, what car was that in?
It was in the BMW, the M4.
Ah, beautiful. I love seeing all those new paints and stuff come out, especially such a cool paint job for not only Speed Esports 1 and 2, but as well as RSV. Such a cool livery there, commemorating their car dealership that they have over in Germany.
Yeah, the livery is very, very unique. It's not. I don't think it's very traditional. I think is the word I'm going to use for what we see a lot of GT cars like on iRacing. But it's an absolutely phenomenal paint. I love the color contrast, and it uses the shape of the BMW body really, really well. It's very good.
Almost plays back to as well. I think everything almost looks like the Andy Warhol, the infamous BMW art car as well. So it's cool that people can do like their own. It almost looks like it's at home there, that you can kind of do like a really abstract paint, and it really kind of plays out there as well. And it does have like a couple of like little different patterns and colors and stuff there as well. So great seeing Villiers Kilbertus there under pressure at the moment from, does have Team Wolfpack in front there as well, and we've got CG Motorsport Green there just sitting outside that top 10 there, I think in 13th position, so they're trying to get around there. Also just behind that group as well, Speed Esports 1 there of Chris Mogridge. So Chris in for, if I have a look there, he has actually been in the car for quite a while there, but choosing to stay out there. And you can definitely see like those lap times are not groundbreaking there. So 2 minutes 24 there on that last lap there, 2:22, 2:21. So Chris isn't faster than anyone else there at the moment, but he's definitely just keeping that nose clean, and that's really, really what you want there. Very steady. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say this isn't it's a marathon, not a sprint, to quote a multiple world Formula One champion, but the lap time's been not very much. Like, obviously they mean something, but not so much as like the GT sprint race that we broadcast on Sim Speed TV yesterday at 8 o'clock, which of course you can watch back if you like. But yeah, lap time's been a little bit, but even qualifying like means absolutely nothing when you see second place is currently 15th, third place is 16th, fourth is 25th, first is 29th, and fifth is 30th. So, and then you've got the Evil Nature car started 43rd and they're running in third. So this is very second hand when it comes to these sort of races compared to keeping it clean and keeping out of incidents, which, oh, that was close between the 21 car and the CGC Motorsport Ferrari getting very loose at, I think that was Blanchimont.
Yeah, it is, I think, racing. I think that was, we actually just caught it off, so Team Blue, I think that might have been
the number 11. The CGC Motorsport Green was trying to overtake the Team Wolfpack 109 Porsche at Blanchimont, and too wide around Blanchimont does not usually end very well, and we see that clear as day there. And thankfully, the RSV number 21 got through clearly, but by all that is holy was that close.
actually just happened off screen as well. Rangarock, oh, you can see that side contact there. Such a fast, very, very fortunate there for RSV Racing there, taking evasive action. They'll be definitely counting their lucky stars as they come through. That was such a fast part of the circuit. We actually just saw as well the other RSV car. Almost looks like it's going past him fast forward, but that is played in real time there. It's just such a fast part of the circuit, so we'll see whether or not that Ferrari is choosing to stay out there. You can see that front bonnet missing off as well. So while we were watching that, Rangarock Sim Racing there in 31st also have a pretty well, so that's actually they are now behind. They were trying to put a chase into our RSV Motorsports car 013. It's actually not worked out too well for them, so that's actually cost them about, thankfully no damage to the car there of Valkyria Diaz.
Sorry, I keep doing that.
No, you're right.
I think that Ragnarok Sim Racing car is due for a stop probably this lap because they were last. Valkyria brought the car out on lap 363. They're now on 387, which is. Oh no, they're on lap 24, so they'll probably have 2 more laps unless they bring it in to fix any damage, which they don't. So as the RSV car goes up the inside of the Wolfpack 109 car, which I wasn't expecting, but we'll now be on the outside of the source, just in front, just enough in front. So next car is that Ragnarok car, which they'll hopefully be, well, they'll be trying to obviously put a lap on, well, another lap on, I should say, but yeah, very, very close to a stop for the Ragnarok car. So we will see where that comes out.
Yeah, as well. Great work there by Villiers there. Definitely getting that the elbows out there on Ragnarok. So Ragnarok is actually well, not only now a lap down, so we got a 395 and 399 there. So it's almost just kicking a bit of sand in the face there of Team Wolfpack. So Team Wolfpack there are a position down. They have gone another lap down to RSV car 21. Do have the leader of Speed Esports car 1 there in between these two now. We've just seen also, I think that might have been Ragnarok there, looking a little bit slow there as well. So quite offline on that apex. We're going to have these three come around it pretty soon there, but very sad to hear about your bike accident there, Brad, as well. What motorbike were you riding?
Just a little 250 Ninja.
Oh,
few years
was
old,
it on the
so-
road?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse. Even worse. I'm sorry to hear about that.
You know, it's the nature of being in any sort of vehicle, I guess, is accidents happen, and I was conscious the entire time, and I'm walking, so that's... So, I mean, obviously I wish I could be racing, but the fact that I have been conscious the entire time is more important than that. So.
Yeah. Were you are you based in Victoria here, or?
In just south of Brisbane.
Ah, okay, yep. Yeah, it's definitely I've been very fortunate. Thankfully I've never had an accident on the road. I've had a few accidents out on the truck on the motorbike, and yeah, definitely doesn't tickle and kind of puts the fright in you a little bit, but it's definitely there's a lot to say about trying to swing the leg back over and jump back on it as soon as you can to like not shake yourself up too much.
Yeah, I haven't been to the track yet, but maybe one day. Might have a new helmet now that it's broken.
Yeah, that was almost one thing that I had as well. I've had a pretty big high side before on my Avale GP0, and yeah, it landed head first on the ground, but thankfully no broken bones or anything. It was just more of a, I think it kind of just put the fright in me a little bit, and kind of gives you a bit of a reminder of that you're not invincible.
Yes.
Definitely by any means.
Absolutely. We just see the leader get past. Villiers gave him a nice little tow down the Camel Straight into Lacombe and let him sail past relatively easy. The number 13 car is, well, both cars are line astern now on track, so that's always nice to see, even though one is 9 laps down on the other, but that doesn't matter. They're both line astern, and that's all we would like to see.
Yeah, make for a good few photos there as well. You can definitely see that pace difference there from car 13 to car 31 there. So I think the last lap between the two of them there. So Radomir in car 13 with almost a 220.9. Villiers still one of our more of our greener drivers here of the RSV Motorsports group there with a 222.9 there. So a little bit of drift there off the pace, but definitely banking on some really great experience as well. So We've just had Chris Modridge of Sim Speed Esports won there, so our leader there for in lap 37. So yeah, taking it nice and easy. We are expecting, I think we will see the car there of car 13, or sorry, 013 there. Put a move there on car 21.
Yeah, something tells me that the 21 car is not going to make it difficult for the 13. Probably give him the toe up the Kemmel straight and then nice, easy pass through the cone. I don't know what team orders are at RSV. As big a pace difference as there is between the two cars at the moment, I think it should be pretty much unwritten rule to let the faster car pass, regardless of their position on track.
I think we might have just seen potentially a bit of a mistake there by Team Wolfpack. They are about a just see one squeeze through on the other there, so that is right in here as Servikov there. A little bit of space there to Team Wolfpack and the Hartenhoff there. So quite a busy part of the circuit here at the
Yeah, that's the I'm gonna say the joys of single class endurance racing is you generally get all of the cars within a very short section of track. Like there are cars coming up to La Source now, and there's cars coming up to Puan, that's a pretty big distance between the cars, but even so, there's still a lot of cars through the run from Puan right up to Stavlo, which is making it very busy for the faster drivers in the field to navigate. But it's not quite like if we have the LMP 1, 2, and GTE cars running around here for 6 hours, whereas there is that big pace advantage. When they're all within a second or two, it's really, really congests the track quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely there. So just having a look at a few of our other cars here at the moment there. Just seeing a few of these Mercedes. I think that might be one of the Skidmore cars there as well. I think that might be Team Year 1 coming through there. So Team Year 1 there in 29th position. Seeing a lot of... can't say I've actually seen any Audis here this evening. A lot of Mercedes.
No.
A lot of the Porsche GT3. Obviously the Porsche GT3 being quite a new car to the service as well. Lamborghini Huracan. Not as new, but definitely did come out this year as well. And then the old faithful Mercedes GT3 as well. So,
I mean, there are a few Audis out there. They're just the Italian ones, if you want to go about it that way, because, you know, the Lamborghini is an Audi underneath, just with some different body panels. But yeah, I haven't seen an Audi since, well, the sprint race yesterday, and there was only one of them. So a lot of people opting for the Lamborghini over the Audi. It is a little bit safer, but as we have seen with the Mad Sim Racing Lambo, it is still very prone to that snap oversteer that is so ingrained in the Audi. But a lot of people going for a lot of mid-engine cars. There is quite a few BMWs and Mercedes as well, but there are lots of the Porsches, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis in this race, which is good to see, because in the GT Sprint Series that has been broadcast on Sim Speed for the last 5 weeks, it's been very heavily filled by just Porsches and Lamborghinis. So to get that extra bit of depth in the field is always good to see, especially in a special event like this one. So having, I think, 5 of the 8 GT3 cars that we have in this split is always good to see.
absolutely there. I have to say, probably a bit of a fan there of the Mercedes. Makes such a cool sound there. That real tearing paper V8 sound there as they come through. It almost sounds, when you hear some of the stuff like the Audi and the Lamborghini, it almost sounds a little bit sterile there. The really high-pitched V10. It's cool to have a bit of the old school V8 power, yeah.
Yeah, my first ever live motorsport was I think it was 2011 or 2012 Gold Coast 600, and they had the GT cars there, and Maro Engel, who helped design the SLS GT3 car, was driving in the Australian GT Championship, and just hearing the SLS come down the main straight of the Gold Coast 600 felt like I was being punched in the sternum. And then going to Bathurst at the start of last year for the 12 hour and hearing it again in the AMG GT3 was even more like, felt like my sternum was just going to fold in on itself. And it's such a, like, the Ferrari, the 488 was a V8, of course, and the Porsche is a V6, but the V8 of the Ferrari was a much higher pitch. But having that German V8 come through was just so different and so much more in your face than the Ferrari one was. And it's a very, very iconic sound in GT3 because a lot of them are a lot higher pitched, but I don't enjoy listening to any of the other cars less than the Mercedes, but that V8 is just, it's so unique.
I have to say, a real favourite of mine. I'm quite fortunate where I am here in Melbourne, living right next to, well, I did live like almost right next to the track in Phillip Island. I did live in Phillip Island for a number of years, working down there. It was always so awesome, the MotoGP bikes, and then it was back in the days of the CRT ruling. So you'd have the 4-cylinder BMW based MotoGP bikes, and then obviously you'd have the V4 of the Ducatis and the Hondas, and they'd all make such a unique sound. And you're exactly right there. The Ducati V4, as it went past, absolutely shifts all your organs when it comes past. They're so unbelievably loud. Always bring your earplugs, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I kind of now specialize in other very loud things, of playing around with turbocharged rotary engines. So yeah, those things can get quite loud as well, and definitely a lot of trying to quiet down with mufflers and resonators and whatnot. But yeah, there's definitely another engine that makes so much noise, and yeah, definitely brings out that passion as well.
Absolutely. And it's, a lot of people give, like, for example, the new Formula One cars a lot of slack for not being as loud as the 8s, 10s and 12s of decades gone, but I think that's also a good thing because it means you can properly enjoy the sound when you're at the track. Because with the old cars, you had to wear earplugs, and if you didn't, you'd lose your hearing in a weekend. But those cars, and like the AMG GT3 and the M4 and the Porsche Cup, well, maybe not, sorry, not the Porsche Cup, the Porsche GT3 car, but maybe to a lesser extent, they are that little bit quieter. So you can, well, as the 21 car has a problem with the S's right on the racing line, but no contact, thankfully. They are that little bit quieter, which does suck a little bit, but it also means that you can enjoy it a bit more. I mean, like the Merc is a very deep V8, but it's not ear piercing, so you can enjoy it. Whereas, like the Audi and the Lambo are that next octave up, and like they are great sounds, but you almost need to plug your fingers when they go by because they're so piercingly loud, and it's not as enjoyable listening to race cars with fingers in your ears, whereas with the softer sounding cars you can enjoy that sound a little bit more.
Absolutely. Well, as we're just seeing Villas Kibilitis there, or don't square it off too much onto the racing line as well. He's just letting a few of these cars go through. Not a great spot that you want to be stuck at. Thankfully, it's a really slow couple of corners there at that bus stop. So I think he might be choosing to pull it into the pits there. So probably a wise decision. Might have been a bit shaken up there on there. So has managed to do 386. So he has done about 17 laps or so.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate lap because he had that spin at the S's just before Stavolo, which was, it looked almost like he locked the rear brakes and then, you know, missing the braking point of the bus stop chicane was very, very bizarre. You don't see that very often to that extent, but maybe the balance wasn't right or the tires are heating up a little bit too much. Like I did say a little while ago, he just completely misses his brake. That's what happened. So maybe the tires are burning up a little quicker than they like, which the BMW is very prone to, especially as the track moves up nearly at the level of track to them. So it's making a big difference in how this car handles. So maybe just put some front tires on. I mean, like, oh, it's a drive-through. Okay.
Yes, I dare say that might have just chucked him over the incident limit there, having that that spin there. That's usually a couple of incident points in that. So just getting that drive-through done there at the moment. He does have, I think that is the Trap Engineering car there. So Trap Engineering we've seen so strong earlier on there as well. So that we want to make a position through.
It's very fortunate how iRacing has changed the rules. Before it was if you got 100 incident points, you were disqualified. But now that they've added the drive-through rule, which I think is a fantastic addition to iRacing, it's for this race and Le Mans and Nürburgring are similar. 100 incident points and you get a drive-through, and then for every 20 incidents after that, you get another drive-through. So thankfully, everyone can keep running, regardless of their incident points. It just comes down to like damage on the car and stuff like that. But you do still need to watch your incident points, because if you're in a battle and you're at 99 incident points with the leader 3 seconds up the road, the last thing you want to do is push and get that 100 incident point and lose that, 1 minute lane transition, because that's almost race over, like come the end of the race. So obviously there's a lot more to it than that, but I think that was their second or third drive through. I'm not 100% sure, but still plugging on, which is good. There was no damage from the spin or running wide at the bus stop, but did have to serve that penalty and lost a little bit of time, but not too much.
We are just having a look at Ascended Esports 1 there as well. So bit of clear track there at the moment there as well. You can see how strong they've been. Probably a very busy part of the track there. I think Popke Hartenhoff there from Team Wolfpack getting overtaken by, well, it actually ran really wide off track there, but just getting overtaken by Driving Miss Daisy. And that's, oh, sorry, that was Rangarok up there. And Good Luck GD3 also in behind as well. So it's actually quite a busy part of the circuit there as well. We've seen Paul Johan Graeme there from Syrian Racer there. We're just going to have a little bit of a look there at the moment. They've got their strategy is quite unique there. I think there's about 3 or 4 different drivers and all doing different amounts of laps there. I think last time Paul was in the car there, only managed to do 13 laps there. So dare say we'll be wanting to stay at just a little bit longer there at the moment. So they're sitting in 36. They're actually quite close to our RSV cars at the moment. So they're a bit adrift there of RSV 013 and RSV 21 there. So RSV 013 and 21 there, separated by Team Wolfpack, and I do believe Team Wolfpack will be in a bit of trouble if they continue with the way they're going there at the moment. They will need to come into the pits and get some of that damage fixed.
Yeah, the Wolfpack Team 109 Porsche just going up, ready on now. Last pitted on lap 384 and they are on 403. So that is 19 laps done. So they'll have about 7 laps more till they come in. I'm wondering if they'll just get that damage fixed or if they're going to try and keep the lead that they have over the 013 car, as it follows the Alpha Canis Racing Porsche. So there is a 3-lap difference between those two cars, and Radomir is lapping very consistently in the low 21s. Low 21s, high 20s, whereas the Wolfpack car is lapping in the 22s, 23s, 24. So there is a rather significant lap speed difference. So we'll see what they do through their pit stops. And the RSV car is due in the lap before the Wolfpack car as well. So that might be an interesting couple of laps leading up to that pit stop. So lots of running left. We have just crossed 3/4 distance. So we're slowly but surely getting there, and pit stops in the next 15 minutes might spice up that those 29th and 28th positions very soon.
Yeah, a lot of feedback there from that AOD Racing BMW there with Quentin. I think Quentin Murdoch there behind the wheel. He's pushing that BMW quite faster as well. So just chipping away there at the moment. Great work there by Radomir. You'd have to say almost a bit of the high gun there for RSV Motorsport. Getting those laps done there, as we're just seeing, just having a little bit of a look there. Some of those laps there by Vilius Kabidulis. You're exactly right there. So Radomir Sevkov, absolute consistency, I think, from almost when he jumped in the car, he has not done a lap. Almost a 2:21.5. He's been consistently fastest, absolutely right on the money. So he's so dialed into this 24-hour racing. This is exactly what you want. He's had absolutely, yeah, if you look at his lap time spread, I wouldn't even be a second between his slowest and his fastest. I think it's about 0.8 of a total spread. So absolutely showing his 3 years experience in this format of racing is absolutely showing and coming through there.
Yeah, absolutely. He might only be a 1.5k driver, but he is driving a lot better than what that number would mean to a lot of people right now. So
Certainly a lot better than me. and I'm a 1.3k.
I'm 2 and he's probably driving better than me at the moment. So it is literally just a number, and those laps that he's putting in is definitely helping his team catch that Wolfpack Mercedes Porsche that is 3 laps up the road. So probably still 3 laps away, or 3 or 4, sorry, laps away from hits for both the Wolfpack car and the 013 RSV car. So we'll see what happens then. But race is far from done, but it's getting more and more exciting the closer we get to that checkered flag.
We will start to see that pace just pick up a little bit. Actually, having a look at a few other cars that we haven't really seen too much of. GPVA Racing Team Lamborghini. Have not seen them very much at all. They're car number 29, sitting inside the top 20. Very good effort there. Just having a little bit of a cast over some of their laps there. Patricia Vero there doing quite a lot of stints earlier on. Sorry, just clearing my throat a little bit. Definitely sitting around that 223, 224 mark as well. It's actually been pretty consistent there around that 221 mark for the last few laps, so doing a really good job there. And that's exactly where you want to be. It's almost you don't want to be on camera on a race like this. You really want to keep that nose clean, not too many incidents to speak of, and just being able to chip away at it. So
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes the best laps and best races are the most boring ones because it means you're running consistent laps, keeping out of trouble, and that's kind of all you need. Like the Porsche qualifying lap at the Bathurst 12-hour last year was a very kind of so-so lap, but it ended up being pole, and that's sometimes what you need. It's not always about the most flamboyant race or the most flamboyant lap, but if you can consistently run and run under the radar, then you're usually on for a pretty good result. So that's, I guess that's the difference between an endurance race and a sprint race, and some of these guys are displaying that perfectly here.
yeah, I've just had a Radomir Sverkov there from RSV car 013 there. Absolutely real off there, a 2-minute 20.2 there. So feeling very comfortable behind the wheel. He is. That car noticeably having a little bit of front damage there. So absolutely stretching that legs there, but you're exactly right there. So a 2-minute 20.2 would almost put him in well inside the top 10 if it was at qualifying pace. So Radomir very comfortable behind that wheel there currently and being able to chip in these absolutely banger laps.
I think that lap was comfortably the fastest lap of the race by any of the cars currently running. So the fact that he's able to do that in these temperatures with that car is very good. Like he's not, I mean, he is coming up close-ish to his pit stop. He's 17 laps in, so he's still got 7 laps of fuel on board. Or, sorry, 9 laps of fuel on board. My math is atrocious today. It's Sunday. So it's not like he's in qualifying spec or even race spec with low fuel. He's still got, 30 liters of fuel on board roughly. So the car still has a bit of weight to it. So the fact that he's punching out those lap times is still very, very impressive. And he's slowly but surely reeling that Team Wolf back in, even if he is still 3 laps behind. Every little second counts.
Yeah, and it's all about keeping that pressure as well and being able to capitalize capitalize on the mistakes of others and stuff. So we're just well under that 6-hour mark too. It just casts our eyes over the clock, hitting almost 5 o'clock here in the afternoon. Australian Eastern Time here locally. We have to almost work out where they are. It is about 9 a.m. now, and in Germany for Team RSV. We're actually going to start to go to a break now. So just to recap, just before we run to a break there, so RSV car 21 in 27th position, 37 laps from the lead. Car 013, RSV Motorsport, car 013 there, in 29th position there. So we've got our 2 RSV cars very, very close to each other, only separated by about 7 laps or so. We do have Team Wolfpack 109 there, separating the 2 at the moment. They're under a bit of pressure in some lap traffic as well, carrying a lot of damage. So we are expecting them to possibly give up a bit of time to RSV car 013. But we're going to chuck to a bit of a break now, and we're going to be bringing in some of the big dogs, most notably David Haynes. So you are in for a bit of a treat for the next few hours.
Lose a peon, I'ma get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. That bitch needs someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is light, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my slide tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, run into the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
My name is Steven Corpenos. I'm a senior web developer here at iRacing, and I work on the beta UI. It's funny because iRacing has been around for 10 years, but we want to keep delivering the best possible user experience to our customers, and we've found that the old UI isn't exactly what we're trying to deliver in 2018. We want to use new features and provide the best possible experience when using the sim. One of the projects that I've been working on is some custom heat racing configuration for hosted races. We've been listening to our customers. Everyone's been asking for custom heat races. Maybe you want to tweak a few things with the preset iRacing configurations. Well, now you can using the beta UI. So once you're at the homepage of the beta UI, you just go to create a race. Then from there you go to your set race options. And you'll notice here under event types, you can actually choose heat racing. First, I'm going to show you how to create a new format from scratch. You can choose the number of entrants. And as you can see, when I made that change, the change was actually reflected on the right side in the graph. Also, you can use the estimated duration at the bottom of the graph when you're changing the length to see what the total duration of your event will be. In addition, you can customize every aspect of the session information, practice, qualifying, heat races, consolations, and of course, the final feature race. Because the beta UI allows us to develop features that are robust and complex, this feature will be exclusively available on the beta UI. Once you've made all of the changes, you can hit save. Say you forgot what you selected. You can always preview it using the preview format button. We are very excited to release the brand new heat racing configuration feature that will be available in Season 3 of iRacing.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going the outside. Both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up the Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
It's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go. Oh no.
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Well, welcome back to our RSVmotors.de coverage of the iRacing Spa 24 here. We've just had a pit stop from our number 21 car and a driver change as well there. And of course, by way of introduction, hello, I'm David Haynes. Thank you, Nick Skariev and Bradley Wingard on our little show here previously gone. And it looks like it'll be me and Fonty here for the next 3 hours. Awesome to see both of the RSVmotors.de cars still circulating around Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. And we'll keep an eye on what the track temperature also does and what the traffic does and what the pit strategy looks like across this coming section of the hour. Hello, Fonty. Also, I think we had a driver change for this 21.
Yes, that's right. Hello, everybody. Everyone's pretty used to my voice now. Yeah, driver change.
Oh, it still scares me.
Oh God, don't be like that, mate. Still scares me when I see shoes left by a simulator after somebody's run off. If you remember that
one
joke.
time.
Long time. First meeting actually. It's where was it? Sydney Raceway. Sydney Motorsport Park, I should say. But yes, no, it's good to have you here in the box for this. It's been a long race, a good race. Been pretty unfortunate in the RSV Motors cars at points in the race, but yeah, the guys have certainly driven pretty well and been yeah, reasonably consistent. Only really been tangled up in other people's accidents, so yeah, it's been a good race. It's been a good race. Hopefully we can finish in a good position.
One very clever thing that they've done, though, is with the beautiful livery we've got on the RSV Motorsport cars, is it does hide just a little bit of the damage around on the BMW M4. It's a good sort of almost resembles some of the testing or prototype liveries. And therefore, if it was a flat color or a more consistent pattern, you might more notice some of the damage to the splitter, some of the damage around the headlights and on the back of the car. But from these shots, I think
there we go, we can focus
still looking pretty good.
Yeah, no, the car does look very good. It's yeah, got a little bit of wing damage there. That back end of the car's certainly had a few touch-ups.
Our cars are together on track here as well, though, aren't they? Because we've had that pit stop for the 21. That is now a couple laps up on the 29. So they're a bit flying in formation once again. Nice shot, long shot down from No Name Corner towards Huon, Double Gauche, whatever you want to call it. We've got corners with no names, and we've got corners that have got 2 or 3. So famine and feast for the naming committee at Spa.
That's right. It's yeah, absolutely fantastic race in this. Yeah, I'm surprised how many people are still going. I was watching some of the high splits earlier on yesterday, and after about 6 hours we had half the field missing, so yeah, about 15 cars are out of the race now, so yeah, both RSV motorsport cars inside the top 30, a few laps down, but they did take a few pit stops and get the car repaired up.
Get the camera ready. This is the promo shot as Radomir moves in front, and very good team coordination there towards the bus stop as well. And there you can see the other car in the rear-facing camera there as well. So that actually puts the 013 one lap closer to the 21. What is it currently now? Then 6 laps separating them instead of 7 as Radomir presses on. I did catch Brad and Nick earlier, and they were saying his lap times are sort of picking up a little bit, staying very consistent for Radomir. So
yeah, you're exactly right. He was fast. He did very well in qualifying. Put the car on P5 and started the race. Got up to 2nd place. Finished the stint pretty good, and then yeah, just in the 2nd stint, the driver there, he just maybe not so confident, a bit nervous. Jumped on the gas. Tyres were cold, and put it around. So that kind of put the car on the back foot from the word go. But yeah, they've done well to keep it going. I still think they could easily get a top 20 result.
yeah, let's look at some of the lap times here. I'm going to look at some of the lap times for 013 compared to a lot of the other cars around. Well, the last lap, they were 4 seconds faster than 5 seconds faster than the number 8 in 26th, 4 seconds faster than the car in 25th, 2 seconds faster than the car in 24th, 7 seconds faster than the car in 23rd. I mean, those are starting to get some pretty big margins with still hours left to go in this race. You can pull back some big chunks of time, maybe put some pressure on some of the cars up front, and maybe the luck starts to swing the other way. Maybe some cars that were lucky earlier might have fatigue set in or have some issues, and hopefully a good clean run to the end here for our guys. So that's a phase of concentration, just looking at what the car in the mirrors is gonna do. Ferrari behind. The Ferrari's in top split, so interesting to see that there's some teams here electing for the Ferrari 488 GT3. Skidmark Racing is the car that they can see. This beautiful Bosch. Well, it's the same unit for the dash as it is for the rear-facing camera. It's a very multifunction unit for whatever you want to program it to do. I'm sure that's not a cheap solution, but it looks like a good solution for the BMW M4. And he's clearly still got some pace and some straight line speed on that Ferrari, because he's been watching what it's doing behind him, but it hasn't been able to get around him just yet.
Yeah, the Ferrari's always been pretty well known for having straight line speed, so I haven't actually had a chance to drive this new BMW GT3 car, but certainly looks like the goods. Very popular for this race. The car that's not popular is the Audi. Not a single Audi in this split.
We got any McLaren MP412Cs or any Ford GTs?
McLarens? I don't actually think so. No, and definitely no Fords.
McLaren was actually a little bit popular for this race a year ago, but not for pace or tyre life, but just somehow through the BOP it managed to have way more fuel capacity and longer stints than some of the other cars. He's looking a little slow here.
Something's gone wrong here. Is he? How many laps has he done on this stint? Is he? He's limping it back to the lane. Otherwise, he's going to be out of fuel. Yes. He's going to struggle to make it, I think. Oh no.
So long as you realise you're in trouble and you give it a good lot of clutch and a good lot of lift and coast, you just need that fuel to get up the rise through the bus stop. Because once you get into pit entry at the top of the bus stop there, it's kind of all downhill towards your pit box and towards service and help. So long as he's realised very early the kind of predicament you're in, then you can still do this, because it's going to be downhill towards the bus stop. You just need that 3-second burst of power to get up from the entry of the bus stop and into pit entry. So let's see how this goes. Trying to stay out of everyone else's way. Very, very well here.
You can hear it. He's got the clutch on.
That's what we're talking about. Carries good momentum across the first apex. Into pit entry. And if in doubt, press that starter button. Use the starter motor in first gear to try to bump this thing along. But he's in pit lane with the pit lane limiter. And like I say, you can generally kind of coast the car downhill towards your pit box from here. So that's not going to be the world's fastest in lap, but my goodness, is it better than having to put the car on the tow truck.
Yeah, that's very, very right. And yeah, he just punched out the fastest lap out of any driver there, and forgot to look at the fuel gauge.
You know, we're talking about, it's the same multi-function display in the dash and in the rear vision camera. I think he was looking in the rear vision camera in the bus stop a lap ago, and not at the other display that would have said not a lot of fuel left.
Yeah,
this is the
big
game I'm
flash.
talking about. You come through that hairpin,
Flashing light.
and it's even further downhill from that hairpin. And you said a good qualifying means you've got to go a long way through the pit lane before you hit your box, but luckily it'll coast all the way, and he'll reach that safety of the pit crew.
Yes, he certainly will. Driver swap there, as we mentioned earlier on, in the 21 car. Car's looking better than it did early on. Was missing a rear boot lid only about an hour and a half ago, so they've been slowly getting it repaired up. Just not quite the overall pace overall, but yeah, once he gets into the swing of things, I'm sure he'll. If he can get into the 222s, I think he's doing well with a car in its current condition.
Watching the 21 circulate. Last lap, 224. Going to come to the timing line this time. I say timing line, not start-finish line, because that's a whole can of worms around here on this endurance layout. But a 222 now. So settling into the rhythm, really picking up the pace. Good stuff there. 222 is very competitive for all the cars around the 20s in this race at the minute. And the pit stop's done for 013. Starting to pick up the speed and rejoin the track. And once again, our two friends are going to be close on track, because at speed, the 21 is now going to line up behind 013, which is up there on the right, letting some of the cars through before going into Lecum and Melmedy. And once again, reunited for the RSV Motorsport cars.
Oh, this will be a good opportunity for some photos later on afterwards. And yeah, always good to have a race with your fellow teammates.
If it was me and my teammates, the driver behind would just be laying on the headlight flasher just to be annoying. I don't know how your friends say hello, but that's the kind of thing that might happen. There we go. There's the picture once again.
There it is.
So new tires on 013. That slots in behind. And we got fresh drivers, hopefully fresh eyes and fresh faces for both cars now, and definitely, I wouldn't say bags under the eyes, but you can see something in the eyes for some of our drivers. We're looking for a good little nap here and there. I woke up from my little nap, so
I need one of them.
I'm not looking that fresh, but I'm feeling slightly fresher.
Yeah, I managed to get an hour sleep today. The last time was yesterday morning, so yeah, fight on. We've got 5.5 hours left of the race, and it's going to be an exciting 5.5 hours. I just hope that one of them can finish top 25, top 20. I'm sure we're going to see a few more retirees throughout the race, which hopefully should play in our favour.
First flying lap for Martinez in 013. And what does my timing say it is? Oh, no, that was his out lap, so now he's just starting his first flying lap of this stint. Some new tyres, hopefully. A little bit of repairs take place, because no repairs take place while the fuel is happening, but then while the tyre change is going on, there's sort of a spare mechanic who's able to do a little bit of repairs without it costing you any total extra time in the pit lane. So you really hope every time you come through the lane that while the tyres are happening, they kick something back into place, hit something with a hammer, tape something down, maybe just fix a little bit of stuff here and there if they can.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to be able to see that one day. A mechanic crew, a virtual mechanic crew, someone with a hammer, big sledgy, swinging it in the middle of the pit lane. That'd be quite cool, wouldn't it?
That's the real motorsport spirit. This needs to be sitting flush with that, and it's not responding to persuasion, so let's get out a hammer. Let's have someone sit on it, kick it into place. Who knows? That's the kind of stuff you see, for example, when maybe a wheel arch has been pushed in and is trying to rub against the tire, and you don't need the wheel arch to be, perfectly in place. You just need it to be not touching the tire, and that's when crowbar, a hammer, something like that is a very useful motorsport tool. Like we were saying, first flying lap of the stint now for Martinez. No lap time just yet for this one. You see, previous has a dash through it because it started in the pit lane and with a driver swap, which sort of changes over the transponder as it were, so it can't register the lap time if one driver drove half of it and the other. I mean, the lap still counts, but it doesn't count for a fastest lap or lap time. There's the bus stop.
Yeah, Martinez has driven well today. A little bit nervous early on in the race, but yeah, over through the night stints and the recent stint, really hasn't put a foot wrong at all. So just clearing the way there for some faster cars, letting them go. He's going to try and hang on the back of them and see if he can use that slipstream advantage. No time came up for him though. It's unfortunate. There we go. Previous, so 2:27 to kick off for that first flying lap.
Yeah, clean looking Porsche in front of him, except for a little bit on the nose. So not a bad idea to let them by through La Source and then follow them up through Eau Rouge or Radillon, and then of course the slipstream on the Camel Straight has been. Well, it's a pretty strong slipstream there because it's a lot of time at full throttle, and it's also a little uphill as well. You've been here, Fonty?
I have been here, mate, yep.
Yeah, I feel like I knew that. It was somewhere in the back of my head.
Yeah, 28.
How uphill is the Camel Straight?
Yeah, it is. No, not as much as what you think. It's just kind of a gradual climb. It's such a big circuit. Like, it took so long. I think we walked around it. Well, I didn't quite get all the way around it. It was 28 kilometers around the outside. I would have loved to have walked the track itself, but I wasn't there at the time. I could have done that, but
that's what Bathurst is for.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, certainly seeing Eau Rouge and that stuff was the big highlight, and yeah, such a clean motorsport venue. Like, yeah, probably the most impressive circuit I've been to.
I walked the 6 and something kilometers of Bathurst last year, and it took me 3 or 4 hours and about a half dozen beers to get around there. And by the end of it, the legs were feeling it. So yeah, it's a fitness hobby, being into a little bit of motorsport. Maybe there's another lap on the board for our 2:21, another 2:22, so that is still, well, you've got to look about another 10 positions up the overall timing board before you see other teams doing that kind of speed. So that's good and consistent. And obviously it's not, overstressing the car, not taking too many risks. It's just sort of speed we appear to have at the minute. 2:22, not bad. And there's obviously a car a little bit higher up the order. One of the Ferraris is just going to get on through, not worth contesting an issue like that.
Yep, exactly right. The Ferrari, only endurance race I'd done recently was the Bathurst 12 hour, and I ran that in the Ferrari and seemed to go alright.
Yeah, that Ferrari's the NSR Yellow's second place car. So, yeah, to not see them immediately disappearing in the distance is also a pretty good sign for the speed these guys can still get out of the BMW. Yeah, that's quite a fresh-looking Ferrari, all things considered. We've raced now more than 18 hours, starting in the day all the way through the night. And then, did you see sunrise? Was it pretty?
Yes, it was very pretty actually. It was summertime. I was living in my camper van, staying in the campsite.
Oh, I meant today's race, but
Today's
sure.
race.
Also,
I thought you meant.
Tell me about both.
Tell you about both. Did I see the sunrise? Not all of it. No, Jacob gave me a break for an hour. Just at that sort of time, I was doing all the night shift and saw the sunset, which was pretty cool.
Nice. The only day I saw sunrise at Bathurst was the Sunday race day. Where, of course, you gotta set your alarm for 4 a.m. or something on the Sunday morning. Grab all your chairs, grab the barbecue, set it up beside the track for that beautiful sunrise race start to the Bathurst 12 hour. Which, gosh, when the alarm goes off, you don't really like that because it's already been a big weekend at that point. But when you hear those GT3 cars fire up, you see them coming up the mountain race at the start of the race, and you're watching race cars, cooking some breakfast on the grill. That's a special feeling.
Yeah, that's when you know you've made it. No, that's yeah.
Had some hash browns going, some eggs, some sausages. Yum yum yum.
I have to make it to the Bathurst 12 hour next year. Hopefully no COVID restrictions. Now, bit of a cool fact. Our driver in the 21 car, he's only just got into iRacing about 2 months ago. Been doing a fantastic job. Really put in some solid stints. Not just single stints either. He was doing doubles, and I think he's even done a triple stint at this stage. So very calm and relaxed in that car. Come out there in this stint and straight on the pace.
Yeah, we're just saying 2:22, pretty competitive with all of the cars in and around where he's racing at the moment. Next car up the road, their last lap at 2:26. That's still 3 laps away, and then 2 laps to the 25th place car doing 2:25, so 3 seconds a lap quicker than that. 3 seconds a lap quicker than the car in 24th. 5 seconds a lap quicker than the car in 23rd. So unfortunately, there's still some lap down, separating there. But you think about that kind of speed, a lap is then 2 minutes 20. Which is 140 seconds. So, yeah, if you're, 5 seconds a lap faster, you can actually catch up a lap every stint or so.
Yep, that's what we need. Still got enough time in the race to make up some good positions. Just got to be clean and consistent and keep it on the back stuff.
So he's doing right now. Good hat. In the on-screen graphic and right now. Ferrari wide in La Source that he's keeping his eyes on.
Yeah, I think we need to see more photos like that profile picture there in NASCAR and stuff like that, rather than the traditional standing in the race suit, professional photo shoot one. Got to have a relax one. Sunny's on, bucket hat on.
For every driver, they should just scroll back 5 years on their Twitter and pick a random photo. Getting by a couple of cars here before Melmedy and Lacombe, or Lacombe and Melmedy, whatever you want to call it, in which order. There's Lacombe first, and then Melmedy's that right-hander there. Pulling by Mercedes.
I don't know the corner names, mate, so you can tell me any of them or not.
My favourite corner name fun fact here is that, so after Rivage that we're going through now, this left-hander, for a long time was No Name, and now is Jackie X corner. But Zolder... Sorry?
They always still call it No Name corner.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Officially, it's Jackie X corner, and Zolder also has a Jackie X corner. So I think basically, except for Zeltweg, I think every track that F1 has ever raced at in Belgium has a Jackie X corner.
That's quite funny.
You can't escape it. Jackie X has he's got every corner at every track named after him.
That is a real Jakesbury fun fact.
I'm not sure.
You're not
This is
sure
gonna
how to what? How to take that?
He was definitely carrying a bit more speed than this Ferrari, but sensibly didn't want to pass around the outside of Blanchimont. So this is where his focus is right now, is where am I going to get around this Ferrari? It's not going to be by going super deep on the brakes into the bus stop. Might not be at La Source, because that has unfortunately pushed a little bit wide. Track temperature still really rising. It's 11:11 a.m. In the session time, so heading towards midday, heading towards the hottest part of the day. It's now 30 Celsius on track. It's still heating up. You can see this Ferrari wants to get around and not taking any risk, very, very sensibly, but yeah, trying to work out a way to carry some good speed, get a good slipstream to get around this Ferrari. This is what can be, awkward, is if you're racing a car that's damaged, racing against a car that's damaged in a way that they're slow through the corners, but they're still quick in a straight line, and they're tough to get around. So we're really showing the nose here to really say, can I get down the inside?
Yeah, he's going to give it room. Lovely.
Yeah, and then that Ferrari then ended up running a little wide because they were offline, but no dramas for our guys, RSV Motorsports. So the 21 carries on.
Just looking at some of the other cars on track. Closest battle we have on track, and this is the closest we've seen for position. P17-18. We got Osmerican Jackaroos in 17th. They're under a bit of pressure from DRG Black and Red. 5 seconds separating these guys.
Yeah, and then the next car that they're battling for position, these guys, is in the same place as them on track, but 2 laps up. So,
yeah, it's interesting actually how we've seen that happen quite a few times over the race. Second to bottom spot, this one, mate.
So DRG have got, which is this BMW, the number 22, have got 2 cars in front of them before they then get to the 449. So 6 seconds in it, but also 2 cars in between present. Let's see which direction the gap is going. Is it working for number 22 in 18th place? Darian Roy says of Club Canada, and he's trying to catch Scott Rankin of Club Oz New Zealand. So I like Canada and I like Canadians, but do I feel like I gotta cheer for someone from our part of the world?
No, never. Never should feel that. Cheer for who you think's the best, mate.
Gap's gone from 6 seconds to 5.8, using the track and then maybe a little bit more. Be careful with those track limits, of course. Is it closing? It is super equal between them at the moment, I think.
Yeah, we'll see who's got damage and who doesn't at the end of the straight. I think the 22 might be slightly less damaged yet.
Also, might have a bit of a slipstream right now. We mentioned a car that they're battling also for 16 is one of these two just up in front here, in between a track position, where it's definitely bold on the brakes compared to some other people out there. So that's where he gained a whole handful of tenths. Is he's just picked his braking marker as quite a bit deeper than some of these other drivers. It's going to happen again at La Source.
Good turning there. He is gaining, so yeah, he might be able to get a good run here and get both of them.
Got a favourite Canadian driver, Fonty?
I don't even know any Canadian drivers.
Hinchcliffe, Zach Robichon, Paul Tracy.
No, I don't really follow that too often.
Was it Moffat a Canadian?
Is he?
I thought, was Alan... I think Alan Moffat was originally of Canadian extraction before spending most of his time in Australia.
Okay, might be the time to jump on Google and check that one out.
No, I got my Google machine going.
Oh.
Alan Moffat, Canadian-Australian racing driver, known for his 4 championships in the Australian Touring Car Championship.
Okay, there we go. You learn something every day.
Curiosity led me down a rabbit hole. He was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. That's cool. Actually, there's a guy on HJ from Saskatchewan, but he's not from Saskatoon. He's from the city that rhymes with fun.
Okay. Another fun fact. Love it. The 13 car looking pretty racy.
Last lap 224, and then you're comparing it forward to the 109, whose last lap was also a 224. So, fortunately, that's not making much progress at the moment, but it is pretty consistent, at least. It's par for what everyone else is doing. It's 2.8 laps, I'd say, to separate them, because it's 2 laps plus another fair chunk of the circuit as well.
If you were to drive in this, which car would you have chosen? David?
To be honest, it'd probably be one that I already owned, unless one of my teammates was super dead set on one of the ones that I don't own, like the Lamborghini or the BMW. So that would have narrowed my options, my stingy purse string options, to the Audi R8, the Mercedes AMG, or I've got the Ford GT3. I reckon, honestly, if I talk realistically, probably would have been the Mercedes AMG GT3. It's a pretty stable car. It's pretty predictable, and it seems like it's, tire wear and its pace is just okay. So you can, probably more reliably get to the end of a 24-hour race without, doing anything too crazy. It seemed like it was okay on the tire wear compared to BMW and Lamborghini as well. So pragmatically, probably would have been in the Mercedes. But I do like the look and the sound of that Porsche 911 GT3R. It's pretty new and shiny as well. So maybe I would have found the budget to have gone and bought myself one of them.
Yeah, no, it would have been the Mercedes or the Porsche for me. Porsche struggled with the rear end, just quite hard to hold on to. So it's snap quite easy. Maybe that's just my driving, and I'm used to behind the wheel. But that's what I certainly find cars
still settling in this car because that lap just then at 2:23, so we picked up about a second on last lap as well, which is good.
He's looking tired though. That's probably why he was lapping really good pace earlier on. Yeah, he's done quite a few stints now, so I think
2:23.3 is our fastest lap in this stint so far. So tired or not,
yeah,
keeping it going.
Keeping it going and being consistent is where you're going to be.
Had 3 drivers in this car so far: Martinez, Radomir, and Martin. And who's done the most laps? Radomir has had 173, but I think by the end of this stint, Martinez will have equaled that. So then divide by 25-ish. Yeah, 7 or 8 stints. So this might be the 7th, give or take, for Martinez here.
Yeah, that's a good effort. 7 hours odd behind the wheel. We had an interview with him as he finished his last stint. He's done pretty well, really. This is his second endurance event that he's taken part of.
Didn't see much of anything for traffic on this lap, so we'll see what we pull out of the bag now. Another 2:23.3, basically exactly matches the previous lap, so that's consistency.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's what you got asked for. Tired or not, he's been consistent. So, yeah, they're 29th, 2 laps separating themselves in the next car. So, which that Team Wolfpack car in front has been in the wars quite a bit today. They were very fast early on. They were right up the front of the order. Yeah, big accidents for them. Drop them back down this end of the field. Race leader though, Sim Speed Esports. These guys have done very well today, not put a foot wrong at all, and been very clean and consistent.
Lambo with the endurance lighting fitted, that light bar that just never goes away. And it's well, from the front it looks like a really plain livery, but then it's got a little bit of flair on the side for them, and they're leading by I think it's almost 2 laps over NSR Yellow. Then in 3rd place here for Evil Nature, Colin Cameron is another lap-ish back, so about 4 minutes off the lead with one of those Porsche 911 GT3Rs. You know, one thing I like about this car is it's a full GT3 spec car, you know, as competitive as any other in global motorsport, you know, with Nürburgring 24-hour wins, etc., etc. But the bodywork is way closer to the road-going car than some of the other GT3 models.
Yeah.
You know, the front fascia and the air intakes and all the stuff for the Lamborghini really start to vary from the road-going models, but the intakes, the splitter, the headlights, and the shape of the rear bumper, all very road going. For this one, they didn't need to change that much to turn it into a GT3 spec car.
No, well, I'm sure the Porsche really hasn't changed that much in 30 years, to be honest with you. You know, like the Owen Evans, who I worked for, who raced the Lighting Direct Porsche here, the 911 GT2. It was made early 90s, and it looks pretty much exactly the same as this thing now.
Might be time to get your eyesight checked.
Wow, okay. They're very similar, mate. You've got to say. Think about a Mercedes versus a Porsche. You know, they've adapted themselves.
Fair enough. You're
bit
going to mess with a
differently.
good thing, though, are they?
No, that's exactly right. Exactly right. Closest battle on track, 14th, 13th. 6 seconds.
Yeah, sister car to the leader is Speed Esports 2, which is 13th. And then this... Oh, is that them there? Nope. So then Offical Wurtzler in Alberg Racing Esports team, and this Porsche at front. Well, actually, quite a few of those panels have been rearranged.
They certainly have. The backs been touched up a few times. So's the side. Yeah, no, I don't think they'll be. Needs to go for a paint job. They better go trade it in at RSV Motors. Get a new one.
Yeah, still a little while away from being able to get a 992 GT3R, but they could get. Like, gee, I don't know what the allocations look like for the 992 GT3 Cup. They've still got quite a wait list on those, but you can, trade up to that new generation. Why not? Oh, really close in the bus stop for the 13 car. I saw them almost get tagged. There's a car blinking in and out, and that they just couldn't see, and then it appeared right next to our friends. It's that one in that BMW in the background there. I just had my eye on it at the corner, and that's the kind of stuff that is out of your control. Someone else's internet is, not steady, and you can't see them. And then when they reappear, the replay gives it all a little bit more credit than it looked live. I'm not sure he knew where that other car was. I'm not sure that other car knew where Martinez was.
Yeah, it's one of the most off-putting things you could have in sim racing is when someone's blinking around you, and then all of a sudden you can easily get tagged and be out of the race just from a netcode issue.
That's another car for position, though. The blinking one are currently being scored in 25th, and their last lap at 2:33. So at this kind of pace, I think both of our cars, both of the RSE Motorsport cars, are going to be able to catch that car with 5 hours lapping more than 10 seconds a lap faster. Don't rule out the possibility that that internet connection for that car might completely fall over as well. Get a LAN cable, run it across your whole house if you have to.
That's the secret. Yeah.
Because then, someone turns on the microwave and your Wi-Fi goes to hell and you get dropped out of the race and your teammates aren't your friends anymore.
Literally. Yeah, you got to run the LAN cable. That's one of the biggest things that I always say to people.
My new place, I don't even have to do it because the internet socket is in the master bedroom, which is mine. So I got the modem router next to my PC anyway.
That's handy. Yeah, it's amazing.
It's useful. I can sit at my PC and see the blinking lights on it. So if something goes wrong with it, or its Wi-Fi drops or something, I don't have to get out of my seat to kick it.
Oh, good on you, David. 21 car.
Under 5 hours to go, and is that going to bring a bit more life back to some of the tired eyes we've been seeing on the webcam? Each hour you get closer to the finish, you get maybe just a little more motivation.
Yeah, Martinez is looking pretty tired, I must say. Both of them are looking very tired. 3 drivers per car.
That's averages out to 8 hours each, and you don't really have a super sub to drive through the night as well. That can sometimes happen with 4 or 5 driver lineups. Is you see someone appear, in the middle of the night, and then you don't see him again. They just drive 3 or 4 hours to try to cover off that gap in the schedule from everyone else trying to take a little bit of a rest. Exciting times for the 21 that just an itty bit delayed on that
Might be actually.
footage?
There we go. Thank you.
Only by 10 seconds or so. That was what I had my eye on as well, though, is through Melmedy in between this, I think the race leader and that other Porsche. Is it the race leader immediately right in front of them at the moment? It is, yep. So, last lap for the race leader, 2:22. Last lap for the RSV Motorsports 21, 2:23. So, yeah, still doing decent. Has just gone one more lap down to the leader, but still within a second or so per lap of them. And it's getting exciting up front as the leader's trying to put a lap on the Lamborghini. And sneaking through while the leader plows the way, Ernestus picks up that to put that car another lap down as well. Following the slipstream of the leader, you can do it.
Yep, hang on the back. I think he's at the pace to do it. He drove very well in the earlier stint, so yeah, definitely a possibility. You just got to hang there.
And that Porsche that's slipstreaming in turn off him is the 21st placed car. So they look like they want to put another lap on as well. They're showing the nose. And they are going to get down the inside there. Really not worth fighting that one too hard. But the straight line speed for the BMW still looks like it holds up well with that Porsche, because it wasn't easy for the 21st place car to put a lap on the 27th placed car.
Yeah, and that car of ours has some pretty serious damage. It's probably losing about 7 kilometers an hour in a straight line. So yeah, BMW going not too bad. Well, they won the year that I was at Spa actually.
And for some comparison sake, speed trap data here.
There we go. Yep.
Okay, 21. And this is since I've joined the session. Oh, who's around there? That's one of the Ferraris. It's the Lightning McQueen painted one. That hasn't caused a problem for us. Since I've joined the session in the last hour or so, the highest speed trapped for the number 21 car has been 247 kilometers an hour. And that's still, yeah, that's still up there. That's actually still within a couple kilometers an hour of what everyone else is doing, and faster than some others. So it's not perfect, but it's not too bad. The highest I saw in the top split was 267, 270-ish. But I think there are some very low downforce, very trimmed out setups there that takes a full pro team to feel safe and comfortable with some of those setups over a 24-hour race. They know that you can trim out the rear wing, gain a little bit of speed in the straight line, but then you've really got to build the rest of the setup around that so that the car doesn't try to end you through these corners like Eau Rouge, Radillon, like through Blanchimont can also be really tough if you've got a car where the rear end isn't settled. Pouhon as well can be, because that's a really fast, sometimes 4th, 5th gear corner, really long and loaded downhill.
Yeah, this track having so much, so high speed sections. It's really hard if you lose a GT car to regain it. Oh, looks like the front end's starting to struggle in that 21 BMW. Sure.
I was about to say, doing well to stick with. Yes. You can still see the leading Lamborghini right up there, and a little wide of the apex. Still going, still trying to slipstream off these guys, run the same pace as the leader, and of course, the overall leader is going to get a decent treatment from some of the traffic in the lapped cars, and we did see cleverly using that to our advantage to try to sneak past some more rapidly as well and lose less time through traffic, because you said it, only about 15 or so retired cars. I think I can see all the way down to 36 is still out on track. Around a 7-kilometer lap. That means you still only get about 200 meters of racing circuit per car.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's doing well here to hang with this race leader. Some concentration, very relaxed style.
Okay, doing well to stick with this Porsche and this Lamborghini. Might be just doing pretty well through that twistier middle sector, because we saw at the end of the Kemmel Straight starting to lose some of these guys, and now by the end of the lap had clawed some of it back in. What's the lap time?
22.3.
It's pretty fresh, isn't it? That's pretty good.
Yeah, race leader 222 flat, so 0.3 of a second. Could have a nice draft from there. But you'd take it either way, wouldn't you?
And that 22.3, the fastest lap of this stint so far, since he got in as well. So there's always this sort of tipping point throughout the stint length where you immediately come out of the pits, you got a brand new set of tyres, they're absolute best, but then you can also sometimes set the fastest lap of your stint right at the end when you've burnt through all the fuel and the car's lighter. There's sort of a crossover somewhere where as the tyres are going away, you're also gaining performance from the fuel dropping down. So some drivers or teams might be fastest, their second or third flying lap. Others, right at the end of the stint here, we're kind of in the middle and we just set the fastest lap of this stint. So hopefully there's more good things to come in this stint. The tyres are hanging on, and with a bit of slipstream, with the fuel burning down, the pace is looking pretty good, but without too much risk or effort. This seems tidy, and tidy is seeming pretty capable.
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling with that front end, just starting to really get a big understeer on corner exit. You can hear the tyres squirreling away there. 22 laps have been done in this stint from Gustas Grinbergas, so only got about 2-3 laps left in the stint, so that's probably why it's understeering a bit. Front rubbers chewed out.
Yeah, time flies, because I remember when he got in the car, I thought we were still somewhere in the middle of the stint, but no, we're kind of getting towards the end. And still trying to stick with these guys. 22.2, 10th quicker.
Good job.
And then, for Harrison's sake, it's currently being scored in 27th. The next two cars up the road have also managed to pick up the pace a little bit. iRacing Blue in the 22s. RLH, I think, had a 22, but they've just gone and set a 225, so I think they might be struggling with traffic and other things. Track temperature's risen another 3 degrees Celsius since we last called it out, by the way. It was 30 Celsius, now it's 33. Yeah, towards midday, and I think it'll keep heating up closer towards, 2 or 3 p.m. in the in-session time as well. So, yeah, next stint might need to really think about those front tyres, if that's what's looking like wearing down first, if that's what looks like the weak point.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the weak point for this car that we've seen towards the end of the stint. Those fronts starting to wear out, maybe not so much through the night time when the track was cool, only when it was hot. So if they can go lower on their tyre pressure,
Well, that's not the front's giving way, that's the rear's giving way through the turn in at Blanchimont. Half spin, kept the nose facing the correct way and is going to pick it up, but yeah, I'd be about to say goodbye to those tyres. So, too much curb on the way in, potentially, or no?
Not
It
even
just
touched the curb, the rear just gave out. He kind of went left and then to the right, so the balance of the turn, and was probably just slow it down. I just want to have a look at this, as it was an interesting one to lose. You can see the car really is starting to get unbalanced at this stage. 23 laps in, so yeah, they've got to think about tyre pressure.
And do you think all that understeer maybe? See, I'd counteract that by moving the brake bias further back. But if you made too drastic of a movement, it might be on the brakes down here. That it's a brake bias that's a little bit too far to the rearwards as well. There's always a balance to be struck there, because you can handle some of the understeer with more rear brake. But if you're trying to trail it towards the apex, that's the kind of thing that might happen if there's too much on the rear.
Yeah, very strange. Be interesting to look at the data on that one. Back live now. Still going. He's going to only have, this might be his last lap on the stint, so. It certainly woke him up a little bit, that spin. He's looking a little bit more wide-eyed.
Yeah, it'd do it. It'd do it, wouldn't it? Yeah, so we're on the 24th, coming to 25th lap of this stint. With no fuel saving, that might be about the end of the stint. But if you've got a little bit of fuel saving, you can maybe go out to 26 or 27. But I'm looking at the aerodynamic state of the car, and I think this 25, 26 lap stint makes good sense.
Yeah, don't want to be running out of fuel.
No.
So the other car, 13 car, 2:26. So something happened to them at last lap.
Yeah, it was a little uncharacteristic. The previous 3 laps before that for Martinez were 2:23s. So 2:26 is maybe a bit of traffic. I think we've seen for this car, the 013, that its straight line speed makes it a little harder to get around the traffic. You've really got to get more aggressive
So you can see the
with
front
them.
tyres on this one starting to chew out too. Really struggling with that understeer on corner exit. Lap 18. So if we come to the pit lane, as we have for the 21 car. Okay, we're going to have a driver swap coming up too.
This car qualified 24th, so it has the 24th grid stall, because that's how they get assigned in the qualifying order. The pole sitter is all the way down at the pit exit with the pace car, and then they just get assigned all the way back down the pit lane from there. And from a 2:26 to now, Martinez has had a clean lap, no problems with the car, because it's a 2:21.9 that he's just laid down. So he's pushing, and clearly no lingering problems with the car. It must have just been traffic or a mistake of some kind.
Yeah. Real close battles on track for position.
Pit stop's almost done for 21, and Mantas is taking the car. I wonder if they're doing a little bit of work somewhere, because it's about 10 seconds longer than you would otherwise think. But if I came into the pit lane and there was, 10 seconds still of, just 10 seconds of optional repairs to clear, you'd consider that at this point of the race.
Yeah, you would, definitely. Mantis has been very fast today, actually. Probably in Radomir, probably the second fastest driver.
Set the fastest lap in this car on lap 101 with a 2:19.8. Don't know if we're going to get back to that level of speed, but there were still, 2:22s coming out of this car in previous stint. So, wonder if we'll see anything. No, I don't think we'll see anything underneath 2 minutes 20 again, but we'll wait and see if we get something underneath a 2:22 in this stint potentially. But again, the track temperature is still really going away from the drivers, and that looks like it not only slows the pace overall through the stint, but by the end, I think the higher track temperatures really take their toll on the speed of the car in those last couple laps of the stint, where you've seen just how much the tires seem to only want to work for 55 minutes of every hour.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Maybe we should take a leaf out of that book.
Yeah, sounds good.
So while Mantas settles into the car, we'll take our break and run the RSV Motors videos here, and come back soon and check in with our new drivers and after their pit stops in their new stints.
Lose a PR, never get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. Eventually someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just like she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is late, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my slide tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, right into the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
club all the time, so pop on. Shady aftermath. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Pros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. If you watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, show, they tell you I'm local. The plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go. I'm yeah, club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough. Find me in the club. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We find me in the club all the time, so pop on. Shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? When my joint get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye at your chick, so she smash, she gone. If the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough.
Miles from comfort, we have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Vladimir. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
when I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah.
Welcome back to virtual iRacing Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. 4.5 hours left to go in this Spa 24, powered by Hostingfeld. And our drivers for RSV Motorsport currently running in the 20s or so. 53 teams took the start here today, almost 20 hours ago. Some have fallen to the wayside. Some have continued with some relatively damaged cars, and there are some still relatively clean-looking cars out there somehow, through some miracles and magic. But at the moment, the number 21 RSV Motorsport car in 27th, and the 013 in 29th. There's a couple cars in front of them that are still going to need to pit. soon-ish, but their laps separated, so that probably won't change the order as it looks at the moment. Mantas driving the number 21. Let's see what kind of pace he can pick up as he settles in, but as the track continues to heat up, now up to 35 Celsius, I reckon you'd want to make sure you were wearing your plug as if you were walking across bitumen that temperature, Fonty.
Yeah, probably 2 pairs, mate. Yeah, it should be pretty hot as it is.
Should never be too short, never be too safe.
Exactly right. I've got soft feet as it is, so I'd be wearing, double socks, double shoes.
This is on schedule for a pit stop though for Martinez in the 013. Maybe one lap early, but fuel consumption later in this race starts to get hindered by some of the aerodynamic damage. And of course, we learnt not long ago, about an hour ago, that it's better to be safe than sorry, because if you do start running out of fuel 3/4 of the way around the lap, it is a big lap here at Circuit Spa, so you don't want to do that. Better to be safe than sorry. It's got to be safe rather than sorry, navigating the hairpin in the middle of pit lane, a key feature of these endurance pits of Spa.
We have a driver swap by the looks of it as well.
What can all be revealed shortly. Of course, this was the car that qualified in 5th, so long way through the pit lane to get to the 5th pit stall here. And yeah, I'm seeing a driver change because Martin Skripin is going to take over, and Mantas here in the other car is just 5 laps into his stint at this point.
Yep, doing a good job. There's Mantas. 23-1 on his own.
Now, there's the timing line, and 223.6. This one.
Not bad. As the track is getting pretty hot, times are going to get slower and slower. A lot of rubber been laid down on the track in the last 19.5 hours.
Rubber on the racing line, but then a lot of marbles offline through some of the quick corners as well is one of the things you've got to look out for. All the cars shedding their rubber across the race distance. You can see through here exactly how rubbered in the racing line is, where it's just the one line through this segment of 3 corners. And I don't know how well you can see the marbles, but there's a few places that they are piled up. Also looks really rubbered in through Rivage there. You can see there's the racing line, then there's a bit of rubber just wide of the racing line, and then a sea of marbles. A sea of marbles on the outside of No Name as well.
Yep, it's the wonderful thing of iRacing that has been really improved over recent years. Yeah, you can see on the outside there is a lot of marbles. Skirpin now in the car. First lap out, getting into the swing of things.
Yep, 103 laps driven so far in the race for Martin, compares to 160 for Martin's lap and 173 for Radomir in this car. So if he's gonna pull his fair share of the weight and the driving duties, he's got a couple more laps, a couple more stints ahead of him. and similar thing for Mantis in 21, where he's driven 131 laps so far, and 174 for Anestus and 140 for Vilnius. But still, overall, pretty equal share of driving duties on both cars. It looks like they're sort of aiming for, give or take, 8 hours each driver. Mantas just had someone wreck near him at the top of Radion, and that's where Martin is coming towards as well. Not if that car is towed, but there was someone's come to reach this section of the track. Watching now, car's no longer there.
You can see the smoke. Which car it was, David?
I can quickly go back and look. I should be able to find who it was. Oh, it was the car number 586. One of the ones that they'd been slipstreaming off earlier. They just missed the line, caught the AstroTurf, and hit the wall hard at the top of the hill. 586. I think they actually did keep driving rather than tow.
Yeah, it's got no front bonnet, so maybe we'll go back and have a look at that one.
Yeah, it's back to Radion on this lap, I think it was. Rear of the car still looks good for that car. That was one of those cars that looked pretty clean that I was excited to see RSV Motors slipstreaming behind because it looked like a clean enough car, but now they've gone and put a big dent on the front, knocked some bits off, and I mean, hard to tell exactly, but missed the apex at the top, ended up wide, tried to carry too much speed across the AstroTurf, and then it spun out and into that barrier on the, I want to call it on the inside, on the left-hand side of track at the top of the hill. And they've not even gone into pit lane again. They've kept going and stayed out another lap. So I would have thought that was big damage at the front of the car. Luckily, the engine is at the exact opposite end of the car, but that's going to be missing a lot of speed. Look, the splitter is crinkled. The, whatever Porsche want to call it, the cover on the front is gone. That's going to be a souvenir for some Belgian fan. The radiator a little further back than in the cup cars and the road-going cars, but still, an impact like that, you'd expect to damage the suspension or something else a little bit more. They might have just lucked out that it was a really square-on nose-first hit. They've lost the panels, but their suspension appears to still be straight, because that is something that's really difficult to drive around if your camber and your toe and etc. is all being very aggressively rearranged.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As soon as the suspension goes out of whack, you may as well come in and sit there and wait, because it's a pretty hard task to cut laps, especially in one of these cars. Martin doing a good job out there. Haven't got a lap time for him last lap by. You might have to inform me on that one. Hey, David.
Yeah, it was his first flying lap since getting in the car, and it was a 2:27, and so you can see he's settling in at the moment. We've seen, even with what the track temperature is doing, that the car tends to get just a little bit faster towards the end of the stint when it's light on fuel, and also their rhythm, which he'd still be doing. He's had the out lap, one flying lap, and this is the second flying lap in the stint.
There we go, tyres will be up to temperature. We had a little bit of a tow there as well. Oh, left a bit of rubber on tracked out.
Wouldn't be the first, not going to be the last.
225.6.
Yeah, just slowly picking it up then to go from the outlap to 227 to 225. That's good. Let's just keep that trend going, and eventually we'll be doing 215s.
That's
a little optimistic of me, but shows good signs, moving in the right direction. One thing I'm seeing is the number 11 car is on pit lane, has been for 10 minutes. That's still scored in 18th. But if it stays on pit lane or the repairs keep going, that might be a position that the RSV Motorsport cars pick up. The minute I say that, I think the number 11, after about 11 minutes of repairs, is leaving the pit lane.
That's happened actually a few times today, where we've literally said those exact words, and they leave the pit lane at that time. So
I think what's actually happened is the driver has gotten back in the car, but it's not done yet. So maybe it's a couple of minutes away from departure, but they seem to have. It seems like there's no one in the driver's seat, and now someone has returned, and either to check on the status of that Ferrari, or because they ding ding, it's nearly done, take it out of the oven.
Yes, nothing more frustrating than waiting for that repair timer to count down. It seems like it takes forever. Just like the pit stops at these places, at this place I should say.
Is 10 minutes a long time? Well, for a commute to work, no. For sitting, waiting while your repairs are happening and everyone else is racing on by you at 200 kilometers an hour, 10 minutes of repairs can be a frustratingly long time. 013, again, watching a Ferrari in the mirrors into the bus stop. That's a familiar sight. For Martin settling in again. Another lap, and I think another 225.
At least he's consistent, right?
Going faster than that Ferrari we talked about. You probably might see it on the lanes still there. It's the sort of, what do I want to call that? It's fluoro green. Nose Ferrari still parked. I think Martin's staying to the left-hand side, trying to let them go, and they are trying to stay in the slipstream to pick up the tow as long as they can. Maybe not what Martin wanted. He probably was happy to just wave them on by, but now that Ferrari gets clear. Other car that's on the lane that might be there for a while that is ahead of both the RSV cars is that Porsche that we had the replay of going into the barrier. They have finally pitted after 2 or 3 laps of that, of trying to drive around with that dash. Now they've been in their pit stall for about 3 minutes. So there's 2 cars sitting on pit lane for some extended repairs that are 19th and 21st respectively. So where's the number 21? So if those cars sit there, well, for another, it needs to be about another 15 minutes before 21 will pick up a spot for position. You just never know how terminal or how long some of those repairs are going to be for some other cars. I wish we could, peek over and see how aggressively they're swinging a sledgehammer to give us some idea.
That's right. Yeah, that's what needs to be implemented. It's animation.
They can put me in the stupid suit and motion capture me swinging a sledgehammer. I'll volunteer my time for that.
I think that'd go well, actually.
The morph suit with the little, like, golf ball things on it, little ping pong balls on it, or however on earth they do motion capture for video games and cinema these days.
Yeah, I could see you doing that, David.
I'm going to double check this, but I think there's no one in that Ferrari or that Porsche anymore. I think someone got into the Ferrari just to check on it.
Well, the Porsche's got a new bonnet fitted.
Not a brand new one; it's still a crinkled one. But they've went to the campground
and found it.
Stole it. Yeah.
Found the other one. Panel beat it out.
Bathurst 12 Hour last year, one of the Bentleys was in a bit of a crash, and they ended up having an ad hoc auction in the paddock area of all of these bent up Bentley parts. They just put it out on Twitter or something, and people just came around to the back of the garage. They sort of held up bits of crumpled Bentley Continental GT3. And it was, because that was, of course, just a couple of weeks after a lot of the bushfires had gone through that part of New South Wales. So they were just auctioning souvenirs with all the proceeds going to bushfire relief. So they, at the back of the garage, had some fans assembled, held up some, well, not spare parts, but some very spare parts. They said, okay, what have we got? Someone had yelled, $100, $150. I don't know exactly quite how high the bidding got, but I think people wanted some race-driven souvenirs and were also very aware that their money was going to a good cause, supporting the community in that local area. So I think for the fact that they kind of decided, all right, well, if you want to buy some parts, we're having an auction at 6 p.m. Everyone come down and sort of just ad hoc'd it. I think they managed to raise quite a sensible amount of money. It was a good gesture from all of those European-based teams to turn something that was unfortunate for them and something that was unfortunate for the local community into I guess, put a positive spin on it. And here is that Porsche with its new, inverted commas,
second-hand
bonnet going on it.
Yeah, Ferrari's still sitting in the lane. I think they've given up.
What I can do is I can have a look at who's in the session for that car, the number 11. I am holding the correct mouse. Okay, I was wondering where on earth my cursor had gotten to. So in.
I always have that problem, mate.
So I'm seeing that 3 of the drivers for this Ferrari team are in the session, so they haven't all gone and abandoned. Klaus Helmer, Ulrich Vega, and Christoph Schrötenholzer, I think I've got that right, are all still connected to the session. They're all still got their PCs on, so they are obviously still hopeful of getting their car back out there. There's only one connected to the session. It's Peter Zollhoff.
Here we go, Mantis 12 laps into his stint and finding plenty of off-track limits. Already had a few penalties, has this car?
It's every 20 incidents after the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Does look good, that BMW. The front end on them look quite angry.
Yeah, indeed. I'm still not a fan, but it works a bit better on the race car than on the road car, in my opinion, which counts for absolutely nothing because I'm probably not buying one or not buying one. So who cares? But I don't know. It's almost a bit of a joke. The BMW sizes, grill sizes at this point. Certainly, it's their branding, it's distinctive, and you're not mistaking it for anything else. So I guess in the world of the segment that the vehicle wants for something.
Yeah, they kind of, I guess the shape all flows together nicely. That is a distinctive BMW shape. They're not going to change, only make it rounder, I think.
They're not afraid of putting out a retro model or two, though, with BMW. I'm thinking about like the Z8 Roadster and the Z1 Roadster, and well, they bought Mini to create that as a sort of a retro brand as well. So maybe they'll just keep getting wackier and wackier on the styling for another decade, and then they'll come out with some retro homage to the BMW E30 or the BMW E36 or something, and everyone will lap that up and say, oh, this is the BMW that I used to love in the 90s and early 2000s. Maybe even the E46 M3. I always thought that was as a kid, I always really drove it a lot in Need for Speed.
Yes, I've owned an E36 and an E46. Probably the worst cars I've ever owned, actually.
I think you get quite a different ownership experience between the M models and the non-M models.
Yeah.
Potentially a little lower down the the order. You have a similar amount of hassle for slightly less enjoyment and street cred.
Oh, I could manage to get the 318 sideways in the wet. That was always good. Yes.
Yeah, but I've managed to get a Prius sideways on a dirt road.
How'd you do that? With a foot handbrake?
No, I was a little ambitious on a country road, and this was quite a country road. It didn't really have much in the way of signage. The road was very flat and very straight until you came over a crest, and suddenly there was a 90-degree left, and there was no warning chevrons or street signs warning one that you shouldn't be going 80 kilometers an hour over that crest.
In a Prius.
So, yeah.
Should have said Prius slow down to 50. Everyone else 80.
It's on some skinny little little tires as well. Actually, Brad was in the car with me at that point in time, so he can attest to how much I scared the life out of him going sideways towards a tree in country New South Wales. Yeah, I think we hooked the outside tyres into the ditch, but we didn't hit any trees, so Mum doesn't need to know.
I quite like the Toyota Prius, actually. The city killer. They've been very successful for Toyota.
I like it because in the design of it, they have done absolutely nothing to try to make it an interesting car. It's not like they've created a city car and then tried to brand it like it's exciting and dynamic. It literally just is what it is, and if you care about fuel consumption, you'll buy one. If you're a fleet buyer, you'll buy one. But there is no pretense or anything fake to it.
Yeah, Uber's best friend. Martin Skirpin here, doing a good job hanging on the back of these guys. B is getting faster. 8 laps into the stint, last lap right, 224.6.
The next Porsche up is our best friend that we've been slipstreaming off a bit, the one that went into the wall, has taken all the repairs, and then back out on track in front of RSE Motors again. I think it's not quite as fast as it was, having gone into the wall and taken those repairs. The straight line speed, even with a second-hand bonnet from the wrecker's yard put onto it, it's still clearly missing quite a bit of straight line speed. In fact, they're going for the pit lane again. How long have they been out of the lane for in car 586? Only a couple laps. Only 2 laps before they've then decided to bring it back onto the lane, potentially for more repairs or something. Maybe they did the required repairs, went out without doing the optional repairs, and it's still been a bit of a handful, so they're back in to do the optionals. Goodness knows many a 24-hour race I've run on iRacing. We've tried that strategy.
Yeah, it never works, does it? You have to do the
there's always something really important that gets done in that last 3 seconds of the optional repairs. So it's like, okay, set the time for 15 minutes, and when there's 5 seconds left on it, we'll straighten up the suspension.
Yeah, magically.
It's true. The repairs are done when they're done. You can't. You gotta put all the wheels back on. You gotta, all that little stuff before it's done. You can't. It's a relatively discrete binary operation. The repairs are either done or they're not.
Yeah, it's looking at Martin's time last lap. Clearly something happened. He's run wide or done something because he's dropped by a couple of seconds there.
Well, he let that other BMW past. We picked up, and there was a little bit side by side as one of the other BMW teams was putting a lap on.
Yeah.
And we've seen definitely at this point of the race, you've come this far, and also we're trying to be a little careful with incident. Putting a lap on someone or going down a lap seems to just slow up the pace by a second or so, or maybe an itty bit more, because they're trying to give plenty of room, potentially, going offline or, parking out wide on the corner to let someone through, because it's not worth taking any of the risk involved with making it look like a battle. Did you keep a tire on the curb there, you reckon?
So, Martin has generally been the most careful out of all the drivers. Yeah, I don't think he has actually had an accident. He's just kind of kept on the black stuff, as you can see he's doing there. Doesn't want to get those incident points to get that drive through penalty.
I think if it's a quiet time, you can drive through a Macca's drive-through faster than you can drive through the pit lane at Spa here. Especially if you want something they've already got ready, like McNuggets. You got a go-to order when you get some takeaway, Fonty?
Food, I love all types of food, so I don't really like to eat at those big chains very often. Rather support the little guy. What about yourself?
Your local dairy and your local flush and chop shop.
That's it, mate, you got it.
Yeah, no, good stuff. There's a good fish and chip shop near my parents' place, so sometimes if I'm over at their place and we're having a meal, get the local fish and chip shop. Fish and chips. That's one of the segments of the market where no chain has really gotten into it in Australia, because you just can't beat some local family-owned fish and chip shop. That's apparently fish and chips is just best when it's made with love.
That's right. It's got to be fresh. I don't think those big chains can keep it fresh.
Chicken salt, got an opinion? Because I can't ever get enough. Martin's got a little bit more head movement than some of the other drivers. Not to full spec as some people who like to lean into a corner. You can tell which way he's looking. You can tell which way he wants the car to be heading. So which way he's pointing. And I wasn't even necessarily thinking about him, but he's one of them. He's one of them.
Yep, gotta love the lane.
You can tell from the webcam that it's not Cam Dance though, because every time we cut to him on the webcam, he seems to open another bottle of Spates. I think that's the pride of the South.
For over 100 years.
Oh, love it. I did the brewery tour.
Did you?
Yeah, it's good. To me, the South Island almost feels like a giant Disneyland or something, because you just end up seeing the same people every day. Like, I did the brewery tour one day, and then the next day we were like across in Queenstown. People were like, "Oh, hello again. We did the brewery tour again together in Dunedin yesterday." And just every single day was like was like that. It was like there was only 50 people on the island. You were just meeting the same people everywhere you went.
Funny you should say that. I drove 8 hours in South Island from Cargill to Greymouth, and in that 8 hours I passed 3 cars going the other way. Oh, Martin getting pretty racy here. He wants to get this move done on the Lambo.
Yeah, the Lambo is scored 19th at the moment, and what is that? It's about 10 laps up on Martin at the moment. It clearly doesn't have the same pace. That's a good run through Blanchimont from Martin. I think the Lambo has realised it's not in their best ideas to keep defending this, and they offered him the inside into the bus stop. He's gone and taken it. Got in a bit deep there potentially, but straightened it up, and in fact the Lambo's had a worse time as well. It's quite a bit of damage to that Huracan GT3 Evo. And the BMW for Martin Strippin here is in its slightly better nick, so he's gone and gotten himself a lap back compared to that competitor, which I think is GPVA Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan, in all caps. Quite a long team name.
Yep, there is some interesting team names out there today. American Jeffers. Good one.
I think they've got a mix of Australian and American drivers in that car for the name and who I've seen driving it. Mantas now in the other car is only 5 laps away from picking up a spot on that Ferrari we mentioned, but there's also number 82 Blue Bayou that's in the pit lane getting some repairs, and I think he's about to pick up that position at either at the end of this lap or at the end of the next. So they've been 27th and 29th for a while now, but I think car number 21 is about to slide up a spot. Is it this time or next time around? I think one more lap. They're now just 1 lap down on the number 82, which is parked in pit lane getting some repairs, and I think doesn't have anyone in it either at the moment, so it might be some lengthy repairs there. What car's that then? It's a Lamborghini, number 82, that's on the pit lane getting repaired with no driver in it. So keep this up. One more clean lap, Mantis, and you're going to pick up another position.
Yep, there we go. Keep it on the black stuff. He's been doing a great job. And, yeah, still not put a foot wrong. That car is looking very dirty now, though, I must say.
Yeah, around the wheel wells. This is the car that did end up going through the marbles outside of Puon, isn't it? So I think those can flick up and stick to surfaces, and you end up with rubber across the car. So that could have been some of it. Now sort of in the middle of the middle sector. So I think if he's going to pick up a position on number 82. Number 52 is also on the pit lane getting repaired, and that's another 1 lap further up the road. So I think in the next 10 minutes or so, if we're lucky, going to pick up 2 positions for RSV Motorsport number 21. And then 7 laps, 14, 15 minutes, the 013 might pick up another one as well. Again, depending extensive the repairs are for some of those other cars currently parked on pit lane. This is the one that I think we're about to pick up a position on.
Yeah, still got one more lap, I think, after this. Maybe not. 38. Oh,
I think
might be this lap,
I
actually.
think it's this lap.
Yeah, no, I think it is too. That one we've seen on the board quite a bit. And that one is still sitting there.
Yeah,
There we
the
go.
driver's still in the
Blue
session for that
Bayou
car, so I'm sure they've
is
given up on it. But
dropping down. We've moved in front.
up to 26th goes Mantas and RSV Motorsport 21 because car on pit lane has passed for position as the repairs continue for that car, and our vehicles continue racing around out on track, logging those laps in. That's up a position. Oh, and there's a BMW right back there, immediately the car behind. That's, I think, had some damage, so it's not all smooth sailing for Mantas. He might have had to have avoided that.
Which car is that?
I think it was car number 25.
Stack Racing.
Yeah, so they had a front on their car 30 seconds ago, and they have crashed coming up Eau Rouge Radion. They've got too much of the apex curb, and then they've spun and hit the wall on the left-hand side. Just if we pick up the replay on that one just here, but then they were parked at the top of the hill as Mantas came on by. So they've caught the apex, bounced across the curb. Into the same place, both of them front on, but this one they cut too much on the inside and then spun into the wall, where the Porsche was out wide, got into the AstroTurf, and then spun into the wall in the same place. So here they are trying to work out if their damaged car is going to continue. Then they have to tow. I'm surprised there was any go left in that motor when it... Flip a coin, Fonty. Which RSV Motorsport car are we going to ride on board with for a couple laps now?
Well...
Do we celebrate Mantas into 26th?
Yeah, we've got... Yep, we're going to jump on with me. Oh, no we're not. Oh, Mantas.
Oh no.
He's just, he's touched the wall. I was on a replay, but he's come in because he's got damage. So that car's going to be sitting there for a bit, getting some repairs done. Looks
I think
like
that
a
was
mistake all on his own.
towards the exit of Rivage. Unfortunately. This is, I think, still afterwards. Unless I misread it. So... we might have been looking at the other car and actually not have the replay of it.
We should do. It happened just before then, hasn't it?
I can tell you, he was coming through Rivage, ran out a little wide onto the curb, beached the car on the curb, and then you're going to see here, then it flicked around to the Armco on the right-hand side. Really leaped the curb.
Back too.
Really leaped the curb on the far side of the circuit there, which was essentially almost airborne towards the Armco, and it was hit on the front, bit of a graze all the way down the side as well.
Yep, that's disappointing. Mantas has been driving so well, and yeah, it really shows how this track has evolved over this race. The setup for these cars isn't really working in the heat the same. The rear end doesn't look to be as stable.
Fonty, that makes our decision for us, doesn't it?
It does.
It's going to be Martin Skripin, 013, And he is 15 laps into this stint, probably 10 more before he pits. Still circulating around those other cars on pit lane. We mentioned that Mantas had just picked up some spots on. At the end of this stint, Martin will also have caught up enough laps on them. So currently 29th, but with our fingers crossed that if it stays clean, we could see that more be 27 in not too long. Let's keep our eye on Martin's gripping, and we'll take a little itty bitty commentary break. Well, hello once again. David Haynes here with Scott Fountain. We've been riding on board with Martin Scrippen. But while all that was taking place, the sister car, the number 21, repairs finished. It left pit lane, did one lap, and has come back in onto pit lane again. Now it's going again. So, trying to keep that number 21 going. Hopefully that's the last time it needs to spend on pit lane for a little bit. See what the repairs are done, if the car is still drivable, still raceable. For Vilius, who took over that car. Meanwhile, I think the 013 here is also shortly to run wide, but then ought to pick up another spot soon.
Yeah, I think they are going to pick up a spot. Both the cars, 28.
So it won't now, actually, because that after 45 minutes of repairs, that Ferrari that we were looking at is actually back out on track now. Has been for 4 laps. So we saw the drivers were still hanging around for that car. They hadn't abandoned it just yet. And it looked like a lengthy repair, like we were maybe not going to see it again, but it is back out. So now just two laps ahead? No, still a couple more laps ahead of... Six laps ahead of the RSV cars here.
Yeah, quite a few laps, so... Oh well, if the car's finished here, you got to be happy. Side by side. 28th, 29th, at least they're in the top 30, right?
Yeah, so after them repairs, 2 RSV Motors cars are on the same lap. Now, about a minute apart, I think. We're going to see 21 if all of the repairs and tire change and other stuff that they've done is going to fix up that car for Vilius. Oh, no. 2 Ferraris come together in front of him, sends him into the wall hard. It rolls over once, it rolls over twice. Now it's stuck on its side and wrong place, wrong time for Vilius Kibiltis.
That's race done for them. That was huge. We need to catch that on replay. Wow.
All starts from car number 66, hits the other Ferrari, which then barrels into the number 21.
Wow. Very, very disappointing. Gutted for them.
So car number 66, where it all starts, they are crabbing, incapable of keeping their car in a straight line, and eventually, instead of towing like they should have done, taken out 2 cars because couldn't bite their ego and just put the car on the tow truck.
Meanwhile, the 013 car, it's taken over the 21 car.
Yeah, up into 28th, but unfortunately at the expense of the machine. 1 lap behind a Lamborghini that recently spent about 20 minutes on the pit lane. So we're thinking they were going to get past Blue Bayou and CGC Motorsport Green, but both those cars finished their repairs. A sneaky lap or 2 before Martin was able to come around and steal their place away. But now, this car, previously a couple laps separated from anyone else in the standings, now just 2 minutes or so behind the number 82.
He looks like he's struggling a bit out there. 24 laps through the stint, that's why. Those tyres are absolutely knackered.
You remember just a couple of hours ago, the track temperature was 30, then it was 35, it's 39 now, and still climbing, so it just seems to continue to exacerbate the tyre wear.
I was, the day that I was there in 2018, it was so hot. And I remember there's very little shelter actually. Although you've got lots of trees and stuff around, they're actually too far away from the circuit to create any shade.
You burn easy?
I do. Got fair skin, mate. I tell you what, that's heartbreaking stuff for the 21 car. It's
entirely unpredictable too, because that damaged Ferrari with suspension damage. It couldn't even stay in a straight line.
Yeah.
And it just snapped loose at the very moment that two other cars were coming past and just clean bowled them. Driver was Brian Kroll, because the driver definitely wasn't Brain Cell. Trying to drive 150 kilometers an hour with very, very broken suspension. It made the car entirely unpredictable. It's like how you're not meant to drive faster than 80 on those like Space Saver spares.
On a Toyota Prius, on the dirt.
Yeah, not on the dirt. Yeah, it's trying to limp in inverted commas back around to the pits at 150 kilometers an hour, and that was about 100 too many for that particular car.
Yeah, very disappointing, especially for the young fellow as well. He was driving so well. Every stunt he'd been in the car, he was really clean and consistent. Had nowhere to go there. And where are we at? 3 hours 30 to go. Heartbreaking stuff, and that's what motorsport's all about. The car, well, it's not completely written off. I would like to know how much.
Gustas Grinbergas said 45 minutes of repairs, but I don't know if that's required plus optional or just required, because well, we saw the car got flipped on its lid, barrel rolled over a couple of times as well. It was a big impact, and as seems to happen to some of these Beamers, it knocked the front off. No grille, no headlights, no splitter, no nothing. You're just staring straight at some radiators in the engine compartment.
Wouldn't be a cheap fix either way. And it's really upsetting, especially for the teammates as well. That all that car had been got right up to 8th position. Similar accident actually, not quite as aggressive, but just nowhere to go, cleaned out, dropped right back to 35th. Looks like that's where the car's headed now to.
End of the stint for 013. This is on schedule. We were talking about those tyres were past their best, and now the low fuel light is on, and they're going to answer that call this time and bring it in.
Gonna have a driver change. The boss man of RSV Motors is jumping back in the car.
Here he is, working the way through the pit lane to the pit box. He's going to have to drive past the teammate as well. So he said take a nice photo earlier. This one, not so much. No one in the team car. There it is. 013 finds the pit stall. Smart scripting out. Radomir Sirkov in. Still waiting on the fuel and then on the tyres. See if there's any other little repairs they get fixed at this time as well. If there's maybe 10 seconds of optionals or something. We saw in some of the previous pit stops, you're best off just to get ahead of that kind of maintenance and take the 10 seconds now, and then it might, hopefully give you enough speed that you make that 10 seconds back up if it fixes something aerodynamic or just straightens out all the body panels a little bit more. Where we at with that pit stop? Almost approaching a minute now. Full service tends to be about a minute 10 seconds. I think I'll drop down off the jacks shortly, and if it goes immediately, then it's an easy pit stop. Waits a little bit. No, that's right on time, right to schedule. Set your watch to it. Yeah, you're still looking at 3 more pit stops to get to the end from here. The way we're going, there'll probably be a pit stop with 2 hours 23 to go, 1 hour 23 to go, and 23 minutes to go. So you might leave someone in for that last sort of hour 20-ish. Yeah. So yeah, it could be Radomir here for about an hour, and then swap, and whoever ends up being the last driver might just do that hour 20 or so.
He's been the fastest in the car. You want to have your fastest driver in there at the end, wouldn't you?
Probably. If you could clone them, you'd have your fastest driver in there the whole time.
That's not how it works, David.
Clone sheep. So 28th is where he's rejoined. Be careful with what this Mercedes in front is doing. Some good tyres right now, hoping that they will last a little longer. I think it's going to get waved past here. I'll also do the motion capture for if they animate the driver doing point buys at some point.
Doing what?
Point buys.
Oh, yeah.
Is that something you're familiar with?
Not really.
You don't do many track days?
No.
Like track days? You're a menace on the track. So my point I was getting at here though is the next car up the road is 2 laps and then 1 lap to RLH Esports Black, who are in the lane right now, and then another 3 laps to the CGC Motorsport green car that took a long repair, and I wonder if they're still a little off pace because you can never perfectly repair any of the cars and the bits. Speaking of, the number 21 is now 12 minutes into the supposedly 45-minute repairs. We'll see if it still is 45 minutes when the time comes.
It's got to be longer than that.
Well, yeah, 45 minutes does sound kind of optimistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we've got the position 18 Firebolt Racing Orange. Was that the car that caused the accident?
Yes.
Okay, so their car looks pretty second-hand as well.
Is the one that had Brian, number 66.
Okay,
number 66.
Not number 7. Okay, so racing that. Okay. So if everything worked out, The RSV 013 car could get a top 25. I think.
We have our ducks in a row and our waffles on the iron. Radomir in the just completing the first flying lap of this stint. So he did the out lap. This is a flying lap now that'll give us an idea of the kind of pace he has for the new tyres and how quickly he's settling in to the cockpit. And the answer is not bad at all.
Yeah, fast. Fastest on track, he's got to be. Yep. New set of
Second
tyres.
faster than the car up the road, 5 seconds faster than the next car up the road, 10 seconds faster than the next car up the road. So that's good. We're still talking about some gaps that are, you know, a lap, 2 laps.
10 laps. 8 laps to the Racing Ace car.
Yeah, 2 laps to Blue Bayou, 3 laps to Wolfpack, 3 laps to RLH Esports Black, and still a couple more laps before go up 1 position, assuming Racing Ace Motorsports have some lengthy repairs. And I don't see why they wouldn't, because they were already with a really damaged car before it, you know, was the firing pin in a bigger accident.
That's a fast out lap. First flyer. It's a good time. He's feeling comfortable in the car. I don't think there's anything really holding him back now. He's going for it.
Yeah, it's on the good lines. It's in the right places when you watch it come through these corners and these changes of direction. The car is approximately where you would choose to put it if you had perfect control over it. It's following the racing lines you would expect. Well, easier to do right now on the newer tyres, and later on in the stint we'll see if the car gets a little pushier and he's fighting it a bit more. But right now, it goes where it's asked. Again, through Blanchimont, another one of those corners you've got to get perfectly to the apex and just follow the big smooth arc.
Driving it on the limit there. What are we going to punch out this time by?
10th faster to 21.5.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
No, I'm looking up and down, and at the moment, only car in the 221s right now. The leaders are all lapping 222s. I think they're a little further on their tyres, a little further into their stint at the moment. So, what kind of laps they were doing right on the fresh tyres, those cars. But that lap just gone, fastest car on track. Sends a bit of a message, doesn't it?
Does, yeah, no, he's good peddler. He's Radomir, and yeah, certainly showed it in that first stint today. I think this car definitely could have won the race, but to finish first you have to finish. And it's been in the wars. It's been repaired a few times, but now it looks like it's going all right. Track temp very hot. That first lap, you can see he's on the limit. He is really pushing it. Concentration.
Someone's gotten back into the driver's seat of the Racing Ace Ferrari.
Okay.
Kind of optimistically, we would have hoped that it waited there a little longer. They're checking the steering. They're almost someone actively in the car, and it's still 6 laps scored ahead of Radomir at the moment. We'll see if they're
Does it have a
It'd be a
bonnet?
bit cheesed off if they were only headed for a 15-minute repair after all of that.
Yeah, it was that rollover that did it. got a bonnet now, so that's a slight improvement.
Just in front on the pit lane is car number 21, still missing a front grille, missing the headlights. I think when the repairs are done, it does put a new grille back on, but it's not happened yet. That might still be half an hour in the making.
21.9 that lap by Radamir. So still punching out them good times. Tyres maybe just getting a bit too hot with that track temp. Now at what, David?
39.4.
There we go. The Ferrari leaves the pit lane. He got away with it.
Oh, that was an innocent. That was the innocent one. That was the car that was also incredibly surprised by what Racing Ace did when their car just snapped loose, because they knew they had a damaged car. They're trying to bring it around to the pit lane, and it was a car that was kind of it'd go in a straight line but crab at 120 kilometers an hour, but at 150 it had become unstable and became unstable at an incredibly frustrating time for two other teams.
That's the way racing is, unfortunately. Just looking at the car of Radamir. Already looks like the tyres are starting to overheat a bit. That rear end's starting to rotate just a little bit too much.
Oh, that's wide as well, isn't it? There, just leaving a little witness mark through the gravel.
Yeah.
Again, still got to be cautious not doing too many of those, because we don't want drive-through penalties, because they are so costly at this Spa Endurance pits. 60 kilometers an hour for what feels like a long time.
It is the longest pit lane. It has to be the longest pit lane.
I think it's the largest pit lane delta of any track on iRacing, for sure.
Yeah. You'd have to say any track on the road, wouldn't you?
Well, for VLN/NLS, they did that weird thing where they extended the pit lane to a giant loop through the paddock so that no one had to share pit stalls like they normally would have done.
Yeah.
And that was a temporary solution, but by a professional racing series that probably created a total pit lane length of a bit longer than this.
Okay. Radamir on the headlights. It's got a very beaten up Porsche in front. Just gonna look up the inside.
Okay. I did some number crunching, pulled out the calculator here as he's looking down the inside of Rivage. This is where one of the cars had a little bit of a problem earlier, but he's not going to bounce it off the curb. So at 60 kilometers an hour, which is the pit lane speed limit, that's 16 2/3 meters per second. It takes 60 seconds to go from the pit in cone to the pit exit cone without taking service. So 16 meters per second by 60 seconds makes the pit lane length a whole kilometer.
That's quite long.
How long is Oran Park? Like 2.5 kilometers?
I think so. Yeah, about that.
Well, the Tsukuba 1000 layout on iRacing is exactly 1,000 meters. So the pit lane here is a Tsukuba 1000, or just half of a Tsukuba 2000 layout as well. You can compare the pit lane to the length of some other serious world motorsport venues, and yeah, wow. The pit lane transit time here is equivalent to doing a whole half a racing lap of Tsukuba on the pit lane limiter.
That's incredible, eh? It's that circuit is, yeah, it is too small.
Oh, I mean, we're not going to race 60 GT3 cars for an endurance race there,
You
unless
wouldn't even fit
we
60
really
on the
wanted
track,
to.
would you?
No, but it has its place. It's good for some of the rookie series in iRacing, and it's good for track days just outside of Tokyo. There, so it is. It's kind of out near Tokyo Narita Airport, north of Tokyo. But yeah, it serves its place definitely. It's a good track for some of the lower horsepower cars. Mazda MX-5s, Skip Barbers, Formula Vs, etc. They all go well around that circuit, but it's not for it's not for prototype racing cars, and it's definitely a little cramped for GT3 racing.
Yeah. An oversized go-kart track, really, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly what the Tsukuba 1000 layout is genuinely a slightly oversized go-kart track.
Yeah. There we go. Radomir's still punching out good, decent times. The last lap by was a little bit slow. He did make that pass though, so that was the reason he was a bit slower.
Racing Race 66 has left the pit lane after 20 minutes of repairs. They're on their out lap right now. Oh, they've just hit the pit entry now. That car is no good still.
Yuck.
Just we picked it up. What on earth? It makes you wonder sometimes, doesn't it, Fonty? They've tried to go into pit lane and they've crashed into the bollard at 60 k's an hour.
Need a laugh, mate. Need a laugh at this.
Why do they even make crash test dummies when they could just hire these guys? I mean, you need someone to do a 60 kilometer an hour frontal half offset crash test. Ring them up. They're experienced.
Fantastic stuff. What have we punched out this time by? 1:21.7. So not quite that pace. That's still pretty good.
Yeah, 221.7 still in the 221s. Still there for fastest driver out on track. Your leader did a 222.1, so just 4/10 slower. That's very much the competitive pace for this track temperature, which has just clicked 40. So make sure you find yourself some shade.
You won't find much of that. There we go. Blows past the Mercedes. Yeah, certainly a race of what could have been for Radomir.
He's fanging it.
He's fanging it. Haven't heard that in a while.
thought I'd slip it in.
The car is still functioning as it should. Did think that it was maybe getting a bit too hot in those tyres, but looks to have a handle on it pretty well.
Hopefully he's going fast by going smooth, and by going smooth the tyres will hang in there. Otherwise, setting some headline times.
Yeah.
You've got to make them last an hour.
Yeah. Just jump on board here and see what we can read off.
Again, it's sort of the consistency and the precision is car is always getting to every apex. He's not letting it wash out anywhere and miss the line. Even if it's not super quick, at least it's on the line and being consistent. That's a 221.9. So still a couple consecutive laps in the 221s, which no one else is doing at the moment. That said, second place did manage a 221.5, but they've been 222s for all the consecutive laps before that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when I notice tyres start to go off. He's probably got another 7 laps, I think, of it being super quick. You can hear them squealing. He's certainly working them.
Just realised I made my life harder for myself when I tried to calculate the length of the pit lane by the transit time. Is, of course, a minute at 60 kilometers an hour is a
I didn't even think of that.
meters per
That's time to
second.
go to sleep.
Wasn't. If the pit lane speed limit was something else like 40 or 80, it might have made sense to have converted into meters per second. I got the right answer in the end.
You did.
1,000. Incredible amount of marbles have built up on the outside at Blanchimont. The speed, the loaded corner, it just not only does it peel the rubber off as you go through a corner like that, but at that kind of speed, obviously it's a super committed, super high speed corner. It flings it as far as it can go. The advantage involved is the marbles let go.
Consistency. This is Amanda Cole. 221.9.
In a good pocket of the track right here, where he's not had a lot of traffic for a couple laps, which is obviously good for the consistency and probably also good for looking after the tyres as well, as if you're just following the racing lines instead of having to break deep in some corners or go around the outside of someone or whatever. He's just following the racing lines that you would have practiced, that you would have turned a bunch of laps in practice in situations like this. This would be what you'd be accustomed to.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? You don't really get a chance to practice on a track that's rub it in at all. When it comes to the race, do you get the opportunity? Still a bit of time to track down to get to that next car in front, 2 laps. So it's got to hope for some problem to happen with them, I think.
Or at least with the current driver in that car, they're only they're 2 laps ahead and they're only losing a second or so per lap. There's still, you might see some of these other teams have to put in a weaker driver later on or something potentially, and then the speed delta and the rate of catching for RSV might be better. But not yet. What he might do in this stint though is end up actually having to on track get his lap back to that Lamborghini that is 2 laps and just a little bit ahead. Now there's some more traffic, and this is clever to try to switch back around and underneath. And are we getting let by here? I think so. That didn't look like too much drama for Radomir.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
There is a, again, useless trivia here, but that is a funny lap time to see for Radomir there. All 2s except right at the end. And there is a flight by Lufthansa that is one of their regional connectors, so it has a 4-digit code, which is 2222, and it is to Toulouse. So it's flight 2222 to Toulouse. Sense of humor kind of thing to do, because it's not funny, but it's kind of funny.
It is funny. Coincidence, I don't think so. Just gone under 3 hours to go.
On 30 p.m. in sim time, so it's still heating up on track. The track temperature is still rising. Say we're riding on board with 013, rotating out. Still, from what we're told, 10 more minutes or so of repairs for the other car. This Lamborghini's not the one battling for position. Oh, that is a bizarre place to try to get out of the line. I don't think Radomir was expecting that, but he is going to force his way down the inside for Blanchimont and be able to take the full racing line. Yeah, he will sweep wide and then back through to the apex. Not entirely predictable from that particular Lamborghini, but no harm done here. Blue Bayou, which is the next car for position, and also is so 2 laps and about 10 seconds up the road. So they, in that Lamborghini, are just coming into Eau Rouge now. In fact, I think Radomir can maybe almost see them to hunt them down and get 1 lap back. So it's Blue Bayou, as in... Isn't there also like a place in America called Blue Bayou, but it's like... spelled differently?
I'm not sure, mate. You've spent more time in the States than I have.
It makes sense. The driver for the car at the moment is Club South Africa. Who else? Where are the other drivers in the 82 from? They're all Club South Africa, all 4 of them. So it wouldn't be like a play on words from an American who lives in Louisiana or something.
Yeah,
I'm reading far too deep into these team names, trying to look for something that's probably not there.
Send her a message. Why you called this?
Hello, my friends. Why are you called this? Why is this your name, my friends?
I think the most interesting name would have to be P9.
Oh, yeah. What about in P15?
Yeah, that's quite funny. It's good map racing. Only in the top spots. Yeah, many joker names.
There's one joke name in the top split, and it's because they're purposefully driving a car not favoured by the BOP. They're driving that 2008 Ford GT or whatever it is, and I guess the name's not that funny, but the concept of the team to like purposefully compete in the top split with a car they know is, you know, a hand behind their back for the OP Ford.
Yeah. Yeah, I do hope that Bentley comes to so there, then it can't be a complete moment.
Getting pretty close. There's just so many GT3 manufacturers, though. I mean, there's the Honda NSX, there's the Lexus RCF, there's the Aston Martin, as you said, Bentley Continental. What else have we, for example, that competes in Bathurst that we've not got? The Nissan GTR. Yep. There's going on like 20 or 30 like eligible homologated GT3 models these days.
Be too many. I guess the majority of them, there's only really 4 or 5 manufacturers that have really run, so a few guys run the other stuff, and they're all out the back door most of the time, right?
Some of it becomes a cost thing. I've heard that from a cost perspective for the GT3s, it's basically the BMW, the Audi, and the Mercedes that are the 3 cheapest to buy, cheapest to get parts for, cheapest to service. If you're running one of the other cars, one of the other manufacturers, it's because you've got some kind of support that or a sponsor that wants to be on a particular mark of car, or you've got a particular affiliation. Blue Bayou just got real loose in the bus stop here, and that is, I think, given away about 2 seconds to help Radomir catch them. For example, there's a lot of Lamborghinis racing in IMSA because Lamborghini North America loads them up with a bunch of spare parts and other things that make it more commercially favorable to run one.
Makes sense. Still punching up the lap times. 2:21.9 still.
He's had a bunch of them, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
Make that his middle name, 21.9.
Through the stunt, so halfway.
One thing I'm looking at in this onboard is, can we see that next Lamborghini for position up the road? And I think you need the full length of the Kemmel Straight to only just be able to see it, because the car immediately in front is a blue Porsche, and then the next car in front of that is the blue Lamborghini. Just turning into Pouon now. You can just make it out as the second car up the road here. So I imagine Radomir is pretty motivated to catch them. Oh, he's pretty motivated to catch the slide there as well. Wow, that was close. Got to be careful on these hot tyres and this hot track. Yeah, he seems pretty motivated.
He would have lost a bunch of time on that. You can already see the front starting to struggle. So halfway through the stunt, the tyres are really starting to wear out. There we go, off track. Yeah. So be careful.
That's the worst, isn't it? The rear wants to give way in the high-speed corners, and the front wants to give way in the medium and slow-speed corners. Not just be, consistently tail-happy or consistently pushy. It changes its mind depending on the corner.
Catches the slide, still brings up 221.3.
There you go. He's pushing pretty hard. Might have picked up a bit of slipstream here as well, and yeah, no way he's getting by here. Sensibly, he's just going to wait. And this is what I like to see: is he gives it a car length as well, so that when he puts the power down, coming up the hill, he's got the space to build up his momentum, carry the momentum off the corner. And he hasn't, just hobbled himself for the whole length of the coming straight. There you have it. Now the next car up the road is for position, but plus 2 laps. So if he gets past him, he'll unlap himself and only be 1 lap and 2 minutes behind that particular car. Technically, the number boards on Radomir is going to say 28, and on that Lamborghini it's going to say 27. That Lamborghini, I've been watching it, is also super duper struggling on its tires. It looks real twitchy through.
Yeah, let's have a look at this.
Or as his friends probably call him, Grant Findlay.
Yeah, it's a pretty scratched up Lamborghini.
Yeah, it's got all the right panels, but they are a little bent. Around the front left, I'm seeing a bunch of scuffs there, and there's some on the back as well. Rear wing mostly intact for them, though.
Yep. Another fast lap. Radomir's really pushing it this one. This would have to be the best stint we've seen from him all event. Really had
Been
no
reeling
traffic,
in.
has he?
Lamborghini about by like a second and a half per lap here. So what was maybe he can see him down the length of the full Kemmel straight is he's kind of not far behind him at all. Coming up through Radion. There's the gap.
Top speed very similar. 1 kilometre an hour difference.
Oh, he's off. He's hit the wall for that Lamborghini. Tripped up part of the barrier, flipped over. And I don't know what the damage is going to be like, but they felt the pressure from Radomir. Even though there's 2 laps separating them, it's seen a mistake, and that is a twitchy-looking Lamborghini. It's now going for a gravel excursion. We're going to see it again, Fonzie.
Yep, we're going to see it again. I didn't catch it. So we're going to have to watch this one. See what's happened.
I was saying these changes of direction in the medium speed corners, their Lamborghini was starting to get a bit twitchy. So they've one curb, a lot of curb at the second apex. Oh, it's got a bit of a slide, and then it's mounted the curb on the way into Melmedy, and then really tripped the barrier in an awkward way.
Yeah, I think they've actually got away with that one though. It didn't really, although it flipped over, it didn't catch on anything as such, you know. We'll see if they come into the pit lane.
Their car doesn't seem to want to turn right at the moment. They are definitely quite a bit slower. Seeing them way off pace through every right-hander, like it just doesn't want to go.
Needs a wheel alignment, eh? Or some new suspension too.
The live pictures are coming up towards Blanchimont now, so I wonder if it's going to maybe turn left too well. You're going to have to be careful with that roll out of the throttle low so early, and I think they'll be headed for the pits.
Yeah, we'll see. Go back to live images. Here we go. Ooh, he can't turn it right, can he? Yeah, he's in the pit lane. Here we go. There's a position.
Yeah, if this is more than a 5-minute repair, then that's going to be a position for Radomir, isn't it? And if the fact that they've immediately brought it straight into pit lane, probably not going to be a quick repair. If they were staying out there, they were losing 30 seconds a lap or so. It was, suddenly the car just didn't want to turn at all in the slightest.
Yeah, I think they certainly did feel the pressure. And once that rear end started to go, it wasn't even like he gave it too much throttle, it just came around on him. But you did say just that lap before that he was struggling with that direction change, and we saw it there 1 lap later.
I've just seen some new parts go on the number 21. So it had been sitting there with no bonnet and no front grille and no lights. And all of a sudden, I just went to check it out because they've been now 47, 48 minutes in the pit lane. They might actually be coming to the end of some of those repairs if the parts are getting bolted on. So,
yep. Got the driver, he's getting ready to go, so they are going back out on track to finish off this event, which is absolutely awesome to see.
Have a look at some of the other angles on the car. The back's not too bad. The rear wing is still mostly in shape. The side skirts, the areas behind the areas behind the front wheel can be pretty important for the drag and the aerodynamics of the car, and then also how the front splitter works. So they bent up in a couple places, but it has a set of every body panel on it now. He's zooming. Bayou still in their pit stall getting repairs. The car in 26th, Team Wolfpack, I think just served a drive-through penalty as well. So they've triggered their incident points. That's cost them a minute as they've had to do the 1,000 meter trundle down pit lane at 16 2/3 meters per second. Here goes the 21, rolling, leaving pit lane after 49 minutes, 54 seconds of repairs. They are going to send it out, feel it out, and see how that car is going to go with 2 hours, 42 minutes left. If the repairs have done well and everything was fixable, or if there's still some niggling problems there. Well, let's take a look at those videos from rsvmotors.de and take a little break here. And then we'll have a change in the coverage as well. Thank you for joining me, David Haynes. Been with Scott Fountain, Mr. Fonty here. And some fresh faces, fresh voices going to join you after the break.
shady aftermath. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. But homie, ain't nothing changed, bros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. If you watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, for sure, they tell you I'm local. And the plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they buy, and they ready to go. Yeah, bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, nigga. We find me in the club all the time, so pop off. Just shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? When my joint get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye at your chicks, if she smash, she gone. If the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're getting rough.
Miles from comfort, we have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea, as long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Vladimir. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
when I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
My name is Steven Corpenos. I'm a senior web developer here at iRacing, and I work on the beta UI. It's funny because iRacing has been around for 10 years, but we want to keep delivering the best possible user experience to our customers, and we've found that the old UI isn't exactly what we're trying to deliver in 2018. We want to use new features and provide the best possible experience when using the sim. One of the projects that I've been working on is some custom heat racing configuration for hosted races. We've been listening to our customers. Everyone's been asking for custom heat races. Maybe you want to tweak a few things with the preset iRacing configurations. Well, now you can using the beta UI. So once you're at the home page of the beta UI, you just go to create a race. And from there you go to your set race options. And you'll notice here under event types, you can actually choose heat racing. First, I'm going to show you how to create a new format from scratch. You can choose the number of entrants. And as you can see, when I made that change, the change was actually reflected on the right side in the graph. Also, you can use the estimated duration at the bottom of the graph when you're changing the length to see what the total duration of your event will be. In addition, you can customize every aspect of the session information, practice, qualifying, heat races, consolations, and of course, the final feature race. Because the beta UI allows us to develop features that are robust and complex, this feature will be exclusively available on the beta UI. Once you've made all of the changes, you can hit save. Say you forgot what you selected. You can always preview it using the preview format button. We are very excited to release the brand new heat racing configuration feature that will be available in Season 3 of iRacing.
Everyone, we are here with 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. My name is Bradley Wingard, and I have Fonty here with me as well. Cameron Dance is on the way. Fonty, it's been a very, very long and tiring race for a lot of people. 2.5 hours to go. Both cars still running. We're looking forward to the end.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race. Certainly one that could have been a lot different for the 013 for both cars actually. For the 21 is back out on track now after that big accident we saw and had nowhere to go. Completely an innocent bystander in that accident there. After 50 minutes of repair, they were back out on track. So yeah, good to see them at least finishing it off, and they're inside the top 30, so got to be happy with that. And Radomir, the team owner as such, been very quick, done very well in his stint, been punching out fastest laps out of any driver on the track, and yeah, that car was what they qualified 5th, so yeah, I think they certainly had the pace to win this event, and they'll come back again for more.
Yeah, we are very much looking forward to seeing more of them in future races. It's the nowhere to go statement you made just before seems to be the luck of the draw for them this race. Pretty much all of their incidents except for maybe one have been they've had nowhere to go, or someone else has run into them or spun in front of them, and their pace has been really good as we see both cars here, line astern, coming down into Brussels corner. But yeah, through no fault of their own, they've just tumbled down the order like hour after hour, and they've been pressing on, which is really good to see. And 2 cars inside the top 30 is not quite what they wanted, but they are still running, which is good. And the repairs are not holding them back. Even Radomir with that very damaged 013 car is putting in very consistent laps, some of the fastest on the grid at the moment, which the fact that they're down 20 kilometers an hour and still putting in those awesome lap times is a true testament to what could have been and what true pace they really have. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see enough of it today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We didn't get to see it. Well, we've seen the pace, but just we've seen everyone else want to drive into the side of it at the same time, which unfortunately sometimes when you drive in the lower kind of splits, that kind of can be the case. Either way, I'm sure it's been a big learning experience for all of them, and we've got guys here who've only just recently joined iRacing 1 or 2 months ago, and they've done a fantastic job. The practice and preparation they've put in for this event's been massive, and yeah, real true testament to RSV Motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, a lot of these guys have only had iRacing for a couple of months, and that entire time they've pretty much been practicing just for this race and getting their license up. And like some of their I ratings are quite low, so you can tell that they're very new to this, but they have put in the work, and it shows. Some of the lap times that they've been putting out have been just phenomenal even for such a low split, and putting it 5th on the grid in qualifying was a show of that. And they ran a really good first stint, and after that, all of the troubles seemed to come at once. But they're still out on track, they're still circulating, they're putting on a good show in that fantastic looking car. And the team owner that we were chatting to just before during the break mentioned how he thinks it might be a target for the other cars because they get so confused by how it looks. But it's a very, very nice looking car, and we hope to see it on the grid in future special events. We have Suzuka coming up, Petit Le Mans. I feel like there's one other after the Bathurst 1000. And then, of course, we start again back in January, at the end of January, for the Daytona 24 hours. So there's a big gap, but there's still a lot of races to be run. And that's not even including the 24-hour series, the Creventic series, and the VRS GT Endurance series. So lots of long races that these guys can join. And we hope to see more of them on the grid in the future because they are doing a fantastic job today. And I look forward to seeing more of them.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Paint scheme, very unique in itself. Maybe it does attract people and confuses people, but yeah, these guys have done fantastically well, and yeah, I certainly hope to see them out there on track again, making their way up into some higher splits. They've been a really good team. I've been quite impressed with how they've prepared for this one, so hopefully we can get in the top 25 as Radomir comes into the lane.
It's a bit earlier than I was expecting. I thought he had another 1 or 2 laps, but I must have...
He's been pushing pretty hard. Yeah.
Yeah, that is slightly tired, but focused, which I guess the latter is the more important part. But still pushing on, coming out of Brussels now into Jackie X corner, looking very in control of his car. This was the car that was in the lane for 50 minutes of repairs nearly.
Yes, that's right.
After a very unfortunate accident I heard, so great to see them back out on track and hunting down the Blue Bayou Lamborghini, which
they put it on the wall, rolled over, had some pretty phenomenal damage.
The Lamborghini did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, because the number 013 was battling them earlier, so the number 21 is still 15 laps down on the Blue Bayou Lamborghini, so a bit of a ways up the road, but there's still just over 2 hours. A lot can happen in that time. We've seen the last 5 hours since I was last, well, while I was last, and a lot has happened since then, so we are just coming out of the lane now. Martin Lappe has just come in the car. Just ahead of the Team Wolfpack car that I guess the RSV cars have been glued to them for the majority of the second half of this race, and they are about to go 2 laps down. They are a lap behind, but they are then right behind them. So I think when that takes over, it'll be 2 laps, but don't quote me on that. Oh, it's late send up the inside. On board with the number 21, who's climb ready on 31 stories, about 2 seconds, which is just phenomenal to think about. It just, people come here for that corner, and it's just a phenomenal to see. Fonty, you said that you've been here, and I just can't imagine to stand near the bottom of that thing and look up. It must be just a surreal experience.
Yeah.
Ooh, good save.
Yeah, he's struggling with that car, getting the car down. Yeah, so not that far into the stint, maybe still struggling with a little bit of damage, potentially, from that accident. Certainly, wheel alignment was probably not done to perfection while it was in the workshop getting those repairs done. But let's just see how he goes. Good little peddler, this young fella. I'm impressed how he's gone. But yes, getting back to the racetrack, yeah, it was certainly an experience to go there. It was really busy, obviously, for the 24 hours. So yeah, it was actually quite crazy of how many people were there. Trying to get a good view of that corner was tough because everyone wanted to stand at the bottom of it. But yeah, seeing those cars go through there at 8 o'clock in the morning was pretty cool. I'd certainly like to go back. You do a lot of walking. I don't think I've ever walked that far on a racetrack before in one day. Feet were killing me by the end of it.
Yeah, it's very easy to do when you get to a racetrack of this size. Like, you go to the Gold Coast street circuit and it's like, 3 and a bit kilometers. Like, that's pretty easy to walk around and your feet get sore just like that. But walking around something like this or through something like this or like Mount Panorama, and it turns into a half marathon or more by like from 7 a.m. to 9 or 10 p.m. depending if they do track walks at night or anything. But it's worth it. The views are definitely worth it at a track like this or Bathurst, but that's why we come to racetracks, I guess.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it was 28 kilometres we walked in the one day, which I'm not a massive walker. So yeah, it was. I didn't mind doing it though. I didn't complain because I was at the racetrack. So, as my wife says in the background there, I think you still complained.
Yeah, didn't complain out loud too much because you're at a racetrack, but inside you were internally screaming because your feet were sore.
They were.
Yeah, I feel that. It's so worth it though. I would happily walk 21 kilometers again if it meant I got to walk around Bathurst all day and watch some cars go fast.
Yeah, I haven't been to Bathurst yet, so I need to go there sometime.
So we see the 013 car come round. Not Stavolo anymore. It's got a new name. I can't remember what it's called though because it's very recent. It was run up to Blanchimont. Very fast corner, very unsettling, especially in a car that's as damaged as this one. But little lift or a big lift if you're trying to fuel save. Very good place to fuel save. You come up to the bus stop chicane. A relatively new addition to what is a now century-old racetrack. Very tight. Not so much a bus stop anymore like it used to be. Use all of that exit curb on the exit to get a good run down the Grand Prix straight. This is where the race will finish. We head up to the source for what is kind of technically the last corner because the next start line is where we started the race. And thankfully at the start of the race there was not much chaos going up or down Erosion up Radion for the first time, which is quite surprising because a lot of races in the past there's a lot of carnage on the first lap, but yesterday or today, depending on where you are, we got very lucky. So it's a mixed bag of races unfortunately, but at least the start was good for a lot of the drivers.
Exactly right. Yeah. Get back to where they are. Top 25. Got to be happy with that. If they manage to get there in the end, 2 hours and 17 minutes left in the race.
So I don't know if it's too early or too late to talk about strategy, or if strategy's a bit too far gone because we are 27th and 30th at the moment, but with the Team Wolfpack car literally in view for the 013, strategy is still relatively important, and a fuel tank around here will last about 56 minutes depending on your fuel burn and fuel saving. But we're right on board with the number 21 round the Brussels corner into the Jackie X behind the number 6 Ferrari of the Styrian Racer. My apologies, took a while to find that. Down Puan, very easy to get this corner wrong. It's very fast, but the entry is very important. Otherwise you wash out, scrub a lot of time and a lot of tyre.
Yeah, certainly right. Looking after the fronts is one of the most important things around this place. Full throttle for literally 90% of the lap. exciting through, especially that last section of track and up through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, especially the compression and the G-force change through Eau Rouge and Raidillon is just monumental, going from positive G's through the compression of Eau Rouge, the lateral G's through the first half of Raidillon, and then into negative G's as you go over the crest. The car gets so light and it's so easy to lose it. We've seen amateur sim racers, professional sim racers, professional racing drivers lose it there countless times over the years. And it's probably the most famous corner on this track and one of the most famous corners in the world because the elevation change is just incredible and in such a short distance as well. Like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, that has, I think, near 400 meters of elevation change, but that's over, nearly 22 kilometers of racetrack. But that's 110 meters, about 31 stories. I think that's right. Of change in the matter of 50 meters. I think I might have my maths wrong. I think it might be 30 meters of elevation change, but I could be wrong.
It is, yeah, it's certainly not as steep as what the Dipper is at Bathurst, but yeah, it's a bit of a mission to climb up.
Yes, I was very wrong, sorry. It's 35 meters tall, so that's about 10 stories, but that's a very significant height change from the bottom of Eau Rouge to the top of Raidillon. So car goes through a massive change as Martinez is in a really good rhythm now. He's right on the back of that Team Wolfpack 109 Porsche driven by Hartenhoff. Very well driven by these guys today as well, I will admit. They've been a bit unfortunate with incidents as well, but they have been driving really well. Martinez, though, nearly went around the outside of Raidillon. It's probably not the smartest move, but flashing the lights into the bus stop chicane, not quite close enough. Maybe into La Source, but we'll see. No, pretty poor drive out of the corner. They just got a little bit too much curve and unsettled the car, but it also opens him up for the big draft up the hill and down the straight. Oh, that's a big dive. I wouldn't recommend that one, but no one gets injured. That's what matters. Flashing the lights again. I don't know if he's impatient or if he's trying to get in the driver's head, but it's not being too aggressive, which is what we like to see.
Yeah, could have set it up well. It's probably a little bit too far back now to get a dive.
Yeah, the draft is very long on the Camel Straight, but I don't think it's quite half a second, but
Get him into
the highest point of the circuit as we slowly work our way back down the hill, and we are now joined by Mr. Cameron Dance. Good evening, sir. How are you tonight?
Yes, hello, Brad. It's good to be here and checking out what's been going on. Been a very, very long day and a very, very long race, but finally into these final few hours.
Yes, we have. It's a semi-close battle for 26th position as he looks up the inside between the RSV car driven by Martinez Lappe that we are on board with now and the Wolfpack Porsche just in front. They are a lap ahead, so this is to gain the lap back. Pit stops are slightly stagnated between the two, but with 2 hours and 10 minutes ago, that's a little over 2 pit stops, so a lot can happen in 2 hours and nearly 2 full stints of driving, so it's not quite over yet. Both cars are actually quite similar on pits. I think there's only a 1 lap difference or 2 lap distance, so this could go quite close for that for that 26th position.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and obviously with a lot of racing to go, there's also that final pit stop, which there has been some talk around certain cars and certain drivers as well as teams that there is going to be a splash and dash, so you're going to have to save a little bit of fuel in some regard from what I've been hearing, and being able to save for that extra lap is going to help in terms of getting that final pit stop being not really an issue, but we'll have to see what's going to race for our boys here. But what's going to happen in that final pit stop, who knows?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We have, my information is telling me 100 laps left for the leader. Of course, the number 013 car is 45 laps behind, which takes it down to 545 laps to complete. So we have about 55 laps to go. Tank is about 26 laps, so that's 3 laps short of a double stint. So yeah, you're exactly right. A bit of a splash and dash, and the front of us will be in a similar position unless they can somehow manage to save 2 or 3 laps of fuel over the next stint and a half. So this could be a very interesting finish to the race, and I'm very excited to watch that with you as we ride on board down towards the Jackie X corner.
Yeah, 100%, you're not wrong. It's going to be very much all about making sure that final pit stop is as short as it possibly can be, to not have not sit there for too long, and hopefully gain some positions as well, with the fact that it's quite a long trip down the lane. So if you can save yourself 2 minutes across the final hour or so, you're going to really find yourself in a good position. You could find yourself gaining a few positions, as we might possibly see here with our boys here, with the fact that they're right on the tail of 26th position, and should that final pit stop not be needed, they'll be able to at least gain a position out of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think the smart thing for Martinez to do right now, in my opinion, would be to stay behind the Porsche, because the Porsche isn't exactly going overly slow. Like, they are a bit off the pace, but being their closest competitor, they're 3 laps in front of Ragnarok's Sim Racing behind them, and then after the Wolfpack car, there's another 2 laps to the RLH Esports Black BMW. So this is really only a 2-horse race for 26th position. So if Martinez, as we see the Porsche run wide of the ball, and there's a bit of contact.
Yeah, the Porsche running very, very wide on the way into the bus stop there, and a very, very slight touch of contact as well for a little bit of good measure, but it looks like he might not quite be able to get the move done, although he's going to have a good go up the inside at La Source, but the run is going to be compromised on the exit as a result of the more shallow line, so he's going to end up having to slot in behind. But like you said, it wouldn't be a silly idea just to sit behind for pretty much the rest of this entire stint, just to get a little bit of fuel saved, and also help them towards getting maybe an extra lap, or maybe having a shorter stop depending on how much fuel they save. But it's really just not going to be all about pushing from here on out and trying to work a strategy that's going to help them as best as they can.
A few times, the pit lane here is pretty much bang on a kilometer. Like, it's a very, very long pit lane, and it's about a 50-second transit time, 2 minutes 10 plus for a pit stop. So if you can save enough fuel over 2 stints, then you could miss that last stop. And that's going to be massive for these guys in 27th position, because that extra safe stop could potentially give them 26th position. And I hope they have someone behind the scenes running those numbers, because that would be a very big missed opportunity for them. They are going quite slow at the moment, so I'm not sure if they got some extra damage from that contact that we're not aware of, but that would be my approach. I'm sure you'd be in the same boat with that, but it could be quite an interesting finish between these 2 cars.
Yeah, for sure. You'd want to try and save as much fuel as you can. I mean, I know for a fact that for pretty much all my stints and driving slightly different car, obviously but for the whole entire stint and pretty much all race long, we've just been trying to get that extra lap by saving not heaps, but just those minuscule amounts across the stint, which equal up to that extra lap. And being able to do that across the stint is really, really helpful, because you're not going to be losing heaps of pace for a large amount of gain and then burning that off later on, possibly risking not being able to do that extra lap. So it's just being able to find those very, very small increments of being able to help that pit stop phase, and really making sure that you can have as short of stop as possible, as we see Martinez coming into the lane now for what's going to look like to be a scheduled stop.
No, that's not a scheduled stop. He's only been in
Drive-through, maybe.
the potentially that or damage, but either way, this is exactly what they don't want to happen. But he's only been in the car for 6, 7 laps now, so definitely not scheduled. But yeah, like you're saying, incremental fuel savings, which around a lap like this is very easy to do with a lot of long straights where you can lift and coast for a very long time, brake later with not losing much lap time. So a lot of drivers have been practicing that during the week. I've been seeing in the open practice sessions that iRacing puts up for these events, and hopefully these guys have been running similar strategies, but a lot of them are new to sim racing. So a lot of them have only had the sim for a couple of months, as we do see that it was a drive-through. So that's an extra minute these guys will have to claw back up. Hopefully they can do that in time, but still 2 hours and 4 minutes, so about 2 hours and 6 minutes, depending on where the leader crosses the line, but still plenty of time to go and plenty of time for other cars to make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely right. And obviously that drive-through possibly caused by that contact that we saw just early on through the bus stop while they were fighting with its 26th position as well. So possibly would have just pushed them over the edge, but that's at least got, I guess you could say the benefit is they've at least got that drive-through out of the way. So they've at least got something to work with in terms of how many incidents they've got, but still a long way to go and still a long road ahead as well. And also the 21 car not doing too bad of a job as well, just coming through Stabilo now onto the way down towards Curve Paul Freire.
I'm glad you remember that corner name, because I completely spaced on it before I had to pull it up on Wikipedia so I could remember the corner name. But anyway, we run down to Blanchimont now. It's a bit, I imagine, quite sketchy in a car that looks a bit like that, but carrying good speed through there, using all that exit curb nicely, not too much. There is an off track out there, and I think I might be wrong, a slowdown if you run too wide, but pulls it up well for the bus stop as we head around to start lap 407, number 21 RSV Motorsports Mercedes. BMW.
And very, very quiet as well. So all these boys just need to do at this point, with the fact that they're multiple laps ahead of the car behind, but multiple laps down behind the next car ahead. They've just got to more or less cruise to the finish from here. No real need to do anything silly or push too hard or anything like that. They just need to bring this thing home, but with where they're sitting in a little bit of no man's land, unfortunately, but just need to continue putting in those clean, consistent laps. Don't worry about a drive-through or anything like that.
You word that so elegantly, but we both know from experience that that's the hardest part of these races is 2 hours to go. You've got no one around you. You're just trying to make it to the end, and there's 3 drivers per team, which doesn't sound too bad, but that's 8 hours of driving each. That's a lot, especially when they're all located near enough within the same time zone, give or take an hour. So these guys have been pretty much up since this race started yesterday. So when we bring the Zoom feeds up, you can just see how hard they've been pushing and how much of a toll this is taking, which we all know from experience. Like, yeah, we're playing video games, but this stuff is so hard. Concentrating on hitting your marks for nearly 600 laps is not easy in real life or in a simulator. We're just thankful that we don't have the G-forces that real drivers sustain or the heat. Like, we're pretty comfortable, but at the same time, like I was saying to Fonty earlier, that doesn't necessarily make it easier either.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and the fact that your mental strength is probably the biggest component of sim racing in general. I mean, obviously you've got that physical side of turning and braking and everything, especially if you're on more high-end gear with like hydraulic pedals and direct drive wheels. But yeah, your mental state's the biggest thing, and a lot of people actually miss that from the fact that they don't actually understand how mentally draining it is, especially these long races where you're in the car for up to over an hour and sometimes even more than that, depending on how your stints play out and what you may or may not need to do as a driver in the team. So it's really, really draining. And if you're up for multiple hours throughout the night, it can be even harder because of the fact that you're going to be tired as well as mentally drained from driving for so long. So these guys have done really, really well to actually end up going for as long as they have. Obviously, they've had dramas and that sort of thing, but for the most part, they've really done very, very well to be doing what they've done and gone for as long as they have, all in the same time zone as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And like a lot of these guys have some real world racing experience, but uh, a lot of them are still new to sim racing. And you would think, oh, yeah, real life driver, you can jump over quite quickly. But as we've seen in, like with Max Verstappen or the Supercars E Series, it's not that simple. A lot of the drivers really struggle to understand how iRacing as a simulator works. It's not quite just jump in and drive like a lot of people think. We're not sitting back on our couch with a controller, and ultimately the real world drivers are instantly quick. Like obviously they have an advantage, but it does take a different form of adaptation. Like a lot of real world drivers will feel what the car is doing through their legs and their but in a simulator, it's almost majority visually and maybe some through the steering wheel or like a butt kicker or motion rig if you're lucky enough to have one of them. And being able to see what's happening and register that is a very unique skill to sim racing. Obviously, you can't drive blind in a real car, but it's a lot more vibrational feel of what's happening with the car. Whereas in sim racing, it's more of a visual thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's more of a seat of the pants feel when you're in the actual car because you've got all those things like G forces and that sort of thing coming at you to actually tell you what the car's actually doing. Whereas in this, it's actually really, really funny when you throw a real driver in, and surprisingly enough, a lot of real drivers actually struggle with the whole sim racing concept because it's so visual and you're using sensors you wouldn't typically rely on in an actual race car to actually tell you what the car's doing and how it's handling and how to make it quicker and that sort of thing. So it's really, really funny seeing some drivers who, granted, are very, very quick generally in an actual race car, jump into a sim and sometimes struggle because the crossover's not quite there. So it's just very, very fascinating sometimes to see that crossover happen naturally, and then sometimes it just all completely falls apart.
You're exactly correct. I myself I've driven hire carts twice, so I have so much real world experience. He says with all the sarcasm, but going from a hire cart back to the sim, it's so different. And obviously, a cart and a car are very different to drive as well. But just the sensation through the body of driving a hire cart and then using like just my hands to feel how the car moves and my eyes registering it on a monitor it's so different, especially if you've got just like a basic 60 frames per second TV with a average or outdated graphics card. It's nothing compares to the processing speed of your brain and as we see
Oh,
the
no.
13 car spin and just nudge the wall. Hopefully that's not too bad. Going quickly again. But didn't look too heavy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was too bad of an impact. Would it possibly a little bit extra body damage, but it doesn't look like it would have done any sort of mechanical damage. The steering wheel still looks straight by the looks of it from the onboard. So they're going to continue on their way and have another car pass them to put a lap on them, but very, very lucky there. But yeah, I get 100% right about the whole transition between real stuff and sim stuff. And also, it's kind of funny how the opposite way happens as well, as we've got a virtual racing score replay of just nudging the wall there from the 013. Just looked like he caught the grass a little bit or the curb a little bit, and it just ended up spitting him out, unfortunately. So very, very lucky to get away with that one. But yeah, it's really funny how the opposite way of some sim drivers transfer into real race cars very, very easily. We've seen it on a number of different examples and times where drivers who
Oh, and we have the 21
oh no,
spinning at the source as
21
well.
that was a very, very big high speed off. Thankfully, there's a lot of runoff there, so he's managed to at least not end up in the wall and continue on without too many issues. But that's at least damaged those tires a little bit.
Yeah, perfect example of that is obviously Jimmy Broadbent, who we all know, and Super GT, who a lot of people know, who is quite competitive in karting and in the Brick Car Endurance Series for Jimmy Broadbent, where they've been playing sim racing for years, and then jump in a real race car, and he's pretty close to his teammate that he shares that Praga he won with. So it's the transition between the two is always interesting, and a lot of people are saying that sim racing might be the future, like grassroots series for a lot of real world drivers, because like junior categories are becoming exponentially expensive, as like Lewis Hamilton and Sebastian Vettel have brought up in the last couple of months. But a lot of people are talking about that as this is the grassroots scene for a lot of junior drivers, and a lot of people are saying no, it can't be because it's not real. But I don't see why that's a bad thing. Like, I think they should be able to coexist because they both have their positives and negatives, and I think being able to adapt between the two is an important skill for someone who wants to make it big time, like most of us, even though a lot of us won't, but we try.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and the other thing is that it's also a way to find hidden talent. I mean, Gregor Hutu, prime example. The guy has never driven a real race car, yet has won multiple iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series championships. And, like, to drive an F1 car, for a start, is no easy feat. So, to win a world championship, a virtual world championship, against some extremely talented drivers is one of those things that you don't do in your first go. So to have honed his craft like he has is just incredible. And then when he got the opportunity to jump into a Star Mazda, or Pro Mazda as it is more recently called, many years ago, when iRacing decided to do that test day with him at Road Atlanta, it just proved how quick he actually was. I mean, he was only a few tenths to being on par with effectively what a seasoned driver was, and that just shows that the level of sim races is actually a lot higher than people actually give credit for, which is just unbelievable when you actually consider that the guy's never had to deal with G-force, and he's never had to deal with the physical aspect of having to drive an actual race car. So it's just really cool to see those sort of transitions, and like you said, the whole grassroots thing of it becoming that Kickstarter into making a motorsport career is actually starting to become more and more real, especially with how the esports scene has been booming and how much more serious a lot of people are taking these virtual races, especially when you've got all these different drivers like big names such as Verstappen or Norris or those sort of drivers who are starting to take this a little bit more seriously than a game and actually start to put a lot more effort into it and try and make something out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh, you made a point and I've already forgotten what it was. The fact that Gregor Hutu doesn't even have his driver's license, like, but he's phenomenally quick in a sim car and a real car is just, it shows the validity. And I think that's the point I was going to make. As awful as last year was, I think most of us agree that COVID did so much good for sim racing in the community, because almost pretty much every low-level motorsports series had to be cancelled. Everything from Formula One down to like the local Australian XL Track Attack series and a lot of those drivers came to sim racing. Like we had the Supercar series, we had the Formula One series, we had IndyCar, even the Slideways Excel guys running the Audi RS3 TCR car in their series just to fill that void. And I think that's when and the Le Mans 24 Hours. I think that's when people really started to think, hang on, maybe this actually is something that we could use. And now we see motorsport games. They've got NASCAR, British touring cars, IndyCar, and World Endurance Championship games coming out with, as far as I know, official licensing for those series. And they're all becoming a bit more real and a bit more in tune. And Steve Myers, the CEO of iRacing, is like, we have a lot of manufacturers coming to us wanting their cars to be in our sim, and it's fantastic for the community. And I don't want that to end, and I'm sure most people don't want that to end. So it's very, very exciting to see where everything is heading. And I think we owe a lot of that to COVID, which is not something I think I would have said like this time last year.
Yeah, there was certainly a lot of negatives to take out of COVID, but I think that's probably one of the positive that a lot of people can agree on, and that it's actually brought a lot of people together, and it's also opened a lot of people's eyes towards things you typically wouldn't usually think are as major as they are. I mean, obviously, the esports thing has really taken off since COVID, with the fact that, like you said, all the motorsports stuff had to be cancelled, with obviously lockdowns and various other restrictions being in place. And as a result, it's resulted in all these different series going, how do we fill this void of there being our series, well, our real series missing? So they've found the platform and managed to make it happen. Obviously, some things in the esports world you can't quite replicate as well. I mean, the likes of soccer and ball sports, like that sort of stuff. But this sort of thing is really, really good for it, because it's able to be replicated at pretty much to the point where if you didn't know, you wouldn't actually know that it was virtual stuff in some respects. So it's been really, really cool. And also, it's also, like you said, introduced a lot of different brands and series and stuff to be a little bit more open with their licensing and go, let's actually put our name out there. Let's actually get something going in terms of whether it's some sort of software or official licensing with some brand, and we can actually build on this as a marketing exercise, not only for ourselves, but also towards the fans out there.
That's exactly right. Like, I like a lot of people started on console when I was younger, and I didn't really know what GT racing was. Like growing up in Australia, it's supercars. It's always been supercars. But then, well, and a little bit of F1, but that was mainly on at midnight, and that was past my bedtime. But like, I didn't really know what GT racing was, and then I picked up Forza Motorsports 4, and I was like, wow, these cars are so cool. Like, because I'm a big Ferrari fan, I think most people that watched Formula One or knew of Formula One in the early 2000s were a Ferrari fan because of Schumacher. But yeah, I didn't really know what GT racing was, and then I started driving the cars. I'm like, wow, this is so much fun. And now I'm here commentating a virtual 24-hour race, and it just opens your eyes to a lot of different series that you didn't really know much about before, and meet people from all over the world, and like go to events with them. And it's for everyone, really. As long as you have a passion for cars and driving fast, then it brings a lot of people together from a lot of different walks of life. And I was saying that to Fonty earlier, and it's I don't think people quite understand how big it is to a lot of people, and how far it reaches. And I really like that about our community.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the sim racing community in some respects does end up being underrated a lot in some regard. I mean, take a prime example of like when your mates go golfing or you go running or something like that, something where you've got a lot of people who are passionate about something and they all do the same sort of thing on a weekend or something like on a Wednesday night or something like that, or darts or something like that. So it's one of those things where when you actually sit down and think about it, it's actually surprisingly very, very similar to a hobby a lot of other people have, and it goes it ends up being very, very underrated because of that, because of the fact that a lot of the older generation, I guess you could say, look at it and go, oh, you're all online, you're not really talking to each other, sort of thing. But in reality, we can spend like hours and end up in the middle of the night still talking online with each other, and it's just that camaraderie that still exists in this hobby, just like it would normally with others.
That's exactly it. I have lost. Yeah, like the amount of times that we've been up till late at night, I've lost count in various discords just talking about, well, sim racing, and that obviously that conversation breakdowns pretty quickly into useless garbage. But you don't. I mean, like my dad plays golf or play footy, and he'd be at the footy club watching the game, and those conversations would start with football, and then they'd break down into useless dribble, and we do the exact same thing. Like this is our sport. Like we might not be outside kicking a ball or breaking each other's arms, but you've got races like this where people from around the world watch it, and then you've got V8 Scops, which is also being broadcast, by the way, if you would like to go and watch that on this channel at the same time from Belle Isle, where it's a bit more niche with the AusNZ community, and it's all our sport, it's our passion, it's why we love what we do, and it's why we invest so much time and probably more money than we should into this hobby, because it connects us with like-minded people that is otherwise too expensive to do in real life.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, ask a golfer the same thing. Why do you spend like $1,000 on a golf club, sort of thing? So it's it goes in roundabouts, and pretty much the same sort of thing happens. We spend money on simulated race equipment. I mean, steering wheels, wheelbases, screens, PC, you name it. Same thing with golf or darts or whatever it is, it might be that they spend a lot of money on. So there's no real differential between spending a lot of money and still enjoying yourself. And like you said, we all end up in a conversation to the point where we just deluge into random nonsense, and it can have absolutely nothing to do with sim racing at all. So it's just one of those things that you end up doing when you're in a hobby with a group of people who are like-minded and all enjoying themselves. You just end up doing that sort of thing, and you end up forming friendships as well with people you might not necessarily end up meeting in real life ever, or not till very, very later on. But yeah, it's just one of those things. I mean, you use the prime example of the Bathurst 12 hour. I mean, a lot of the Aussie NZ community end up going to that race as a spectator, and you end up coming across different people that you not necessarily would have thought you would have met. I mean, the likes of a few of our friends, the likes of Simon Mazzomo, or a few others that we might not necessarily think we would have thought we thought we would have met in real life, but we have eventually. So it's just been one of those cool things where you come across like-minded people and all meeting those different people that you've been talking to online for so long.
That's exactly right. Like David Haynes, that was on just before we joined. We'd never met each other before in our lives, but he lives about 40 minutes away from me, and I met him the night before we left for to drive 1,000 kilometers down to the Bathurst 12 hours. So it's incredible what sim racing does for all of us. But back to the racing. Ernestus is in the lane for his second last stop. I don't quite think he can save 42 minutes worth of fuel to make this a single stop. But that's pretty much bang on one more stop. Like 50 minutes, he won't need to do the splash and dash from here. It'll be a full tank and then most of a tank. So, we're within 2 hours now. So final pit stop strategies are starting to come into effect. And we've seen the first, I mean, maybe not the first of those to get their second last stop in, because everyone is so stagnated, but the first of the RSV motorsport cars to come in. I think Martinez is probably 4 laps away. No. 1 lap away from his stop, I believe. He was last in on lap 486 for his driver change when he got in. 26 laps will be 502.
We'll see if he comes on in this time around at least, but he should have a few more laps in him based on the lap count still going. So yeah, there's still a few more laps in the stint for him at least to keep on going, and it should get him a little bit closer to the hour mark and getting home on at least one more stop. The other car of the 21 is probably going to struggle to get home on one more stop here, possibly not, although we are under 2 hours, so might just be able to squeak in a splash and dash to get home with 40 minutes to go, but it's going to be a very, very long process from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And with an hour and 40 minutes to go, I briefly plugged it before, but I feel like I need to do a proper plug. Make sure to go over and, split screen, watch us as well for the last hour and 40 minutes. But round 9 of V8 Scops is live from Belle Isle. There is 15 laps to go. Very, very close grid. Under safety car at the moment. So make sure to go and check that out and then come back to watch the end of our race, or split screen it as well, because this is going to be a very interesting finish from Belle Isle. So make sure to go and give them a watch for this exciting finish, and have us on in the background as well while we finish watching the RSV Motorsport BMWs wrap up here at Spa. So yes, very exciting finishes coming up on 2 races for us tonight. We have us, Cam and I here. Sorry, I mind blanked for a second, and Reese and Ryan over there. So make sure to go and give them some love as well. Belle Isle.
Yeah, certainly some very, very intense racing over in VA Scops at the moment. So be sure to give that a quick look if you're interested in possibly some very, very hard full street racing at the moment around Belle Isle.
We see Martinez very, very focused coming out of the curve pull of. I got that wrong, didn't I?
Curve pull of, right.
Thank you. I'm still learning. In a run up to Blanchimont, he is on lap 503, 45 laps down from the leader, but soldiering on nonetheless. You can tell these guys love their racing, because it would have been so easy for them to throw in the towel many hours ago when they had those crashes and were out of contention. They were both running very strong. I believe this car was in second earlier on in the race, and now they're down in 27th, so that's a massive drop for them, but they soldier on nonetheless, and we commend them and the number 21 and everyone else who is still running for their inspiration to finish this race. We do have 33 of the 52 starters still running, although they are very spread out in the tail end.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough race, this one. I know from experience that it's one that if you aren't too careful, and especially if the car's setup is a little bit more on the edgy side, it can very, very easily painfully bite you, and it makes it such a grind, this race, especially if you get it wrong to the point where you kind of just sit there not knowing what to do with yourself. But it's a very, very cool race, and one that I think a lot of people end up enjoying regardless of what the result is, just because of the fact that it provides a lot of challenges, and obviously fuel being one of those to add a little bit of extra element of surprise. But yeah, it's one of those races where everybody enjoys it regardless of what happens, no matter how hard your race has been or what's happened, and it just ends up being a really, really cool race in the end.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm very vocal about my not being a massive fan of Spa. It's a great track, don't get me wrong, but I am myself not a fan of it, especially because it's such a popular track. It gets run a lot. And yeah, I'm not a massive fan of the track myself, but I do look forward to this race in particular every single year, because it's deceivingly difficult. You think, very wide Grand Prix circuit with a lot of straights and a lot of runoff. it's going to be pretty easy in cars that are relatively easy to drive, but especially when night starts to hit and then the hot sun in the morning, like the late morning that we're in at the moment. Well, I guess it's early afternoon now in sim time, but it's not quite as easy as a lot of people think. And obviously it's not quite Nürburgring difficult because nothing's as difficult as the Nürburgring is at night, but it still takes its toll, and hitting your brake markers and getting your fuel numbers right for such a long period of time is never easy. Whether you're here or Nürburgring, Le Mans or Daytona, it's always a difficult race. And then you add in corners such as Pouon and Radion and Stavelot, and it just becomes such a difficult race to get to the finish of, let alone win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just a track that's got pretty much everything you could possibly ask for, and it's thrown at you at rapid speeds, and really makes it very, very difficult to try and find a car balance. And that's one of the things about this track. I think that it's one of those tracks where if you can find a balance with the car, you're actually either probably too safe or you've hit the very, very sweet spot, which usually not many people find. And that's the ultimate that you really want at the end of the day, is a car that's balanced but also quick. So it's, yeah, certainly one of those tracks that you either hate it or you love it, but at the same time it's also not as difficult as you might think, but at the same time it is. So, and obviously, like you said, the dark and nighttime adds a whole new element to this track, because it's not actually as lit as you think it is. And even in the actual 24-hour race, it's actually not as lit as you might think it is. There's obviously a few places in the sim where it probably should be lit like it is in real life, but for the most part, this track's actually very, very dark, and all you're relying on is your headlights. It's the same with the Bathurst 12-hour. The pit straight is pretty much the only place that's lit, and the rest of the track, and same for Nürburgring as well, is the only places that are lit. And for the most part, you're relying on headlights. So if you don't actually know the track like the back of your hand, and you actually, or you find yourself in a position where you've possibly knocked the front headlights out, you're going to be in a lot of strife until you get back to pit lane.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Unfortunately, not all tracks are quite as easy to drive at night as Daytona is, but I think that's why we like going to them, because I remember the Nürburgring 24 hours this year when I was in the Audi TCR car, which is a car track combination that I'm relatively comfortable with. I think most people who know me know that I love that car and track combination, but even then, like, the amount of practice I had to do at night just to get my muscle memory down on what is a pitch black circuit in a car that might not as well have headlights that are that bad. It's such a skill that the top drivers have to be able to have that muscle memory to go 100% tracks like this and like that, and it's why they're the ones that win it, whereas we're the ones that crash out of it or come further down the order if we don't. I don't think it can really be understated how much practice people put into what is a make pretend long game with your friends in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That whole human element really makes it a little bit trickier for us non-alien folk to win these sort of races and be able to drive as hard as we can in the day and the nighttime. So, but at the end of the day, it's one of those challenges that we all have to deal with, I guess. And obviously, those who know the track better and know where to position their cars and everything a bit better are obviously going to exceed a bit better. I know I've done a number of nighttime runs just primarily due to where the time zones and everything line up with the in-sim time around various different circuits, whether it be Nürburgring, Spa like it was today, or somewhere else. It's just been really, really different experiences to drive around these sort of tracks at nighttime, where you go, there's a corner coming up, but I actually don't know where to turn in, because of the fact that your reference point that you'd have in the daytime is actually not there anymore, or is a little bit different and not quite as visible as you used to.
Yeah, I remember a story a couple of years ago about a real life, I think it was an LMP3 or a LMP something driver at the Sebring 12 hours. It was his rookie, like it was his debut at the 12 hour at Sebring. and he completely forgot about racing in the dark. So when it got dark, he lost his reference point. He struggled for a couple of laps just trying to find it again, and he lost a lot of time because of that. And it makes me feel a little bit better because, you know, even though he's on debut, he's still a professional racing driver, and even he makes that mistake. So I think that's the good thing about doing this in real life is we can set our practice to whatever time we want. And, you know, we don't have to worry about circuit closures or like clean or dirty tracks because we can set that to our liking, and it means that we can prepare on a Tuesday morning when it's, you know, 9 o'clock at night in sim rather than waiting until Tuesday at 9 o'clock at night in real life, even though the track probably wouldn't be open then. So that's one of our advantages compared to real life, and I'm glad that we have that because I think a lot of people would struggle if they stuck to, you know, Friday practice, Saturday qualifying, Sunday race. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is. But I guess that's one of the things about real life racing is that it puts you under pressure, and it puts that pressure on you to make sure you're ready and getting everything underway rather than taking so long or so much longer to get prepared and get yourself into a stage where you're ready to go and can pretty much push at 110% the entire time. And at the same time, there is benefits and negatives to obviously having that extended period of time for testing and that sort of thing. Obviously, we've got the ability to test at any sort of time we want, at any sort of time of day we want. So it can be middle of the day here, and we can be testing at night, or we can do the opposite sort of thing. So it does enhance what we can do in some respects, and being able to test at different times of day, and then also being able to spend a lot longer finessing the setup and how the car's handling, and take multiple drivers' opinions on what the car's doing as well for that handy thing as well towards the setup to make sure everybody's comfortable and work out what everybody wants to do in terms of stints. So it's one of those things where it really does end up somewhat working in our favor, but at the same time, if majority of sim races were thrown into the deep end of a real life race weekend where you've only got about 3 or so days to prepare yourself for the actual race, it would be very, very fascinating and probably quite telling to see that you'd probably find a lot of drivers would struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we don't have that issue in sim because I know I would definitely struggle if I had 3 days to prepare for a 24-hour race. But I know that's a bit of a double-edged sword because a lot of these teams practice for these races, or they get set up for these races months in advance, and they do have simulators. So like, well, a lot of the big teams do at least. So that is also something that they use to prepare. It's not necessarily just rock up on the Wednesday to do press stuff, or rock up on Tuesday, press on Wednesday, and then start on Thursday. They do spend weeks and months in advance preparing for these on simulators like we do right here, which again backs up that argument of sim racing being the grassroots of motorsport in the future.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Obviously, a lot of testing goes on in the sim world with some teams, obviously the likes of factory GT teams or Formula One teams and that sort of stuff, where they have multi-million-dollar simulators where everything is accurate down to the millimeter of what the spring rate is or how the tire reacts or something like that. So it's very, very interesting how that sort of thing correlates. And you also find that some drivers will use the sim like iRacing or something like that to also do a bit of prep work themselves if they're doing something they necessarily wouldn't have done before. So for example, Shane Van Gisbergen's probably a very, very good example. I can't remember the exact number, but he would have done at least 100 to 1,000 laps before he went over to Europe to do the GT3 driving in the Intercontinental GT World Challenge for Silverstone and that sort of stuff. So it's really, really telling to see who's actually done the work and who's done the prep time leading up to the race in endurance stuff, and then also who's able to understand and who's got the experience of, okay, I've been here before, I've done this sort of thing, and I know where this is and that is, and where my reference points are for my day and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And we're right on board now. Well, sort of on board as we get Anestus's rear wing view with the a little bit of contact with the number 52 car behind of RLH Esports Black. We will stay on board with him as we're going to bring Gustas Grinbergas, my apologies, into the combox for some interviews and see what he's thinking of the race and all that sort of stuff. So we'll bring him in now. Gustas, can you hear us?
Hello?
Awesome, you can hear us. That is an awesome start. How are you going since we last spoke? What are your thoughts on the last, I think it was an hour and a half we last spoke, and how the guys are doing since then?
Well, I think they've kept up the pace.
Oh no, that was not good timing. I apologize. We've had a big accident with the 21 car. Just caught the grass while being overtaken. I think the 21 car is alright, but I don't think the same can be said for the RLH car that made contact.
Well, I think this whole race has been filled with different incidents, some involving us, some not involving us, but it's really been a survival of the fittest.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and I think that's a very common trait with these sort of races, and I don't think that was necessarily Anastas's fault. He got a little bit on the grass. I don't know if he was squeezed onto the grass or not, but once you hit the grass in these cars, there's nothing much you can do. But you guys have been on the receiving end of those sort of incidences since pretty much the second or third hour of this race. So not that we're giving that back or anything, but I guess that's just the tide of the race. But the boys are pushing on, and it's really good to see. I know you can't pick favorites, but is there anyone who you would like to give a special shout out in your driving roster for tonight who you think has gone above and beyond your expectations in their stints during the race?
I think every single one of them has gone way above what we could have expected. I mean, the pace these guys have been keeping would have been enough for splits a lot higher up. And doing 21s, for example, Radomir in the last stint doing 21s in this kind of weather with a car that's, let's say, not showroom. I think that's an incredible performance, really. And this race is a learning experience for all of them. Not a lot of experience in 24-hour races. Some of the guys have zero experience in the 24-hour races, have been sim racing for a month, a few weeks maybe. So for all of these guys, it's mainly a learning experience. And in any case, I think every single one of them can be super proud of the job they achieved today with the pace they kept and how they learned throughout the race who's aggressive, who's dangerous, what to avoid, and where you can maybe push a little more.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And especially starting off in one of the lowest splits in this time slot doesn't make it necessarily easy, because obviously these are drivers who don't quite have that experience or that pace. So mistakes are almost more common in these sort of splits than they would be in like second or third split with more experienced drivers. But the fact that the guys are pushing on and, like you said, putting out consistent lap times, and their work in traffic has been absolutely phenomenal, especially, like you said, for drivers that have had this sim for a couple of weeks to a month tops. It's just been excellent, and obviously quite a few of them have real-world racing experience, which Cam and I have been talking about the correlation between the two, when their traffic management and how they've been patient and letting cars by the passes at the right spots has just been really good, let alone the pace that they've been showing and the consistency, and unfortunately on the poor side of some incidents, so most of which no fault of their own, but you learn a lot more in defeat than you do at a win. And I think the guys have grown quite a lot since we started the broadcast, well, pretty much bang on 23 hours ago. So they should be proud of themselves, and you should be proud of them, as I'm sure that you all are. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing you guys in future special events, which, as you said before, you'll be back for a couple more, and I'm very excited to see that.
Yeah, the guys have I think enjoyed it. I hope enjoyed it. I think they're maybe a little too tired to admit it today, but I think it's a good experience, not just if you're a real world driver trying to come into the real world, but it's in general a good team building experience, and in general it's lots of fun. And like you said, those accidents, most of them were, I mean, out of our hands completely. But you learn where to avoid, maybe let someone pass, and that experience is going to come with the more races they do, and the accident avoidance, where you avoid someone else's mistakes, will also come in, and that's when they'll start winning, and that's when they'll start getting consistent podiums.
That's exactly right. It's unfortunately a bit of a trial by fire, these races, but lots of opportunity to learn things. And like you said, all that avoidance and where to place cars and timing of things is crucial for these sort of races. And the guys, I'm sure, would have learned a lot, as we see Anastas on a stream now, still as focused as he was 20 hours ago, 22 hours ago. And the guys have just driven phenomenally, especially 2 teams of 3 is very difficult, or 2 teams of 3, my apologies, is very difficult, especially when you're all in the same time zone. But I guess it adds to the authenticity of these races, having everyone relatively close, and it makes it harder, but it adds to the atmosphere. You all kind of suffer through it together, but it's one of the best things about doing this, the way that iRacing does it, is, again, it takes that realism to another step. I know I enjoy it, and I'm sure the guys have enjoyed it, and even though they'll be exhausted after this race is done, they'll be buzzing once it's done, and they'll be thirsty for more as soon as the race finishes.
Yeah, as you said, it's difficult. Three guys in one car. Normally, I'd say for these events you'd go for 4 or 5, just have a bit more rest. But everyone here is in one place. They're sleeping in the same place, so it really is an atmosphere of how it is in the real races. They jump out the car, they talk to each other, they eat together, they sleep together. So they really become a team. And maybe at the start of the race, they weren't all glued up together. Now they're working like a clock. Even with a few small mistakes, they pretty much instinctively know what to do, when to maybe tow the car, and when to rest, when to keep pushing, when to save fuel. And yeah, as you said, it's just experience.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eye on the Zoom feed throughout the last couple of hours, and you can see that camaraderie coming through just on the Zoom feed, let alone whatever we can't see on that. And just them interacting while they're sitting in their sim seats, whether they're driving or not, and that headphone and the acknowledgement from the drivers. And it's really good to see. I remember watching the Coanda guys for the R-Factor Le Mans last year, when they had their whole thing set up, and that was like the real first time I'd seen something to that scale, and I was like, this is awesome. Like, the atmosphere there would be insane. And now we have the Altus House in Australia that are setting up to do a very similar thing, and now you guys are doing that as well. It's so good to see, and it brings more of the validity to sim racing as a high-end competitive esport. And the more of that to see, the more I fall in love with it. And seeing you guys started over there, it's becoming more and more of a trend, and it makes me so happy, and I know it makes a lot of other people happy, and I love seeing more of it. So I'm hoping that you guys can get it set up for next time as well, and we'll be able to tune in and watch that again, because it's been an absolute pleasure being able to be part of this with you guys. And I know a lot of the other guys that have commentated through the day have said the same things, because this is the first time for us and first time for a lot of you guys, and it's something that I've thoroughly enjoyed, and I'm sure the others have as well.
I'm sure they have, and We've enjoyed watching the broadcast. We've got it on the TV here at base. So we've all enjoyed watching it. It looked very nice the whole way through. Still an hour to go. We're still aiming for that top 25 with the 013, but let's see what happens. It's still a sprint race to go. Just one final one remaining.
That's exactly it. Did you have any sponsors that you would like to shout out before we say goodbye for the next hour, before we get you in after the finish?
Well, I think the biggest sponsors are our guys. Our RSV Motors, obviously, getting us all together here, providing us with everything, and I think every single driver has put in an immense amount of effort and team spirit in helping everybody get through this. You know, it's not easy having a car, sit in the pits for almost an hour, just standing around, but the guys keep going, they keep pushing, and we just want to get these things to the end.
Very good. That's what we love to hear. We will say goodbye to you for now, but we will have you in just after the race finishes for your final thoughts, and then we'll let you go back to the guys, because that was a big shunt. That is not good. That's not what we want to see. I will let you get back to the guys so you can concentrate on that, but we will hopefully talk to you soon. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
That is not what we want to see this late in the race. Very heavy contact there for the number 21 car. Didn't quite see what happened because it was at the back of frame. I think there was contact from the Lamborghini. Yeah, a little bit of netcode from the Lamborghini behind and just nose first into the barrier. And pretty heavy impact with only a little over an hour to go. So hopefully they can keep running. They might come back to the pits. Cam, your thoughts on that very heavy impact?
Yeah, a little bit hard to judge as to what's actually happening. I'm not sure whether there was some lifting going on to try and help the 031 on by, or whether the Lambo just had a little bit of overspeed and didn't quite expect the pace differential to be there. But it's certainly unfortunate for the 21. I think they hit the wall reasonably straight, so the steering appears to be on the straighter side, and they've continued on as well. So I'd say that's only body damage, luckily, that they managed to get away with. Hopefully it's not going to cause any sort of engine problems later on with any sort of radiator or cooling issues possibly, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, certainly a very, very heavy impact with the Armco barrier there, and very, very lucky to get away with how much they have.
I think they're just going for a little bit of weight saving and some extra engine cooling by the look of that, not bringing you into the pits. But when did they last pit? 483. We're on lap 494 now, so still a little while till we have a pit stop. I think what did I see? Done 10 laps of fuel, so we're still 14 away from a pit stop, which will take about 35 minutes or so, which will leave them about 40 minutes to go. I'm running very rough math here, so they have a 4-lap gap to the car behind, so they might try and pretty that car up for the finish when they stop for fuel. But unless any warning lights come on, I think they might just run that to the end of the tank.
Yeah, I think at this point you'd probably just want to run the tank out. There's no real point padding a little bit earlier, especially with how close we are to the hour mark. So if you can get to the hour mark, you should be alright to get home from there. I think you won't see any double sintered tyres, although the track is starting to drop a little bit in temperature. It's down to 39 degrees from 41, so you have to keep an eye on that and see what's going to happen. But I imagine it's still going to be some more stinted tyres from here on out, but certainly is going to be all about making sure you can get to that hour mark if you can, or at least get close to it, so your final stop, if you need one, isn't going to be too big. We'll have to see what's going to happen though, regardless with these guys, especially the 013, who are still continuing on at the moment, quite deep in, well, quite new into the stint as well. Only 2 laps with Martinez and the car, having done a driver swap with Martinez on that previous stop. So we'll see where Martin's going to end up stopping. Obviously, based on where they've stopped, they're going to need to do another stop, but where the 21 is going to end up will be interesting as well in terms of when they need to come in.
Yeah, it will be very interesting indeed. With 2 laps under the belt, we would hope to get another 24 laps, 23 minimum, which will take a good part of about 50 minutes, give or take. So it will be a splash and dash for the 013 and a slightly bigger, not quite a splash, more like a bomb dive and dash for the number 21. But the 13 car of Martin Skripken is past the Trap Engineering BMW, which has been in the pits for the last 33 minutes. They had very heavy contact, well, about half an hour ago, so they're still in the lane. So that moves us up into 26th. We're now 1 lap behind the Team Wolfpack 109 Porsche, which is currently going through Lacombe hairpins. So bit of a gap at the moment between those 2 cars, about a lap and 2/3. So Martin is fresh out of the pits with that splash and dash to come, whereas the Wolfpack Porsche came in, or the lap after. So a drive-through earlier for the 013 has hurt them quite a bit. So hopefully, for their sake, they are able to get that lap back and catch the Porsche to get that 25th position. But an hour 10 to go, plus 1 lap. So I guess we kind of have to see what happens and hope that they can hang on.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that final pit stop's going to end up playing out into their race and where they may or may not end up possibly. Still, an hour to go can still be the difference between possible crash and making it to the finish with a car in one piece. So we'll have to see what's going to happen for possible incidents for drivers ahead. Obviously, the next car ahead is 2 laps ahead, with it being the Wolfpack car on 5:16, about to start 5:17 when it crosses the line this time by. But certainly just need to keep pressing on and get to that final stop and set yourselves up for the run to the line.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We have a couple of cars in the, well, now it's only 1 car in the pits, taking a rather extended pit stop, but they are 6 laps in front of the number 013 RSV Motorsports BMW, who is currently just coming out of Lacombe. Yeah, but they've been there for 14 minutes, so I think getting that position might be a bit of a stretch unless they have severe engine damage on that car, which I hope not, because that's not how I like winning races. But at the same time, if there's a position to take, I will take it with some grain of salt. But there's maybe 1 car we might be able to get past, depending on their damage situation in the pits, but we'll see how that one pans out in 15 minutes or so. But car soldiering on through the S's towards the Stavilo corner and into the Curvapole Faber. Did I get that right that time?
Not quite. Not quite, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. It's called Curve Paul Freya.
Freya.
Yes.
I knew I got it wrong as soon as I said it, but
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt with the fact that it's French.
Thanks. I don't speak French.
Not do I.
Through Blanchimont, the one I can pronounce, into the bus stop chicane. That curve on the outside is very tempting, but it unsettles the car so easily, especially this late in the day with that much damage after being out for as long as these guys have been. But Another lap ticked over onto lap 517 we go. Hasn't ticked over just yet. I think it ticks over at the old pit lane. Nonetheless, another lap in the bag. Another lap closer to 25th maybe, but we continue.
Yes, and they continue a couple of cars just ahead of the 013 as well. Few lap down cars, 28th and 29th, so probably not a bad idea to try and use these guys as a little bit of a drafting buddy, and also possibly try and do a little bit of fuel saving as well as the two of them battle in front of the 013. Hopefully they don't come together and involve the Martin in the process, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. Looking like the 14 car will let Martin on by, although it doesn't look like it's going to be happening in these next few corners at least.
Yeah, Martin has been all of them have been very patient when passing lap traffic, and that is a battle for position as well. So I think he'll have that on his mind. They are both 49 laps down, 22 hours and 54 minutes and 40 seconds into this race, and they're separated by 1.2 seconds, which is pretty insane considering the leader has a 1 lap lead over second place. So these races truly are never over until that checkered flag waves and you cross the line, but the lap times of those cars in front are a little bit off the pace, but they're not monstrously slow compared to Martin, so sticking in behind them not necessarily a bad idea, but falling back from a bit now, so maybe that battle's fizzled out a bit quicker than we thought, but still staying in contention, facing the right direction. I think minimum will be about 10 minutes until we see people trying to go for their last stop, because fuel tank around here is lasting about 54 to 56 minutes depending on fuel savings, so I'd want to give that extra wiggle room as well. So it might be 15 minutes until we see last pit stops, but people might also run those stints to the end and then do a splash and dash, but we shall see.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to happen. Obviously, that buffer room is probably going to be very, very helpful for that final stop to just make sure you can get home. We've got a lap car trying to find his way on by Martin. He has a moment in the background as well, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen and how far Martin can go on a tank. We've been seeing around about just over 20 or so laps on a tank, so it'll be fascinating to see what's going to happen, and obviously the extra damage is going to hurt the fuel consumption economy a little bit as well, so it's going to make it a little bit more painful to get home, but if they can at least get under the hour, they should be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I always thought the GT fuel tanks lasted 65-70 minutes, but apparently I was ill-informed or just having a bit of a moment, but very close into pulling there. Not somewhere I'd like to go too wide, especially on the outside, but made it round nice and cleanly with the Ferrari of Roy behind us. No, apparently that is... I'm looking at my relative wrong. That is actually Klaus Helmer in the Ferrari that is behind us. He is in 21st, so he's a bit further up the road. He's 39 laps down on the leader, so 7 laps in front of the BMW, the number 13 BMW, trying to save some fuel, flashing the lights, and maybe go for a pass into the bus stop. Hopefully not at Bonchemont, because it's not what any of us want.
Yes.
No. Sorry, as you were.
I was just going to say, yeah, certainly don't want any of that at all, but just also noticing that the Firebolt Racing orange car is still in the lane, so if they're still in there with in the next 2 laps, then the 013 should be able to find or gain an extra position, move up into the top 25.
Oh, there's
So,
been
a
contact.
little bit of contact there between the 013 and I think it was the Ferrari, the number 11 Ferrari. So, still at least going a little bit straight. Hopefully, it wasn't a 4X or anything, but still at least carrying on. But yeah, if they can at least keep on going, and that's 07 Ferrari stays in the pit lane for just a little bit longer, they should be gain position.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't quite get to see the incident that the Firebolt Racing orange car was involved in, so I couldn't give any information on that, unfortunately. But they have been in the pits for 21 minutes, which is a lifetime in this sort of race. And exactly right. If it gets to that 26-minute mark, then I think they might be under threat of losing that position, is what I was trying to say, by the number 13 car. So we'll give that another 2 laps and we'll check back in, but that might be the pass that the guys need to make to get that 25th position. So it's not necessarily the traditional way to do it, but it's a way to do it, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly not quite the traditional way, but it was endurance racing after all, and these things, these sort of things happen at the end of the day. So you take him when you get him, and you're not going to complain at all, especially to gain one more position. And yeah, as far down the order as you are, unfortunately, like the RSV Motorsport boys are, you kind of take that position and kind of had a little bit more of a celebration than you typically would give to gaining one more position. So if they can keep going the way they are, they'll at least get inside that top 25. And if anything else happens to anybody ahead, they might be able to get 1 or 2 more places. But the final pit stop's happening, it's going to be a little bit of a long push to get to that stage, but they're at least going to keep pushing on and try to see what they can come away with.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the RSV Motorsport number 21 is 14 laps down on the Trap Engineering car, which has been in the pits for 45 minutes. I'm not sure if they're going to try and go back out or if they're calling it there, but it's those little things that, you know, like you said, you are so far down the field compared to where you'd like to be, but those, hey, we're catching this guy, they've been in the pits for a while, let's keep pushing, we might be able to catch them, is kind of sometimes the only thing that can get you through the last 2 or 3 hours of a race. And I say that, of course, they come out of the pits, so ignore that point. But when a car is in the pits for as long as, say, the Firebolt Racing car has it, 23 minutes now, you're like, hey, that's the next car on the road, let's keep pushing, just keep pointing the right direction and we can get another spot. And sometimes that is the motivation you need. Keep on pushing on, where it is so easy after the big wrecks that these guys have had to just throw in the towel and say, well, that was a waste of 20 hours of my weekend where I could have spent time with my friends and family. But, you know, I mean, they are driving with their friends, but it gives you that motivation to keep pushing in those early hours of the morning and the late hours in the afternoon as the race starts to come to its close, which we are with under an hour to go.
Yeah, finally, in that final hour of the race, finally getting to that point where you're tired, you're hungry, possibly hungry and thirsty, but you're at that point of exhaustion where you can't do anymore, but you just want to keep on going just to get the job done. And even in for some of us where it's starting to get a little bit late, you're just sitting there going, I want to stay up and watch the end of the finish of the race, because you want to at least stay up and congratulate the boys and everything. So yeah, it's one of those things about these long races is you end up tired and possibly a little bit hungry and thirsty, but you got to keep soldiering on and just keep doing what you're doing, even if it's been not the race that you would have hoped for. But it's just one of those things that you just got to keep on going and just keep soldiering on the entire time.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And you talk about starting to get tired as I sit here yawning while I'm not even driving and haven't been driving for the entire race. But it's It's a weird thing, these endurance races. Like, it takes up so much time, and like I said to Fonty earlier, you don't quite realize how long these races are until you're, 6, 7 hours in, and you're like, God, we've only just passed 1/4 distance. We have 3 more of that to go. If you do crash out early, it's like, well, thankfully in iRacing, there's multiple time slots. So if you do crash out in the first couple of hours, you can take a break, reset, and start again, which you can't in real life. But it's like, do we keep pushing and see where we can finish, or do we just stop and enjoy the weekend? And it is a long time when you get into it, but I guess that's also a good thing because there's so many different strategy aspects, which I love those sort of number grinds that get us that extra lap, or how long a pit stop is and when we can save that time and all that sort of stuff, which I know a lot of people do. A lot of people like to just be told the numbers and like, this is your target, whereas there's people that like to sit down and crunch those numbers and work those out. And there's so many different elements to these endurance racings than just trying to make it to the end, and I think that's why a lot of people like.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, it's one of those things where it's weirdly hard, but at the same time you go, it's very, very rewarding. And regardless of how it ends, what the final result is, you go, that was actually a lot of fun, and it was actually really, really cool to do. So you're just going to keep on doing it. And obviously, there's times where you might feel like it's starting to get to a bit of a grind, and you possibly might want to retire the car. But at the same time, you're all together, all in it together, and you just want to get a result for the boys and everything.
That's exactly it. And as we talk about that, I have noticed that we have moved up to the magic number 25. So not quite Mumbo number 5, but magic 25. So I'm sure the guys, as much as they're probably lamenting the course that this race has run for both cars, getting into that top 25 in a 53 car field is... It's a target that they had, and it's a target that they've now hit. So I'm sure, fingers crossed that, and touching wood, that the rest of the race goes to plan. And I've just given that a commentator's curse. But they're at that number 25 that they wanted, and it's been a long time coming. They've been at it for many hours, but we're back, and that's what they wanted. And I'm sure that they are very, very happy with getting that 25th position now.
Yeah, or at least back on target at this stage, with the final stint not too far away from being started, with Martin not too far away from being halfway through the stint that he's in at the moment. So we'll see what's going to happen. Hopefully, fingers crossed, you haven't commentators cursed it, because you'll get the big blame there if they end up in the wall. But yeah, we'll see what happens, and hopefully they can bring home at least the top 25 result.
Yeah, I think if I have commentated curses them, I'm just going to retire from commentating effective immediately, because that would not be a good way to end my first endurance broadcast. And the number 21 car still sitting in 30th position, 12 laps behind that trap engine car that spent 45 minutes in the pit lane. Is what are we up to? 20, coming up on 20 laps on their stint, with the 13 car not too much further into their stint. They last pitted on lap 511, so they're only 10 laps into their stint. So both cars near or just over the halfway mark of their stint. And Estes is a little bit further along, so he'll have another 5 laps, or 6 laps, I believe, to run in his stint. And then he'll probably do his splash and dash with about just under 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, it'd be about something like that. I'm terrible at math, but I'll agree 100% on something around that sort of area. But you'll at least better get home on one more stop. So at a final splash and dash, is it going to at least be Not too big of a problem. It'll be interesting to see if they take tyres as well, based on when they're going to end up coming into the lane as well, with the fact that there's not too much longer left in the race. It'll possibly be a little bit of a risky strategy to not take tyres, but could maybe be something that could work. Track temperatures still continuing to drop as well as we get closer and closer to the finish of the race, but I think they'll just decide to play it safe and bring home the result that they want of a top 25.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're, 30, 20 seconds behind the leader and have one stop, you both have one stop to go, I think you'd gamble on not taking tires to save that, because they do in endurance racing like this, it's fuel and then tires, or the other way around. I can't remember. I think it's fuel and then tires. They don't do them at the same time. So by not taking tires, you can save, I think it's 30 seconds on your stop. So if you're in that position, you'd probably risk not taking tires, but being in the position they're in with a lap in front and 3 laps behind, I think it's probably just a safe option to take the fresh rubber and have that stable car for the finish, because I think there's potentially more to be lost by not taking tires than there is to be gained by not taking tires. So the last thing they'd want is to run that risk and be on the short end of the stick and rue their decision, and just play it safe and get to the end with, because you could argue, yeah, we'll not take tires in one of the cars, because I think Martin will be pitting much closer to the end of the race, so he might be able to get away with it. And then Anestis in the car behind, she'll be pitting a lot earlier, but he might as well just take the 4 tires just to play it safe. And who cares what 30 seconds lost is when you've got a 4 lap gap between yourself and the 2 cars around you.
Now, I guess that is also something that they can do, is also because of the fact that they've got 2 cars out there, they can also use one as a possible little bit of a guinea pig to see what tyre wear is maybe going to be a little bit like before they bring one of their cars in as well, or possibly what a double stint could possibly do. I mean, using that 21 car as a little bit of a guinea pig to see whether double stinting could be worth it, or whether it's not going to be worth it, could be very, very handy for the 031 as well. Should the 21 come in earlier, but I don't think we'll see that, as very, very close to nearly seeing a little bit of an incident between the 14 car behind the 013, but no harm, no foul there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in the strategy department for these guys and what they may possibly do to try and work together.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having 2 cars in the same split, is that teamwork, even if you are many laps down on your teammates. What's the split? It is... but I can't see, I apologize. Nearly 20 laps, 19 laps difference between the 2 cars. No, so it's 21, I did my math wrong. You can still work together in holding that track position, and if you're the car that's behind on the timing but in front on the track, you can help give that draft to save some fuel for the lead car, to help them with their pit stop, but still stuck behind the Ragnarok Sim Racing is the second RSV car, number 21. They are down 6 spots from their start, so not quite as bad as the number 13 car that's down 20, but that is also a lot better than it was a couple of hours ago. They were down 28 positions, so slowly clawed their way back up, but not quite where they wanted to be. But if the 21 can get past the Ragnarok Sim Racing car, then they might be able to help the number 13 car out towards the end of their stint with a bit of maybe bump drafting if they're game, or just normal drafting if they're not. So we'll see if they can get past coming into Lacombe. Of course, the Ragnarok Sim Racing car is in front of the number 21 car but behind the 13 car, so they might not try and risk it with an overtake. They will risk it with the flashy lights, though.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheeky maneuver there to hit that flashing lights button to try and make something happen. Obviously, the number 14 car a few laps ahead and a few positions ahead of the 21 car at the moment, but is about 3 laps behind, or 4 laps behind, should say, from the 013. So they've got a little bit of time to try and gain that time back, those positions and laps back. Probably not going to be happening for anytime soon, but we'll wait and see what's going to happen. I don't think the 14 is going to really be much of a threat, and the 21 car might end up spoiling the party as well for them if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think the Ragnarok cars definitely has its share of highs and lows this race. They started 17th and they're now 27th, so they are only down 10 spots. Very heavily emphasized only because no one wants to drop that many spots or any spots, but they've been running their own race for a little while. We were battling them for a while, but then damage between the 3 cars has changed that up a little bit. So they're just running their own race. They are 5 seconds behind the Blue Bayou Lamborghini, so they might have that in the back of their mind. So, well, 6 seconds at the moment. So they're still sort of fighting for position, but they're not quite there. So we'll see how heavily they defend from behind to try and keep that position, or they might just let them go and use the draft to catch up as well. But I don't think they'll put up too much of a fight if the car gets a bit closer, or if they send it into La Source like that.
Yeah, I don't think they'll really put too much of a fight up, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. Obviously, trying to get their laps back on the 013 if they can, but 013 quite a bit quicker that last time by about 14th difference in lap time. So 013 is going to slowly start to pull away, and the number 14 is going to end up in a situation where they're not quite going to be able to get anywhere close. We'll see how this is all going to form out as number 5 number 5 Ferrari currently 4th in the race, about to try and make overtake. That was very, very close to being contact between themselves and the 21 car, but number 5 car wanting to obviously get by the lap traffic as quickly as they possibly can. Not really too much of a gap between, well, not really going to be able to catch P3 anytime soon, I don't think, without a strategy call that's going to pull off a miracle, but we'll see what's going to happen regardless. But still continue to press on the 2 RSV Motorsport cars as the number 5 continuing to try and force their way on by, and the 21 car just lets the Ferrari go without too many drivers, trying to keep themselves in one piece and probably trying to keep the incidents down as well to avoid a possible drive-through once again. Let's shift our focus to the 013, who's just up the road and starting to come up to a little bit of lap traffic as well. Going to get on by 25th position, 34th position, I should say, to put that car a lap down, and a couple more cars just up the road as well, 32nd and 26th just ahead. So I'm going to get a little bit more draft, possibly save a little bit of more fuel as well in the process over these next few laps or so. This is the Ragnarok car that we had previously holding up the 21 a little bit is decided to bail and come onto the pit lane to get a pit stop, and their final pit stop out of the way. So with 42 minutes to go, they should get home, but we'll see what's going to happen between our 2 RSV cars. Obviously still both going. I don't imagine the 21 car will be going much further on its tank, but the fact that it had it around about an hour or just under an hour or so ago, so pit stop won't be too far away. Last pit stop was on 480, or exit the pits on lap 484, no sorry, 490 93. So going to be coming up to a pit stop very, very shortly is the 21 car. Going to be getting that final pit stop out of the way, taking fuel, probably 4 tyres as well. We'll see if they do try to double stint though that set of tyres. I imagine they probably won't, based on the fact it'll be very, very second-hand feeling, especially in this heat that's been going on the track. Currently 37 degrees. It's dropped a few more degrees as well, slowly starting to drop a bit more as we get later into the afternoon, about 3:47 p.m. in Sim time. So the track going to be continuing to drop as this race progresses closer and closer to the finish, but nevertheless, we'll have to wait and see what the strategy call is going to be for the 21 car. The 013 car won't be too far away from making a pit stop. Should be about 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how their fuel consumption is going to look. About just over halfway through this current stint at the moment, so should be around 10 or so 10 to 20 minutes, I'd say 20 minutes, to be a little bit more on the conservative side before they come down onto the lane to get their final pit stop out of the way. So it will quite literally be a splash and dash, and it could very well be that they do decide to just stay on the same set of tyres as a result of the very, very short fuel stop that they're going to be taking when they come into the lane. The number 5 Ferrari trying to get a move done to get on by the lap traffic as well, but just not quite able to get it that time by. But hopefully no drama's going to unfold for the 013 in this next lap or so, as the number 5 tries to find a way on by. Probably not a bad thing as well for the number 5 just to sit behind and do a little bit of fuel saving as well. So we'll see when they decide to make their move, when they get on by, and hopefully a little bit more patience happening, but I imagine it'll probably happen at Lecum with the run that they've got going on the way up towards running on down the Kemmel Straight, pulls to the inside, and that is the 5 going on by. So letting that car on by no foul, all nearly pulling out in front of the 013 and having to cause Martin to get on the brakes a little bit earlier than he probably would have liked. So very, very lucky not to end up with a further incident there, but at least still straight and still going in the right direction.
Yeah, it was a nice clean move by the number 5 Ferrari. Obviously, they're in 4th place. They're 4 laps. No, they're not. They're 1 lap behind Evil Nature on the podium, so they wouldn't want to do anything risky. So I think waiting till the Kemmel Straight was a very smart move by them. But we have less than 1 VRS GT sprint race to go after starting so many hours ago. We are so very close. And I think we have about 18 laps to go. That's got to be music to a lot of people's ears.
Yeah, certainly not wrong. It'll be music to a lot of people's ears. It's been a very, very long day and a very, very long race as well, with all sorts of drama unfolding, from drive-thrus to possible crashes and various other sort of things happening in this race, which is pretty typical of a 24-hour, but they're still soldiering on, and they're going to at least be able to bring it home with not too much longer left in this race.
We see Martin focused as ever coming into the bus stop for the 527th time. Now onto the Grand Prix track. Of course, this is where the race will end. We don't finish on the same line that we started, which Mr. Reese Gardner made that mistake last night during the GT sprint race, but it's a bit confusing if you forget, which a lot of people tend to do, and I'm wondering if some people who this might be their first race forget that again today, and we'll see what happens. But nice calm part of the track now up the Kemmel Straight, very minor incline as we go up towards Lacombe, at the highest point on the circuit, with the simracers.de Mercedes behind, and the number 21 car has disappeared. Oh, they're in the pits. That would be why they have disappeared. For that last stop of the race.
Yeah, it'll be the final stop of the race and doing drive change as well by the looks of it. So Nestas is jumping out of the car, and you're gonna have Mantis jumping in the car. So drive change happening there. Doesn't look like the car's gone up on the jacks just yet. So we'll see whether or not a tyre change is going to happen. You'd have to think they have after the fact they've done a full hour on that set of tyres and probably going to be doing a reasonable amount. But no tyre change by the looks of it from the 21. Some repairs done as well, so the bonnet is back on that BMW M4 and they're rolling down the lane. So interesting strategy call to decide to double stint those tyres, possibly being a little bit of a guinea pig here for the 013. We'll have to see what's going to happen for their lap times and whether they're going to be able to keep a reasonable pace going. But nevertheless, they're back out on it, track and back on their way to bring this machine home.
This is the problem with not changing tires but changing drivers, because Anestis was very used to those tires coming in to the pits on the low fuel and the worn tires, but now Mantis has jumped into a car with probably 50 litres of fuel, 60 litres of fuel or so to run, and worn tires, and that's a very weird combination to start on. If you've been in the car and you've run the tires to halfway and then you put more fuel in and run them to the end of their life, then that's very different than jumping in the car on used tires with new fuel. So hopefully he adapts well. He looks to be relatively in control of that car so far, but we are only halfway through the lap at this point. So some very fast sections coming up as the car gets settled on the fuel. The good thing is, though, the tires are warm because they've been used. So it's not so much a matter of getting them up to temp, it's just getting used to how worn the tires are. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, it's certainly a very, very different feeling going from being on fresh tyres to suddenly very used tyres and a very heavy fuel load as well, compared to used tyres on a light fuel load. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. Hopefully not going to be any dramas from here on out for Mantis. And hopefully he can bring it home in one piece, and at least with the bonnet still on that BMW as well. But we'll have to wait and see. 013 shouldn't be too far away from pit stop now as well. I'd say there's going to be a few more laps before they come on in, so it is quite literally going to be a splash and dash for them, and I imagine they will double stint their tyres based on how much longer is going to be left in the race when they come down onto the lane. A little bit less than what the 21 car is going to have had to get home.
Not long to go for their pit stop indeed, and if I'm looking at my screens right, yes I am, be about 18 laps of fuel that they've done, so another 8 laps to go, which is about 20 minutes on my very rough math, maybe 22 minutes, which will give them a very, very short run to the end. So if the 21 car hasn't taken tyres, then I would assume that 13 won't as well, because they'll be obviously running them for a lot less time. I believe I might have doubled up on what you said and not realised. I apologise.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what's going to happen, but probably is going to be around about 20 minutes or so to get home, so around 10 minutes roughly for them to get to the finish of this race. And that's not what the 21 will have wanted. Another moment on the way out of chicane at the back end of the circuit, and that's caused another bit of damage to the bodywork. It doesn't look like the car has any mechanical damage, but unfortunately that bonnet is once again missing from that race car, and it actually does look like there's quite a bit of damage to the steering as well. So possibly does look like the 21 is going to have to come down onto the lane, and that's another incident.
Oh no. Oh my lord, that was way too close for comfort then. I definitely think that one will be coming into the lane now. That it was a 120 km/h impact to the wall just exiting the chicane before Stavilo. So as we see the replay of that incident there, going too wide, the run up to Blanchimont. I don't know if he didn't see the car coming, but I believe the other BMW hit the wall and then nearly took that Porsche out. I'm sure that Porsche is probably not very happy. The Metro New York PCA Team Blue Porsche having a very, very close call there, but he continues on, so quite surprising there. I guess there is only half an hour to go, but I thought maybe that contact warranted a pit lane transition, but again, I'm not in the car. I don't hear the briefing with the other team members, so innocent spectator.
Yeah, not quite sure what the idea behind continuing it on was. Not sure if it's because of the fact that the box repairs might be a little bit longer than what we've got left. I don't think it would be. I don't think a 30-minute repair would be the damage that they've got. It would possibly be a little bit less, but certainly going to be not ideal for them at all, especially with the fact that it is left hand down and not exactly tracking straight anytime soon. So we'll see what's going to happen, whether the 21 just decide to come down onto the lane next time by or not. But based on that previous time past the pits, I'd say probably not going to happen. So they're just going to try and bring it home from here a little bit second-hand handling.
Yeah, a little bit secondhand indeed. And the Ragnarok Sim Racing BMW is in the pits again. It's been there for 6 minutes, so I don't think it's going to be quite enough for the number 21 RSV car to catch up, because they are 16, 17 laps behind that car, which is probably, well, definitely not enough time to catch them. So I don't think they'll be able to gain another position there, but that does help the blue Bayou car, who has passed them 2 laps ago, and of course the RSV Motorsport car, who were trying to track them down quite a while ago. But I think now with a minute in front, a lap in front and 2 laps behind, the car's position is decent. I'm not going to say it's where they want it. I'm trying not to curse them with 28 minutes to go, but they are close and they are driving very well, and they should be proud of that, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, they're certainly driving a very, very good race and done very, very well to end up back inside the top 25 with all things considered throughout this race. It's been a very, very tough race for the team, and obviously there's been a lot of times where things haven't been too ideal, but they've continued to soldier on and just pressed on with repairs and everything going on. So we'll see how they're going to end up faring up when they come across the line to receive the checkered flag in about 20 or so minutes time.
I think for me, this is the worst part about these sort of races. I mean, there's lots of bad parts, like the middle of the night is really difficult, and when you're so far off the next car, it's really difficult to continue on. But when you've been driving for 23 hours and 23 minutes, you have 27 minutes to go, and you're so close to finishing, but you're not quite there yet. It's such a difficult time to keep that car going, because it's right there and you're like finger tipping it, but it's not quite close enough, and the guys, as I can see on Zoom, are very heavy-eyed and a bit dark under the eyes, and I feel that a lot. And again, I commend them for continuing the way that they have with everything that's been thrown at them. But this is probably one of the most difficult parts of a 24-hour race, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, the fact that they're all in the same time zone roughly makes it even more harder to do these sort of races as well. I know the feeling. I've done it before where I've had to be up at very, very odd hours of the middle of the night to try and get a stint or so, a few stints done for the team, just to try and make sure we've got everything going on. But it's going to be at least. It's kind of at least something that they can be very, very proud of, to bring this car home after 24 hours of racing and being very, very tired. They're certainly going to enjoy their next sleep, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think they definitely will. It's I don't know, it's 10:25 p.m. Eastern Australian time, which means that it is currently 1:24 p.m. in England. Or no, I think that's GMT. So no, that is British summertime. My apologies. So I think they're an extra hour ahead, maybe two, unless they're all in Germany, and they would be +1. So it's 2:30 in the afternoon. So I think they're probably still keen for that afternoon nap. I know that I am very much looking forward to going to bed, and I know that Auntie on cameras is extremely excited to go to bed when this is done, and I'm sure you're the same. But in saying that, I have had a blast commentating this, and I know a lot of the guys have throughout the day and during the night, and it's been a lot of fun. But in saying that, I am still very much looking forward to bed when this is over.
Yeah, it's certainly been a very, very long day for some of us, especially these guys. But yeah, the afternoon nap or the nighttime sleep, for especially me, Fonty, and you as well, with it's starting to get a little bit late here in Kiwiland and also in Australia. It's certainly going to be very, very nice to go to bed and get a bit of sleep to wake up the next morning.
Nothing like going to bed at 2 a.m. on a Monday morning before work. Am I right?
Oh, not quite that bad because it's not daylight savings, so we're all right. At least it's going to be at least 1 a.m.
Well, just as bad, I guess. But
It's true.
the things we do for the things that we love, I guess.
Yeah,
We ignore me. I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud. You go.
I'm just going to say we should see the 013 in, I want to say this time by, but we'll have to see what's going to happen. They might be able to squeeze another lap out of this stint. Done about 20 laps last time by, so they've done 21 this time around. We'll see if they come into the lane or not. A little bit of a wider line, so they are going for an extra lap actually. So they appear they've saved a little bit more fuel than before, so they're going to go a little bit longer than they typically have. So they will at least be under the 20-minute mark by the time they come down onto the lane and come out of it. So it shouldn't be a very, very long stop for this final stop.
Yeah, I think fuel burn in the BMW from practice flat out is about 4.7 liters a lap. So you think if we have 20 minutes to go, plus the stop would be about 19, 18 minutes for a 2.5 minute lap. Is about 7 laps of fuel. So it'll only be about just under 30 liters of fuel that they'll have to put in. So it'll be a very quick stop for them. Just enough to get them to the end. Because, of course, you don't want to really run out of fuel with 3 corners to go after racing for 24 hours. I think I'd rather stop for an extra second and take an extra liter of fuel or half a liter of fuel just to make sure that I get there. But it would be very tempting to just have one final it over and done with. But I'm sure they had this stop planned for the last 40 minutes or so. So I doubt, touch wood, that anything will go wrong for them.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to go wrong from this point onward, touch wood. But we'll have to see what's going to happen. But they should, I'd say they'll probably double stone if it's only going to be that short of a stop as well. So probably going to take these tyres to the end. They might be a little bit second-hand by the time they get to the finish line, but track is down to 36 degrees, so it won't be too harsh. And also the light fuel load as well will be a little bit of a bonus to the fact that the tyres aren't going to wear as quick as they would if they were running a full tank. But we'll wait and see how they're going to do it, whether they're going to take no tyres, whether they're going to take tyres. It's one of the strategy calls you scratch your head for quite some time and still don't decide till probably the last second.
Yeah, I guess that's probably the bonus of where they are on track at the moment. They can kind of play that game of how much do we need to put in, when do we need to put it in, because they have, I think they were in on lap 511, they're on lap 535, so they have another lap to decide, maybe 2 laps to decide what they want to do and how much they want to put in, and as long as they don't underfill the car, I think they'll be right. Obviously, with every lap that they stay out, that's another nearly 5 liters that they don't have to put in. So they have a little bit of wiggle room with how much time they have to make that decision. Plus, they have 3 laps on the car behind them in case they do accidentally underfuel the car. They can just come in for an extra lap of fuel. Not that we want for them to do that, but they do have a little bit of wiggle room either way with how much fuel they need to put in and when they stop.
Yeah, better to do 1 stop and overfuel rather than 2 stops and underfuel both times. So it's they'll probably put in a little bit extra fuel, possibly. I want to say possibly 1 more lap than they need just in case they find themselves in the position where the leaders don't end up passing them before the start finish line. So we'll see what's going to happen and be a conservative number on fuel, and we'll wait and see what's going to happen with the tyre situation. But they definitely shouldn't be too far away from coming down onto the lane in the next lap or so, I want to say.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The leader is on their way to Blanchimont under the DHL gantry, whereas the number 13 is currently coming through out of Stavolo. So the leader is in front of them. By the time that they hit, well, the leader will probably be just in front of them or just behind them, so they might save that extra lap. Or they might have to do that extra lap. So we'll see what happens post pit stop and see where the leader is, and that'll give us a rough idea on when the number 13 car will finish. So we see one car just go exit stage left at the bus stop. She came behind the number 13 car, but who is that in the pits? That is the number 21.
Oh dear, that's not ideal. Oh, hang on. Is this possibly for... I want to say this is for repairs because they've been stopped there for quite some time. Obviously, they're taking their final stop. They've actually been there for quite some time. So, yeah, I want to say either they've had another moment and had to tow, or they've finally come down onto the lane and got that damage repaired. They have taken tyres as well in the stop that they're currently in. So they are getting damage fixed by the looks of it to try and get this thing straightened out rather than trying to drive the thing a little bit wonky like it was.
Might just be for the cosmetics as well if they want to try and finish the cars 2x2, because they're not really fighting for position, so they might want to get that nice photo for the finish of the race. And it was a very, very late decision to come in as well. They actually ran over the green pit entry paint, I think is what it is. So we'll see how they end up just before the end of the race. So when they come out, we'll keep an eye on that. But the number 13 car coming out of Puan into the S's now on their 25th lap since their last stop. So they probably be in this lap.
Yeah, I'd say they'd probably be in this lap as well, based on their stint length that they've done so far. So we'll wait and see what's going to happen. They might be able to squeeze the extra lap out. We'll have to wait and see. So just come through Bonchimon now with a nice training cars behind them. And then obviously down towards the bus stop, and we'll see if they take a slightly more shallow line to get into the pit entry, and doesn't look like it's a shallow entry because they've continued on their way. So they're going to try and squeeze an extra lap out of it here, and we'll see whether they're going to have to fuel save or not to get to the pit lane. I don't think they will based on the number of laps, but we'll wait and see.
We will definitely see in another 2.5 minutes, and by the time they finish this lap and come out of the lane, there'll be about, I don't know, 12.5 minutes left, maybe, depending on what their in-lap speed is. The number 21 car is still in the pits. They've been there for 6 minutes, so quite a bit of damage that maybe they should have fixed at the last stop, but they do have 2 laps to the Metro New York PCA team Porsche. They had that very close call with that second contact on that lap that they crashed a little while ago. That car is not due for a pit stop at the end of the race, but they have been running 4 drivers but have had 7 registered or 9 registered, so they might be in a little bit of trouble come the end of the race, according to their driver certification on minimum laps completed. So I'll keep an eye on that when the race finishes, but they are the closest car to the number 21 BMW that is in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see what happens. I think they might be okay, so long as they've got 2 drivers who have completed the minimum driving time. So we'll see what's going to happen. There might see a surprise penalty applied, and might see a post-race increase in positions, but we'll wait and see what's going to happen as the 013 comes into the bus stop, and that is going to be an awkward one. Trying to get into the pit lane was a little bit of contact. I don't think there will be too much damage, hopefully, but we'll see what's going to happen when they get into the pit stall, but very slow on the way into the pit lane. Not quite sure whether there is actual damage. It doesn't look like it with the fact the wheel is at least tracking straight, so might have just got away with that one.
Yeah, that's less ideal than you would like. The Ferrari behind them was, if I can get to it properly, in the Inglorious People's Spa Ferrari. They're in 8th position, so I'm sure they probably didn't like that love tap, but very awkward running deep into the bus stop when it's actually on the shallow side. It's on the inside of the track, so not exactly an ideal pit entry, but it was a pit entry nonetheless. So this should be a very short stop for the 13 car as they arrive at their pit box now.
Yeah, so we'll see what's going to happen in this pit stop, whether they decide to sit there for a little bit longer than possibly scheduled to get some tyres. Nope, straight away they are off and back out on it, tracking out of the lanes. So very, very short stop, only fuel, no tyres, and I'd say no repairs as well based on how short it was. So back out on track to bring it home for these final 11 or so minutes.
I did say 12.5 minutes. It was just under 12 minutes when they exited pit lane. So it's pretty close. So have about 5 minutes or so, 5 laps or so to go. The leader is, where are they? Enting Kerber Freya. Is that right? Yeah, much better. So they are quite a ways down the road. So we'll see how they circulate for the last 10 minutes and whether we get the extra lap or not. But still 25th position coming through the Jackie X corner down towards Puon. And the number 21 car is still in the pits, which is getting a bit worrying with only 10 minutes to go. So we will see what happens with them in the last couple of minutes of the race, but we'll keep following the 13 car for the time being.
Yeah, they literally don't have long to go, and they literally only need to bring it home at this point. No point risking anything at this stage, especially with only about 10 minutes on the clock, so about 5 laps to go when they end up crossing the line. Probably a little bit less than that, to be honest, depending on where the leader is, which they are just coming up the Kemmel Straight now, so will be around 5 laps that they've got to do to see the checkered flag.
Just looking for closest battles on track.
Oh, there's everyone back in the lane.
It is? Oh, maybe they had a drive-through for unsafe pit entry because they did cross that green line, that painted road surface.
Very, very possible for unsafe entry, maybe unsafe exit as well. Maybe depending on what they did at pit exit, because that pit exit can bite you fairly hard if you do cross those lines. Excuse me. Doesn't look like it was a pit exit, so yeah, I'd say it's probably due to the pit exit. Could be a drive-through as well for incidents. Maybe we'll have to wait and see what they'll do as they come down the pit lane for hopefully the last time of this race.
Still rolling down that pit lane. Are they going to stop? They are not, so yes. That would be a unsafe pit entry or contact, and they had to serve. That will do their normal stop first, and then the contact gave them the instant point. So, nonetheless, they are back out on track with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. The number 21 car has just been. Oh, it's also back out on track. So that is good. They have lost a lap to that Metro New York PCA Porsche. So we'll keep an eye on them because I think they might be in a little bit of trouble. But I don't want to count those chickens until they hatch at the end of the race. But we will see. The closest battle on track at the moment is for 8th and 9th place. It's the glorious Ferrari of Joey Starts and the Chris Durance Team B. No, it's not. That's the wrong car. The driving Mercedes. They are separated by 6.5 seconds at the moment in the run to and through Puon. So that is our closest battle on part. We will, which is quite insane at being 6.5 seconds apart after 23 hours and 53 minutes of racing or near enough. But we will stay with the number 13 RSV Motorsport car for the last 7 minutes as it just ticks over. Yeah, nearly home, which is very exciting.
Yeah, certainly at this point, you start to decide, oh, I'm not tired anymore. I'm actually very, very awake with the fact that there's only a few minutes left in the race and you're anticipating the drop of the checkered flag and waiting to congratulate your teammates and everything after what's been a very, very long and hard race. And you're ready to pretty much just pack it up and go to bed or have a nap or have some lunch or depending on wherever you are in the world, depending on what you want to do, probably grab a beverage and congratulate your teammates. That's probably the best way to do it, I think.
Yeah, something like that sounds about accurate. I know I will pretty much be going straight to bed once this is done because I have uni tomorrow and you guys, I assume, would have work. But I think, especially with them all being in the same house, the congratulations are going to be a lot easier than a Discord debrief, if you will. But I'm sure very shortly after that, congratulations and maybe a beer, they will be hitting the hay hard. Maybe the beer is there, that's gonna help them get to sleep. Not that I don't think they'll need much help, but just that final stress relief before tucking to bed, because I don't quite think they want to finish this race, go to bed, and then dream about this race straight away. So a little bit of downtime and then have a power nap for to get through the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, certainly won't take much for these boys to end up having a little bit of a nana nap in the afternoon after the night the night and the day that they've had over the past 24 hours. It's been very, very hard for them and very, very trying as well with everything that has gone on. There's certainly been times where you might have thought that they might have decided to possibly retire, but nope, they've stuck it out and just continued on their way the entire way and not let up at all.
Yeah, which is something that we don't see very often in these sort of races. Like we still have 33 cars running. The last car running is the Styrian racer Ferrari, just in front of the two RSV cars at the moment. They are 98 laps down on the leader, which is very commendable to be that far off the lead of the race and still go to the end, even though they just come into the pit lane with 4 minutes left. They must be very short on fuel, but the fact that both RSV cars are still running, they're not quite as clean as they were 24 hours ago during qualifying, but they are still pointing in the right direction and running right until the end, and we commend them on that because it is not an easy thing to do mentally when you're that far behind.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's to complete a 24-hour race, but it's a complete another thing to soldier on for as long as they have, especially with everything that's happened in this race, and just bring it on home. 46 laps down. At the majority of people, I think, would agree that at that sort of point, you'd consider retiring the car more than likely, but these guys have certainly pushed on and just continued to bring this car home despite it being a little bit wounded in a number of ways. In fact, both cars actually managing to see the checkered flag is probably the more impressive part, especially with the fact that the 21 car has been in the wars in the last hour or so as well. So it's been very, very impressive to see these guys just continue to push on and just bring these cars home, albeit a little bit scratched and banged up and wounded, but they've done exactly what they intended to do, which was finish this race, and there's no doubting they've put in a lot of time and effort to make sure that happens.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I know we were given some information on the drivers prior to this event, and a lot of them, their goal was just to get to the end. And for a team with as little experience in sim racing as they have, they've done a fantastic job. And the fact that they're pretty much one lap away from seeing the checkered flag is a phenomenal effort, and especially when they were as high as they were early in the race. The 13 car started 5th, was on the podium in 2nd place very early on, and then disaster struck overnight, and they still bounced back and have put on a great show for us. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to commentate for them for this race, and I don't think they'll quite see the white flag this time by, with just over 90 seconds to go. The leader is coming up towards Blanchard now, so they will probably get the checkered flag this time by. So still have another 2 laps for the RSV cars. I'm wondering if we might see a formation finish between the two, which would be very nice to see after the struggles they've had. But I guess we will find out in the next probably 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, the leaders should, if they haven't got, if they don't get the checkered flag this time by, they'll get the white flag at least. I think they've got the white flag this time. They've crossed the finish line, so it's looking like it's going to be at least 1 more lap to go, to 1.5 for the RSV cars. By the looks of it, the fact they're just coming down into no name at the moment.
Aki's corner is now named. It is no longer no named, it has a name. I found that out recently.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how it's had no name for so many years, and then they've finally gone, oh, we'll name it after a famous racing driver.
Yeah. And the Rivage corner is also called Brussels corner, but Wikipedia does not call it that apparently. Oh yes, it does. I just can't read. But yeah. And Stavilo used to be turn 16, but that is now 15, and turn 16 is the Paul Bria corner. So they are a lot of relatively recent changes to the track names as we come through said corner to head towards Blanchimont to get that glorious white flag.
Yeah, it's certainly the white flag they've all been looking forward to, and looking to finally see after such a long day and so much racing in this race so far, and everything that's happened as well. It'll be a very, very glorious sight. It won't be quite as glorious as seeing that famous black and white checkered flag, but they're going to at least try and see what they can do from here, side by side on the way down into La Source as well.
The leader comes around